Hey everyone, welcome back. It's Zenkai DBS. The support you all showed on the last series, What If Goku Was Reborn with All His Memories, was absolutely incredible. I genuinely appreciate every single one of you. Your support is what keeps this channel alive, and I can't thank you enough. Now it's time to kick off a brand new series, What If Goku Was Taken in by Beerus to become his successor? And this is part 1. This idea secured the win with over 60% of the votes, although I had expected more people to participate in the voting. Before we jump into it, make sure to hit that subscribe button, turn on notifications so you never miss an upload, and drop a like to help with the algorithm. Also, let me know your favorite Dragon Ball What If ideas in the comments. Alright, no more waiting. Let's dive straight into part 1. The air on planet Vegeta tasted of ash and desperation. Bardock limped through the rubble of what had once been the lower district residential sector. His armor cracked and smoking from his last skirmish with Frieza's elite guards. Blood, his own, dripped from a gash above his eye, but he didn't slow down. He couldn't, not when he'd seen what was coming. Frieza's death ball, descending like a second sun, planet Vegeta cracking like an egg, every Saiyan, man, woman, child screaming as they were atomized. The vision had hit him 3 days ago, clear as day, undeniable as gravity. His strange ability to see fragments of the future had never been this vivid, this certain. He had 72 hours, maybe less. Bardock! Guinea's voice cut through the smoke, sharp with panic. She stood in the doorway of their home, a modest dwelling by Saiyan standards, but it was theirs. In her arms, wrapped in a standard-issue thermal blanket, was their youngest son, Kakarot, 3 days old. Already sporting the signature wild black hair of their bloodline, already possessing a power level of 2, pathetically low by Saiyan standards, but Bardock had stopped caring about power levels the moment he'd held the boy. "Is it ready?" Bardock demanded, stumbling through the doorway. His legs nearly gave out, but Guinea caught him with her free arm. For a low-class Saiyan, she was stronger than she looked. The pod's prepped. Coordinates set for a planet called Earth. It's in the outer rim, far from Frieza's territory. Primitive inhabitants, mostly harmless. Her voice cracked. Bardock, are you sure? Raditz is off-world, but Kakarot is just a baby. If you're wrong about Frieza... I'm not wrong. Bardock straightened, ignoring the lance of pain through his ribs. Definitely broken. I've seen it, Guinea. Frieza's gonna destroy everything. This entire planet, our race, all of it, gone in a flash of light. He reached out, touching Kakarot's tiny fist. The baby's fingers round his thumb instinctively, squeezing with surprising strength. Such a pure grip. No hatred, no violence. Just trust. He'll survive, Bardock whispered more to himself than Guinea. On Earth, he'll grow up away from all this. Away from Frieza, away from the Empire, away from the endless killing. He looked up at his mate, forcing certainty into his eyes, even as his heart shattered. He'll be better than us, better than what we were forced to become. Guinea's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a rarity for a Saiyan. What if he forgets? What if he doesn't even know he's Saiyan? Then he'll be free. Bardock pulled both of them into an embrace, feeling Kakarot's tiny heartbeat against his chest. Maybe that's better. The ground trembled. In the distance, explosions painted the violet sky orange. Frieza's forces were accelerating the timeline, purging the planet sector by sector under the guise of suppressing a rebellion. Bardock's jaw tightened. They had minutes, not hours. We need to go. Now! The launch facility was chaos. Dozens of Saiyans crowded the platforms, some attempting to flee, others fighting Frieza's soldiers in desperate last stands. Platform 7, Guinea gasped, clutching Kakarot tighter as a nearby explosion showered them with debris. It's still operational. They ran. Bardock's scouter, miraculously still functional, beeped frantically as massive power levels converged overhead. He didn't need to look up to know what that meant. Frieza. The tyrant himself was entering the atmosphere, ready to deliver the killing blow personally. 30 minutes. We have 30 minutes. Platform 7 was surprisingly empty. Most Saiyans were either fighting or fleeing in larger transports. The attack pod sat on its launch rails, small and egg-shaped, built for a single occupant. Designed for infants being sent on purging missions to low-level planets. Bardock had reprogrammed it himself. No purging mission, just survival. Let me hold him, Bardock said quietly, taking Kakarot from Guinea. The baby yawned, completely oblivious to the apocalypse unfolding around him. One more time. Guinea's composure finally broke. She pressed her face against Bardock's shoulder, her body shaking with silent sobs. He won't remember us. He won't know we loved him. He'll know. Bardock's voice was iron wrapped in velvet. Somehow, he'll know. He lifted Kakarot up, looking into those innocent black eyes, Saiyan eyes, but without the edge of cruelty that the Empire had beaten into every other member of their race. "Listen to me, Kakarot," Bardock whispered, knowing the baby couldn't understand but needing to say it anyway. "You're a Saiyan. That means you're a warrior, born and bred. But you're also my son, Guinea's son. That means you have a choice, be the monster the universe expects, or be something better, something more." He kissed the baby's forehead, then carefully placed him into the pod's interior cradle. The padding adjusted automatically, securing Kakarot in place. The baby fussed for a moment, then settled, already drifting back to sleep. Bardock's fingers flew across the control panel. Coordinates confirmed. Earth, outer rim, estimated travel time, 3 days. He hesitated over the final command. Once he hit it, there was no recall, no changing his mind. "Bardock." Guinea's hand covered his. "You're doing the right thing." "I hope so." He pressed the activation sequence. The pod hummed to life. The transparent dome slid shut with a hiss, sealing Kakarot inside. Warning lights flashed. Launch sequence initiated. Bardock and Guinea stepped back as the platform's magnetic rails charged with crackling energy. "Goodbye, my son," Guinea whispered. "Live well, live free." The pod launched with a sound like thunder, shooting into the sky on a pillar of blue flame. Bardock watched it go, his scouter tracking the pod's trajectory as it broke atmosphere, cleared the planet's gravity well, and engaged its faster-than-light engines. Gone. Safe. Away. He made it, Bardock breathed, feeling a weight lift from his chest even as another, heavier, final settled in its place. The sky turned white. Bardock looked up to see Frieza hovering miles above the planet's surface, a massive sphere of orange-red energy growing between his hands. The Death Ball. The vision made real. "So," Bardock said quietly, taking Guinea's hand in his, "this is it." "Yes, this is it," she agreed, squeezing back. Together, they watched as Frieza hurled the attack downward. It grew as it descended, swelling to dwarf mountains, continents, eventually the entire visible horizon. The last thing Bardock saw before the light consumed everything was Guinea's face, peaceful and accepting. "At least Kakarot lives. At least one of us made it out." Planet Vegeta died in silence. In space, there is no air to carry sound. But 3 days' travel away, hurtling through the void at faster-than-light speeds, a small attack pod containing a sleeping Saiyan infant continued on its pre-programmed course. Toward Earth. Toward destiny. Whis was eating a parfait when he detected it. This was not unusual. Whis was always eating something. As the angel attendant to Lord Beerus, god of destruction for Universe 7, Whis had precious few pleasures in his existence. Good food was chief among them, followed distantly by observing mortal civilizations, training the occasional promising warrior, and annoying his charge out of his millennia-long naps. What was unusual was the particular energy signature that had just pinged his cosmic awareness. Whis paused with his spoon halfway to his mouth, his pale blue eyes narrowing slightly. "Oh my. How interesting." "What's interesting?" A gravelly voice grumbled from the floating palace behind him. "Is it food? Please tell me you found a new restaurant. I'm so bored I might actually destroy something just for entertainment." Lord Beerus emerged onto the observation deck, stretching like the purple anthropomorphic cat he resembled. His golden eyes were still heavy with sleep. He'd only been awake for 6 hours today, a new record of productivity. He wore his usual attire, golden necklace and armbands, baggy blue pants, and an expression of perpetual annoyance. "Not food, I'm afraid," Whis said cheerfully, manifesting his staff with a casual thought. The crystalline orb at its tip began to glow, projecting a 3-dimensional star map. Though this might be more interesting than cuisine. Beerus yawned, showing far too many fangs. "I doubt that. What is it?" Whis tapped his staff, and the star map zoomed in on a specific sector, the outer rim of Universe 7's northern galaxies. A small blinking icon appeared, moving at relativistic speeds. A Saiyan attack pod, traveling alone, and inside. The projection shifted, showing the interior of the pod. A sleeping infant wrapped in thermal blankets, completely unaware that his home planet was currently being reduced to cosmic dust. A baby, Beerus said flatly. You interrupted my parfait watching to show me a baby. Not just any baby, Lord Beerus. Whiss's smile widened slightly, the closest he ever came to genuine excitement. A Saiyan baby with a remarkably pure energy signature, and based on the pod's trajectory and the current temporal spatial readings, I'd estimate planet Vegeta has approximately... He checked an invisible watch. 12 minutes before Frieza destroys it. Beerus's ears perked up. Frieza's finally doing it? About time. Those Saiyans were getting too uppity, always threatening to become Super Saiyans, challenging my authority. Good riddance. He paused. Wait, why do we care about a Saiyan infant if the whole race is about to be extinct? Because, Whis said, his tone taking on that particular lilt that meant he was about to suggest something Beerus would hate, this infant has potential. Extraordinary potential. His power level is abysmal. Yes, barely 2 units. But his energy signature is fascinating. Pure combat instinct wrapped in an absolutely uncorrupted core. No malice, no cruelty, just raw potential waiting to be shaped. Beerus stared at him. Whis. No. No what, my lord? Whatever you're thinking. No, absolutely not. I am not adopting a Saiyan baby. I never said anything about adoption. Whis tapped his staff again. The projection zoomed out, showing the pod's current trajectory. I'm simply noting that this particular Saiyan is currently traveling toward a primitive planet called Earth. If he arrives there, he'll likely either die, conquer the planet, or be raised by the locals, none of which interests us. Good, then let him go. Beerus turned to leave. However, Whis continued, as if Beerus hadn't spoken, the Oracle Fish did make a rather specific prophecy 75 years ago. You were asleep, naturally, so you wouldn't remember. Beerus stopped. What prophecy? Oh, nothing important. Just something about a warrior with a pure heart and Saiyan pride will redefine destruction within your lifetime, but I'm sure it meant something else entirely. Whis took another bite of his parfait, humming contentedly. Beerus's tail lashed in agitation. The Oracle Fish's prophecies were never wrong, cryptic, annoying, and delivered at the most inconvenient times, but never wrong. If the fish had predicted a Saiyan would redefine destruction. You're manipulating me, Beerus accused. I would never. Whis's expression was the picture of innocence. You absolutely are. Beerus's eye twitched. And what exactly would you have me do? We can't just take a Saiyan infant. There are rules about interfering with mortal affairs. Actually, as a god of destruction and his attendant, we can do quite literally whatever we want. Whis gestured with his staff, and suddenly they were surrounded by the vacuum of space. Teleportation was trivial for an angel. The Saiyan pod was visible now, a tiny speck of metal hurtling through the void. The real question is, do you want to? Beerus crossed his arms, glaring at the pod. Why would I want a Saiyan infant? Because, Whis said softly, you've been god of destruction for 75 million years, Lord Beerus, and you're tired. You've told me as much during your rare moments of honesty. The Grand Priest has been asking when you plan to train a successor. All gods of destruction must, eventually. You've been avoiding the topic for millennia. Because training a successor means admitting I'm slowing down, Beerus snapped. Which I'm not. Of course not, my lord. Whis floated closer to the pod, peering at the sleeping infant inside. But hypothetically, if you were to train a successor, wouldn't it be fascinating to start from infancy? To shape a destroyer from birth, free from the corrupting influences of mortal civilization? This child is a blank slate, pure potential. And if the Oracle Fish is correct, the brat will redefine destruction, Beerus finished grudgingly. He floated over to the pod, pressing his face against the transparent dome. The baby, Kakarot, according to the pod's databanks, yawned in his sleep, tiny tail twitching. He doesn't look like much. They never do at first. Beerus was silent for a long moment. Then, if, and this is a huge if, I agreed to this insane plan, what exactly would we do with him? I don't know the first thing about raising children. Lucky for you, I do. Whis tapped his staff, and the pod's control systems flickered. I could intercept the pod's trajectory, extract the infant using temporal spatial manipulation, then cloak the empty pod and send it on its way to Earth. Anyone investigating would find it abandoned. No body, no trace. A mystery for the ages. That's surprisingly devious of you, Whis. I have my moments. Whis's eyes gleamed. Well, my lord, shall we let fate take its course or shall we create something interesting? Beerus looked at the sleeping Saiyan infant, at his tiny fists clenched even in sleep, at the miniature tail wrapped around his waist, at the peaceful expression on his face, a peace that would be shattered the moment he landed on Earth and began his conquest programming. Or, fine, Beerus said, instantly regretting it. But you're responsible for him, feeding, training, cleaning up, all of it. I want nothing to do with the brat. Of course, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled that knowing smile that meant he'd gotten exactly what he wanted. I'll take full responsibility. The angel raised his staff and reality bent. Space folded like origami. Time stuttered. The pod's interior shimmered and suddenly the baby was no longer inside. He was floating in Wiss's arms, still fast asleep, completely unaware that his destiny had just been rewritten. The empty pod continued on its trajectory, its systems none the wiser. In 3 days, it would crash land near a remote dwelling on Earth. An elderly martial artist named Gohan would investigate. He would find it empty and wonder. But that was a problem for another timeline. Well then, Whis said, adjusting the baby in his arms. The infant stirred, making a small sound of discomfort. We should return home. I'll need to prepare a nursery, acquire sustenance, and determine what Saiyans actually eat at this age. This is the worst decision I've ever made, Beerus muttered, already teleporting back to their realm. Mark my words, Whis, this will end in disaster. Or, Whis countered, it will end in something magnificent. Beerus's planet was a place of impossible beauty and fundamental wrongness. The gravity was 60 times Earth standard. The atmosphere was breathable but thin, requiring visitors to acclimate for weeks before they could function normally. The landscape consisted of floating islands connected by energy bridges, massive crystalline trees that hummed with stored cosmic energy, and a sky that cycled through every color imaginable based on which universe's light happened to be refracting through the dimensional barriers at any given moment. It was a place designed for gods, not mortals, certainly not for infants. Kakarot woke up screaming. Oh dear, Whis said mildly, holding the infant at arm's length as tiny fists flailed. He's not pleased. I told you this was a bad idea, Beerus shouted from inside the palace, covering his sensitive ears. Make it stop. He's hungry, I expect. Saiyan metabolisms are quite demanding. Whis floated into the palace's main hall, a vast space with pillars that reached into infinity and floors made of polished starlight. I've synthesized some nutritional paste based on Saiyan biological data. It should... Kakarot turned his head and vomited on Wiss's pristine blue gi. Or perhaps not. Whis finished, completely unfazed. Lord Beerus, do we have any actual food? Baby food, specifically. How would I know? I'm a god of destruction, not a daycare attendant. Beerus emerged from his chambers looking thoroughly annoyed. He glared at the screaming infant. Can't you just, I don't know, put him to sleep with your angel powers? I could, Whis admitted, but that would be poor for his development. Babies need to cry. It exercises their lungs. He held Kakarot up, examining him critically. Although, at this volume, he may actually damage the dimensional barriers. Impressive lung capacity for a low-class Saiyan. Screaming intensified, his tiny power level spiking 2, 3, 4, as his Saiyan biology reacted to stress. His tail unwrapped from his waist and lashed wildly. Then something unexpected happened. A tiny spark of ki, barely measurable, completely uncontrolled, burst from the infant's hand. It wasn't an attack, wasn't even intentional. Just raw energy expressing itself in the only way a terrified, hungry baby knew how. The spark hit one of Beerus's decorative floating orbs, a priceless artifact from Universe 10, gifted after a particularly successful planet destruction, and vaporized it. The palace went silent. Kakarot, apparently satisfied with the destruction, stopped crying and looked around with wide, curious eyes. Did that baby just... Beerus began slowly. Destroy your priceless artifact? Yes. Whis examined Kakarot with new interest. Fascinating. He instinctively channeled his distress into destructive energy, and at such a young age, most Saiyans don't manifest ki control until they're toddlers at minimum. That's not fascinating, that's annoying. But Beerus was staring at the infant with something that might have been respect. The brat has destructive instinct. Raw, untrained, but there. Which is precisely why he has potential, Whis said gently. He conjured a bottle of milk, synthesized from his own energy, perfectly calibrated to Saiyan nutritional needs, and offered it to Kakarot. The baby grabbed it with both hands and began drinking greedily, finally quiet. See, he just needed sustenance. Beerus floated closer, studying the infant with narrowed eyes. You said his power level is 2. That's pathetically low, even for a Saiyan baby. Yes, which means he has nowhere to go but up, Whis smiled. Low-class Saiyans like him often compensate for weak initial power with exceptional growth potential. Given proper training, proper nutrition, and proper motivation, he could become strong. Beerus's tail swished thoughtfully. Maybe even strong enough to serve as my successor. He paused. But that would take decades. Centuries, even. Then it's fortunate we have time, isn't it? Whis finished feeding Kakarot, who promptly fell back asleep in his arms. Now about his name. His name? Beerus blinked. He already has a name, Kakarot. Kakarot, Whis tested the word, frowning slightly. It's rather harsh, don't you think? Kakarot, a vegetable pun in keeping with Saiyan naming conventions. But for someone who will be raised as a god of destruction rather than a conquering warrior, perhaps something more refined. You want to rename him? Beerus looked incredulous. Whis, he's a baby. He won't care. But we will. Names have power, Lord Beerus. They shape identity, forge destiny. Whis gazed down at the sleeping infant, his expression uncharacteristically thoughtful. In the ancient mortal language of Universe 7's Eastern Quadrant, a dead language now, spoken by a civilization that destroyed itself 3 million years ago, there was a word. Goku. Goku? Beerus attempted, mangling the pronunciation. Goku, Whis corrected gently. It has multiple meanings, as the best names do. Awareness of emptiness, understanding the void, perceiving the space between. For a god of destruction who must understand that destruction creates emptiness so that new things can fill it. Quite appropriate, wouldn't you say? Beerus considered this. So you want to call him Goku? Goku, Whis confirmed. Though Kakarot will always be part of him, his Saiyan heritage lives in his blood. But Goku is who he will become. He looked at Beerus. Unless you have objections? I have objections to this entire situation, Beerus grumbled. But fine, Goku. It's better than Kakarot, I suppose. Less likely to remind him he's supposed to be a barbaric planet-conquering warrior. Excellent. Whis conjured a cradle, an elegant thing made of crystallized starlight and reinforced with dimensional barriers to withstand the inevitable destruction when Goku got older. He carefully laid the infant inside. Welcome home, Goku. Your training begins. Well, not now. Now you sleep, but eventually. Beerus peered into the cradle, watching the baby's tiny chest rise and fall. The infant's tail was wrapped around his own ankle, even in sleep, a security blanket of sorts. I still think this is a terrible idea. You said that about the dinosaurs on planet Vampa, Whis noted, and those turned out wonderfully. Those dinosaurs tried to eat me, and you had a marvelous time destroying them. Think of this as a long-term project. Whis placed a hand on Beerus's shoulder. Besides, you were the one who complained about being bored. Raising a god of destruction from infancy? That's at least 10,000 years of entertainment, or 10,000 years of headaches. Perhaps both. They stood there for a moment, god and angel, looking down at the sleeping Saiyan infant who would one day, if Whis' intuition was correct, reshape what it meant to be a destroyer. Then Goku's tail twitched, his tiny hand curled into a fist, and he let out a baby snore that somehow sounded threatening. He snores, Beerus observed. All Saiyans do. Wonderful, I'll never sleep again. But despite his complaints, Beerus didn't leave. He stayed, watching the baby sleep, feeling something he hadn't felt in millennia. Curiosity. About what this tiny, weak, impossibly pure-hearted Saiyan might become. Lord Beerus, wake up! Goku's done it again. Beerus bolted upright from his nap pod, a luxurious floating bed surrounded by pillows made from the clouds of peaceful civilizations, and immediately regretted it. His head spun. His mouth tasted like he'd been chewing cosmic dust. How long had he been asleep this time? What year is it? He mumbled. Age 742, my lord. You've been asleep for 6 months. Whis appeared at the pod's entrance, looking unusually agitated. Well, agitated for Whis. He was frowning instead of smiling. We have a situation. What kind of situation? Beerus rubbed his eyes, trying to wake up properly. And where's the brat? Please tell me he hasn't destroyed my breakfast again. Nothing so simple, I'm afraid. Whis gestured with his staff, and the pod's walls became transparent, showing the view outside. Beerus's favorite food planet, a lush world in Universe 7's southern quadrant, home to the most delicious grilled fish in 3 galaxies, was gone. Not destroyed in the sense of exploded, just gone. In its place was a debris field and a rapidly dissipating energy signature that Beerus recognized immediately. No, Beerus said slowly. He didn't. He did, Whis confirmed. Apparently, you told Goku that he couldn't have any of the grilled fish from that planet until he completed his morning meditation. He took exception to that. He's 5 years old. Beerus exploded out of the pod, his power level spiking high enough to crack the dimensional barriers around his realm. How does a 5-year-old obliterate an entire planet? Well, technically, he didn't obliterate it. He destroyed the star it was orbiting, which caused a chain reaction that... Not helping, Whis. Beerus stormed out of his chambers and into the palace's central courtyard, where he found the cause of his current migraine. Goku, age 5, sitting cross-legged in the middle of a crater, covered head to toe in soot and looking remarkably pleased with himself. The child had grown significantly in 5 years. He was small for a Saiyan, barely 3 feet tall, but packed with wiry muscle that came from training under Whis' supervision. His wild black hair stuck up in all directions, refusing to be tamed no matter how many times Whis tried. His tail was wrapped around his waist like a belt, twitching with barely contained energy, but it was his eyes that gave Beerus pause. They were Saiyan eyes, black, sharp, predatory, but there was something else in them too, a curiosity, a joy that Beerus had never seen in any Saiyan warrior. When Goku looked at you, he wasn't calculating how to kill you, he was wondering if you wanted to play. It was deeply unsettling. "Hi, Lord Beerus," Goku chirped, waving enthusiastically. "Did you see? Did you see what I did?" "Did I?" Beerus's eye twitched. "Yes, Goku, I saw. You destroyed my favorite food planet." "But I did the meditation first," Goku protested, jumping to his feet. "I sat really still for 10 whole minutes. Whis said that was the rule." "The rule was that you meditate for 10 minutes and not destroy anything," Beerus shouted. "The not destroying things was implied." "Oh," Goku's tail drooped. "Was that bad?" Whis floated down, landing gracefully beside the crater. "What Lord Beerus is trying to express, poorly I might add, is that while your destructive instinct is developing wonderfully, you need to learn when to destroy and when to not destroy. But destroying is fun." Goku's tail perked up again. "And you said I'm going to be a god of destruction someday, which means destroying is my job." "Eventually, yes," Whis agreed. "But even gods of destruction don't destroy everything. There are rules, balance, purpose." He knelt down to Goku's level. "For instance, that planet you destroyed, it provided food for Lord Beerus. Now he has no food. Do you think that was balanced?" Goku's expression fell. "No, that was mean." He turned to Beerus, eyes wide and genuinely remorseful. "I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. I didn't think about you being hungry. I just got mad about the fish, and there it was. The thing that made Goku so fundamentally different from every other Saiyan Beerus had ever encountered. Remorse, empathy, the ability to feel bad about causing suffering, even accidental suffering. It was going to be either his greatest strength or his fatal weakness as a destroyer." "Apology accepted," Beerus said gruffly, his anger deflating. "It was hard to stay mad at a 5-year-old who looked at you with those big, sincere eyes. But you're going to help me find a new food planet to replace the one you destroyed, and you're doing extra meditation every day for a month." "Okay." Goku brightened immediately, his natural optimism reasserting itself. Then his stomach growled, loud enough to echo across the courtyard. Can we have breakfast first?" Beerus sighed. "Whis, please tell me we have food that doesn't require me to travel to another galaxy." "We have plenty of food, my lord. Although," Whis' smile turned mischievous, "I could teach Goku how to cook as part of his punishment. Saiyans need to eat constantly anyway. It would be practical. I want to learn to cook." Goku bounced on his toes, his earlier remorse completely forgotten. "Can I make the grilled fish?" "I promise I won't destroy the kitchen." "That promise is worthless and we both know it," Beerus muttered. But he was already walking toward the palace's dining hall, Goku running after him with Whis floating serenely behind. As they walked, Beerus noticed something he'd been seeing more and more lately. Goku's tail had started glowing faintly whenever he got excited. Not bright, just a subtle shimmer, like heat distortion in the air. It was a sign that the boy's ki was growing, leaking out in visible ways because he hadn't yet learned to suppress it. At 5 years old, Goku's power level had risen from 2 to 500. Nothing impressive by galactic standards. A typical Saiyan warrior would have 10 times that, but for a child, for someone with Goku's baseline, it was remarkable. Whis, Beerus said quietly, falling back so Goku couldn't hear. What's his potential? Whis watched Goku run ahead, laughing as he chased a butterfly made of crystallized energy through the courtyard. Limitless, I suspect. The Oracle Fish's prophecy becomes clearer every day. This child will redefine destruction. The question is how? And you're certain we can train that goodness out of him? Beerus gestured toward Goku, who had stopped to help a small bird that had crashed into a window. He's too soft, too kind. Gods of destruction can't afford kindness. Can't they? Whis' expression was unreadable. Or is that simply what we've always believed? He started walking again, leaving Beerus with the uncomfortable thought. Inside the dining hall, Goku was already climbing onto a chair, his tail wrapped around the seat for balance. Lord Beerus? Can I ask you something? If you must. Why do you destroy things? Goku's head tilted, genuinely curious. Whis says it's your job, but why? What's the point? Beerus opened his mouth to give the standard answer, because the universe requires balance, because stagnation must be prevented, because creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, but something made him pause. He looked at this 5-year-old Saiyan, this child with a pure heart and killer instinct, and realized if he wanted Goku to become a worthy successor, he couldn't just teach him how to destroy. He had to teach him why. Sit down, Beerus said, pulling out a chair. I'll tell you a story about what happens to universes that forget to destroy. Goku's eyes widened. A story? With explosions? So many explosions, Beerus confirmed, a slight smile tugging at his lips despite himself, and a very important lesson. Goku scrambled properly into his seat, tail swishing with excitement. Whis conjured tea and snacks with a wave of his staff. Nothing too filling, since breakfast was still being prepared, and settled in to watch. He'd heard this story before, of course, but he was curious to see how Beerus would adapt it for a 5-year-old audience. 3 million years ago, Beerus began, his voice taking on the cadence of a practiced storyteller, there was a universe, not this one, Universe 3, that had a god of destruction who stopped destroying. Why'd he stop? Goku asked around a mouthful of cookie. Because he got lazy, decided destruction was too much work, thought, why bother? The mortals seem happy enough. Let them do whatever they want. Beerus leaned back in his chair, so he went to sleep for 10,000 years. That's a long nap, Goku observed. Even longer than yours. Much longer than mine, Beerus agreed, ignoring Whis' knowing smirk. And at first, everything seemed fine. The civilizations in that universe thrived. They built bigger cities, invented new technologies, spread across galaxies. They thought they'd found paradise. But they didn't? Goku guessed, leaning forward. No, because they forgot something important. Everything needs to end eventually. Civilizations grow old, just like people. They become stagnant, stuck in their ways, unable to change or adapt. Without destruction to clear away the old and make room for the new, they just kept existing. Not living, not growing, just existing. Beerus' expression grew darker. Planets became overcrowded, resources ran out, species that should have gone extinct, predators, diseases, invasive organisms, survived and spread. The strong stopped fighting to become stronger because there was no need. The weak stopped trying to become strong because they'd learned helplessness. Everything became gray and stale and wrong. Goku had stopped eating, completely absorbed in the story. What happened? The universe started dying, Beerus said quietly. Not all at once, slowly, like a flower wilting. Stars burned out and weren't replaced. Planets lost their vitality, and the mortals, the same mortals who'd celebrated when the god of destruction stopped destroying, started crying out for someone to fix it. But it was too late. The damage was done. Did the god of destruction wake up? Goku's voice was small. Eventually, but by then, Lord Moscow, that's his name, had a choice. He could destroy 90% of his universe to save the remaining 10%, or he could let the entire universe die. Beerus met Goku's eyes. What do you think he should have done? Goku was quiet for a long moment, his tail coiled tight around his waist, a sign he was thinking hard. The 90%? Did they do something bad? No, they were just victims of their own success. They'd lived too long, built too much, consumed too much. They weren't evil, just unsustainable. But if he destroyed them, the rest could live? Yes. Goku's face scrunched up in concentration. Then, that's not fair. They didn't do anything wrong. You're right, Beerus said, surprising himself with his own gentleness. It's not fair, but sometimes a god of destruction has to choose between what's fair and what's necessary. Moscow chose to destroy the 90%. The universe survived, and slowly, over millions of years, it recovered. Today, Universe 3 is thriving again. But those 90% are still dead, Goku said softly. They are. Beerus reached across the table, placing a hand on Goku's head. And Lord Moscow carries that weight every single day. That's the burden of being a god of destruction, Goku. We don't destroy because we're cruel or evil. We destroy because sometimes, not always, but sometimes, destruction is the only thing that allows life to continue. Goku absorbed this in silence. Then, is that why you destroyed my food planet? Beerus blinked. What? No, I didn't. You destroyed the food planet. No, I mean... Goku struggled to articulate his thought. You destroyed the Saiyan planet, right? Planet Vegeta? That's what Whis told me. My home planet. The room went very quiet. Whis' expression shifted to something unreadable. This was dangerous territory. They'd been carefully avoiding discussions of Planet Vegeta's destruction, not wanting to trigger any latent trauma or identity crisis in Goku. But apparently, the boy had been thinking about it more than they'd realized. I didn't destroy Planet Vegeta, Beerus said carefully. Frieza did. But you told him to, right? Goku's eyes were sharp, too sharp for a 5-year-old, because the Saiyans were getting too strong and might challenge you. Where did you hear that? I listened when you talked to Whis. Goku's tail unwound, hanging limply. You said Frieza did what needed to be done, that the Saiyans were becoming a problem. Beerus exchanged a look with Whis. They'd underestimated how much Goku absorbed, how carefully he paid attention even when he seemed distracted. Yes, Beerus admitted, because lying to the boy wouldn't serve anyone. I told Frieza to handle the Saiyan problem. The Saiyans were violent, aggressive, and showed no signs of ever becoming anything but planet-conquering barbarians. King Vegeta was plotting rebellion. If I'd let them continue, they would have destabilized multiple sectors of Universe 7. So, I outsourced their destruction to Frieza. Did you feel bad about it? Goku asked. The question caught Beerus off guard. It was necessary. That's not what I asked. Goku's eyes were still innocent, but there was something ancient in them now, something that saw more than a child should. Did you feel bad? Beerus was silent for a long moment. Then slowly, yes, I felt bad. The Saiyans were violent, yes, but they were also warriors, proud, strong. They had potential if properly guided, but I was lazy. Instead of taking the time to see if they could be reformed, I took the easy path. I had Frieza wipe them out. He met Goku's gaze steadily. It was necessary, but that doesn't mean it was right. Goku nodded slowly as if something fundamental had clicked into place in his young mind. So being a god of destruction means making really hard choices, and sometimes feeling bad about them, but doing them anyway because they need to be done. Essentially, yes. Okay. Goku picked up his cookie again, seeming satisfied. Then I'll try to be good at the hard choices, but I'm still gonna feel bad sometimes. Is that okay? Beerus found himself smiling. A real smile, not his usual smirk. Yes, Goku, that's okay. In fact, he glanced at Whis, I think that might make you a better destroyer than I ever was. It happened on a Tuesday. Goku was in the middle of his evening training session, a brutal regimen that involved dodging Whis' staff while maintaining perfect meditation form, when he suddenly stopped, his entire body going rigid. Goku? Whis lowered his staff, concerned. Are you all right? The boy didn't answer. His eyes had gone blank, fixed on something in the sky above Beerus' planet. One of the realm's 3 moons, the largest one, the silver one, had just risen over the horizon. Full and bright and impossibly huge. Oh dear, Whis said quietly. What's wrong with him? Beerus emerged from the palace, holding a plate of fish. He took one look at Goku and dropped the plate. No, Whis, tell me he's not. Goku's body began to convulse. His power level, normally a steady 500, started spiking. 600, 700, 1,000, 1,500. His tail unwound from his waist, standing straight out behind him, the fur bristling. "The moon!" Beerus shouted. "Destroy the moon!" But it was too late. Goku threw his head back and screamed, a sound that was equal parts human child and primal beast. His body expanded, muscles bulging grotesquely beneath his skin. Fur erupted across his arms, his face, his chest. His mouth elongated into a snout filled with fangs. His eyes turned blood red. In seconds, the 5-year-old boy was gone. In his place stood a 40-foot-tall golden great ape, its power level reading at an impossible 5,000. The Ozaru, Goku's Ozaru, looked down at Beerus and Whis with those red, mindless eyes. Then it opened its mouth and fired a massive energy blast that vaporized half of the palace's western wing. "Goku!" Beerus dodged the blast, his own power flaring. "Snap out of it!" The great ape didn't recognize him. It saw only movement, only potential threats. It charged, each footstep cracking the dimensional foundations of Beerus's realm. Its fist came down like a meteor, and Beerus barely managed to redirect it into the ground instead of his face. The impact created a crater a mile wide. "My lord, we need to contain him." Whis erected a barrier around the Ozaru, but the beast simply roared and shattered it with raw power. His strength in this form is remarkable. 10 times his base power, and he's only 5 years old. I don't care how remarkable it is. Beerus fired a destruction beam, carefully calibrated to not kill Goku, just knock him out. But the Ozaru's instincts kicked in. It dodged with speed that shouldn't have been possible for something that size. "He's adapting," Whis observed, floating safely above the carnage. Even in his mindless state, his Saiyan battle instincts are learning, compensating. Less commentary, more helping. Beerus grappled with the Ozaru's arm, trying to force it down. The beast responded by trying to bite him. "Whis! The tail! Cut off the tail!" "Are you certain? Severing a Saiyan's tail can cause psychological trauma." "Do it!" Whis sighed and raised his staff. A blade of pure energy materialized, slicing through the air toward Goku's tail. The Ozaru moved. Impossibly fast. Its tail wrapped around Whis' staff and yanked, pulling the angel off balance for the first time in millennia. "Oh my," Whis said, genuinely surprised. The great ape roared in triumph, then turned its attention back to Beerus. It grabbed the god of destruction with both hands and threw him. Beerus crashed through 3 floating islands before managing to stop himself. "That's it!" Beerus's aura exploded outward, purple and terrifying. "I don't care if he's my apprentice, nobody throws the god of destruction." He appeared in front of the Ozaru in an instant, his fist cocked back. One punch, just one, and he could end this. Put Goku down hard enough that he'd transform back, learn a valuable lesson about losing control. The Ozaru looked at him with those red eyes, and for just a second, barely a fraction of a second, Beerus saw recognition. Not consciousness, not control, but something deeper. The beast recognized him as not food, not prey, not enemy, pack. The moment passed. The Ozaru's fist came down. Beerus caught it, held it, and slowly, carefully, Hal began to push back. "Listen to me, you oversized hairball," Beerus growled. "I know you're in there, Goku. Somewhere in that monkey brain, you can hear me. So hear this. You are not a mindless beast. You are my apprentice, my successor, and I will not have my successor lose control like some common Saiyan warrior." The Ozaru struggled, trying to break free, but Beerus held firm. "You want to destroy? Fine, I'll teach you to destroy properly, with control, with purpose." Beerus's eyes blazed. "But first, you're going to sit down and listen." He released the Ozaru's fist and delivered a single, precise strike to the beast's solar plexus. Not a killing blow, not even a particularly damaging one, but perfectly placed to stun. The great ape stumbled backward, gasping. "Now," Beerus said, landing on one of the floating islands and crossing his arms, "are you going to keep rampaging like an idiot, or are you going to think?" The Ozaru stared at him. Its chest heaved, power radiated off it in waves. Then, slowly, something changed. The red eyes flickered, the mindless rage receded, just slightly. And when the beast moved again, it wasn't an attack. It sat down. The impact shook the entire realm, but the Ozaru was no longer attacking. It sat, looking at Beerus with those red eyes, and waited. "Extraordinary," Whis breathed. "Lord Beerus, he's actually listening to you." "Of course he is," Beerus said, though he was just as surprised as Whis. "I'm his teacher. Even a mindless ape knows not to bite the hand that feeds it." He floated up to eye level with the Ozaru. Can you understand me, Goku? The great ape tilted its massive head. I'll take that as a maybe. Beerus gestured to the destruction around them, the shattered palace wing, the cratered landscape, the terrified birds fleeing in all directions. You did this. In less than 5 minutes, you destroyed half my realm. Do you know why? The Ozaru looked down at its hands as if seeing them for the first time. Because you lost control, Beerus continued. Because you let your instincts override your mind. That's what happens when Saiyans look at the full moon. They transform into great apes and rampage until they're either killed or they burn out their energy. He floated closer, close enough to touch the beast's massive snout. But you're not like other Saiyans. You're my student. And I don't train students who can't control themselves. The Ozaru's eyes flickered again, red to black, like a light switching on and off, fighting for control. That's it, Beerus encouraged. Fight it. You're stronger than your instincts. You're stronger than your biology. Prove it. The great ape threw its head back and roared. But this time, the sound was different. Not mindless. Not purely aggressive. It was frustration, struggle, effort. Lord Beerus, Whis warned, the strain might be too much for a child his age. He can handle it, Beerus said firmly. He destroyed a planet because he was angry about fish. He can handle a little transformation. He placed his hand on the Ozaru's snout. Come on, Goku. Come back. I know you're in there. The transformation didn't reverse. That would take destroying the moon or severing the tail. But slowly, impossibly, the Ozaru's eyes cleared. The red faded to a lighter pink, then to orange, then finally to a deep amber that was almost rational. The great ape looked at Beerus and spoke. Lore. B. Russ. The voice was distorted, grinding like rocks scraping together. But it was speech. Conscious speech. Soar. Re. Beerus felt something twist in his chest, an emotion he hadn't experienced in millions of years. Pride. Pure. Uncomplicated. Pride. Yeah, well, he said gruffly, you should be. You destroyed my dinner. He floated back, giving the Ozaru space. Now here's what's going to happen. You're going to sit there and not destroy anything else until sunrise. That's when the moon sets and you'll transform back. Think you can manage that? The Ozaru nodded slowly, carefully, like it was afraid any sudden movement might trigger another rampage. Good. Beerus turned to Whis. Get the barrier ready, just in case, but I think he's got it. Remarkable, Whis murmured, watching the great ape settle into a sitting position, consciously restraining its own destructive urges. 5 years old and already demonstrating control over the Ozaru form. Lord Beerus, do you understand what this means? It means I was right to take him in, Beerus said simply. They spent the rest of the night there, God, angel, and great ape, watching the moon track across the alien sky. The Ozaru didn't move except to breathe, didn't attack, didn't destroy, it simply was. And when the sun finally rose and the moon set, the transformation reversed. Goku collapsed in the center of the crater, naked and exhausted and covered in sweat, but alive, conscious. Beerus caught him before he hit the ground. You did well, the god of destruction said quietly, carrying the unconscious child back toward the palace. Better than any Saiyan I've ever seen. Even your father couldn't control the Ozaru form until he was an adult. Shall I repair the damage? Whis asked, gesturing to the destruction. No. Beerus looked at the shattered landscape, the testament to Goku's raw, untamed power. Leave it. Let him see what he did when he wakes up. Let him remember that power without control is just destruction without purpose. And if he's traumatized, Beerus glanced down at the sleeping child in his arms, at the tiny tail wrapped around his own wrist in an unconscious gesture of trust. Then we'll deal with it, he said. That's what teachers do. Goku woke to the smell of burning palace. His eyes snapped open, and for a moment he had no idea where he was. The ceiling above him was cracked, leaking what looked like liquid starlight. His body ached in places he didn't know could ache. His tail was sore. Really, really sore. Ah, you're awake. Whis appeared beside his bed, holding a tray with breakfast. How do you feel? Like I got hit by a planet, Goku groaned, sitting up. What happened? I remember training, and then the moon, and then... His eyes widened. Oh no. Did I transform into a 40-foot-tall rampaging great ape and destroy half of Lord Beerus's realm? Yes. Whis set the tray down, his expression serene. But you also managed to regain partial control, which is extraordinarily impressive for a 5-year-old. Most Saiyans never achieve conscious control of their Ozaru form. Goku's face fell. I destroyed Lord Beerus's home. He's going to be so mad. Actually, Lord Beerus specifically requested that I bring you outside once you'd eaten. Whis gestured to the window. He wants to show you something. Goku devoured his breakfast in record time. Saiyan metabolism demanded constant fuel and followed Whis out onto the observation deck. What he saw made his stomach drop. The western wing of the palace was gone, just gone. In its place was a massive crater, easily a mile wide and half a mile deep. Floating islands that had surrounded the palace were shattered, their pieces drifting slowly through the air like massive stone confetti. Even the sky looked wounded, strange colors bleeding through dimensional tears. And standing in the center of it all, arms crossed, was Lord Beerus. "Come here, Goku," the god of destruction called. Goku's tail drooped. He walked slowly down the steps, Whis floating beside him until he stood before Beerus in the middle of the destruction. "I'm sorry," Goku said immediately, bowing as low as he could. "I'm really, really sorry. I didn't mean to. I couldn't control. I'm sorry." "Look up," Beerus commanded. Goku raised his head, expecting to see anger. Instead, Beerus looked thoughtful. "Do you remember what happened?" Beerus asked. "Some of it." Goku's hands clenched into fists. "I remember seeing the moon and feeling weird. Then I got really big and everything went red and angry. But then," he frowned, concentrating, "then I heard your voice, and I tried really hard to listen. Did I hurt you?" "You threw me through 3 islands," Beerus said flatly. Goku's face went pale. "But," Beerus continued, "you also stopped when I told you to. You fought against your own instincts, against millions of years of Saiyan biology, and won. Do you understand how rare that is?" No? Saiyans transform into great apes when they see the full moon, Beerus explained, gesturing to the destruction around them. It's a survival mechanism from their primitive days. Multiply their power by 10, turn them into unstoppable beasts. But the cost is their sanity. Most Saiyans rampage until they collapse from exhaustion or someone cuts off their tail. He placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. "You didn't. You rampaged for maybe 5 minutes before you started fighting for control. By the end, you were actually talking to me. As a great ape. Conscious speech." Beerus's expression was something Goku had never seen before. Genuine respect. "That's not just rare, Goku. That's unprecedented." "But I still destroyed everything," Goku said quietly. "Yes, you did." Beerus knelt down to Goku's level, his golden eyes serious. "And that's why we're standing here. I want you to look at this destruction, Goku. Really look at it. Memorize it. Because this is what happens when you lose control. This is what your power can do when it's not guided by your mind." Goku turned slowly, taking in the full scope of the damage. A palace that had stood for millions of years, partially destroyed in minutes. He felt sick. "Being a god of destruction isn't about mindless rampage," Beerus continued. "It's about precision, purpose, control. Any idiot can blow up a planet, but a true destroyer knows when to destroy, how much to destroy, and, most importantly, when not to destroy." He stood, looking down at Goku. "You have incredible power, but power without control is just chaos, and chaos serves no one." "How do I get control?" Goku asked, his voice small but determined. Beerus smiled, a real smile, rare and genuine. "That's the right question, and lucky for you, you have the best teacher in the universe." He glanced at Whis. "Well, second best. Whis is technically better, but don't tell him I said that." "I heard that, my lord," Whis said cheerfully. "So starting today," Beerus announced, "your training changes. No more simple ki exercises, no more basic meditation. We're going to teach you what it really means to be a destroyer. Starting with the most important lesson, how to control yourself when everything in your body is screaming at you to lose control." Goku's tail perked up slightly. You're not going to cut off my tail?" "Absolutely not." Beerus's tone was firm. "Your tail is part of who you are, part of your Saiyan heritage. We're not going to remove it just because it's inconvenient." He smirked. "Besides, a destroyer who can control the Ozaru form, that's a weapon no other destroyer has. We'd be idiots to throw that away." For the first time since waking up, Goku smiled. "Thank you, Lord Beerus." "Don't thank me yet," Beerus warned. "The training to master the Ozaru form is brutal. It's going to hurt. You're going to fail. A A lot. You're gonna beg me to cut off your tail just to make it stop." His smirk widened. "But when you're done, you'll be the only Saiyan in history who can think clearly while transformed. Interested?" Goku's smile turned into a grin, that wild, battle-hungry Saiyan grin that Beerus had been waiting to see. "When do we start?" "Right now." Beerus turned to Whis. "We'll need the hyperbolic time chamber equivalent. What do we have?" "The temporal training dimension should suffice," Whis said, conjuring his staff. "Though I should warn you, the gravity in there is 100 times Earth standard. Are you certain Goku is ready?" "He destroyed half my palace as a 5-year-old, Beerus said. "He's ready." The temporal training dimension was a pocket reality, a space where time moved differently than the outside universe. One day outside equaled 1 year inside. Whis had created it millennia ago for training promising mortals who showed potential but lacked time. Goku had never seen anything like it. The dimension was empty, completely, utterly empty. No ground, no sky, just infinite white space in all directions. The only landmarks were floating platforms scattered at random intervals, each one gravitating independently. "Welcome to your new home for the next 3 days," Beerus announced, floating in the center of the void. "Which, for you, will be 3 years." 3 years? Goku's eyes widened. "But I'll be 8 when I come out." "Physically, yes. Mentally, hopefully much older." Beerus gestured to the emptiness. "This dimension has 3 key features. First, adjustable gravity, currently set to 100 times Earth standard. That means every movement you make requires 100 times more effort." Goku tried to take a step and nearly collapsed. His body felt like it was made of lead. "Second," Beerus continued, "adjustable time dilation. We can control how fast time passes. Third, and most importantly, artificial full moons." Whis tapped his staff and suddenly a massive silver moon appeared in the sky, or what passed for sky in the white void. Goku felt it immediately, that pull, that hunger. His tail bristled, his heart rate spiked. "Control it," Beerus commanded. "Don't transform, just feel it. Let the energy build, but keep it contained." Goku gritted his teeth, fighting against every instinct in his Saiyan biology. His body wanted to transform, wanted to grow and rage and destroy. But he focused on Beerus's voice, on the lessons from last night. Power without control is just chaos. The moon vanished. Goku collapsed, gasping. That was really hard." "That was the easy part," Beerus said. "You resisted for maybe 30 seconds. By the time we're done, you'll be able to stand under a full moon for hours without transforming. And when you do transform, you'll be in complete control." "How?" Goku panted. "Through repetition, failure, pain, and most importantly..." Beerus's aura flared, his power level rising until the entire dimension shook. "Through understanding what you really are." Year 1. The first year was hell. Every day, and in the temporal training dimension, day was a loose concept, followed the same brutal pattern. Morning, physical conditioning under 100x gravity, running, climbing, sparring. Goku's power level slowly increased from 500 to 800 as his body adapted. Afternoon, key control exercises. Learning to sense energy, suppress energy, manipulate energy into different forms. Whis was a patient but demanding teacher, accepting nothing less than perfection. Evening, moon exposure. Whis would create an artificial full moon, and Goku would have to resist transforming for as long as possible. At first, he lasted less than a minute before the Ozaru took over. By the end of year 1, he could resist for nearly 10 minutes. But the transformations were the worst part. Every time Goku transformed, he lost control. He'd rampage through the dimension, destroying the floating platforms, attacking anything that moved. Beerus would have to physically restrain him, hold him down until the transformation ended or his energy burned out. And every time, when Goku woke up afterward, he'd see the destruction he'd caused and feel that sick, hollow shame. "I'm not getting better," Goku said one day, sitting in the ruins of yet another platform he'd destroyed. He was 6 now, physically. His body had grown, become leaner and stronger, but his face still held the softness of childhood. "I still lose control every time." "You're lasting longer," Beerus pointed out. He was repairing a crack in his armor. Goku had gotten a good hit in during the last transformation. "First time, you transformed instantly. Now you can resist for 10 minutes. That's progress. But I still transform, and when I do, I still go crazy. Because you're fighting it wrong." Beerus set down his armor. You're trying to suppress the transformation, bottle it up until it explodes. That's not control. That's just delayed loss of control. Then what should I do? Accept it. Beerus walked over, sitting down beside Goku. The Ozaru form isn't your enemy, Goku. It's part of you, part of your heritage. Instead of fighting against it, you need to merge with it. Let the transformation happen, but stay conscious through it. Ride the wave instead of trying to stop it. Goku looked at his hands, small child's hands that had destroyed so much. What if I can't? What if I'm just a monster? Then you'd be a monster who apologizes afterward, Beerus said. Monsters don't feel remorse, Goku. They don't care about the damage they cause. You do. That makes you not a monster. Just someone learning to control something very, very difficult. Did you ever lose control? Goku asked quietly. When you were learning to be a destroyer? Beerus was silent for a long moment. Then, once. When I first received my destroyer power, I was so overwhelmed by the energy that I destroyed 3 galaxies before my attendant, Whis' predecessor, managed to knock me unconscious. Billions of lives gone in seconds. All because I didn't know how to control what I'd been given. Goku's eyes widened. Really? Really. Being a god doesn't mean being perfect, Goku. It means having the power to make mistakes on a cosmic scale and the responsibility to learn from them. Beerus stood, offering his hand. Come on, let's try again. But this time, when you feel the transformation coming, don't fight it. Let it happen, and I'll be right there with you. Goku took his hand and they walked back to the training area. Year 2. Breakthrough came on day 187 of Year 2. Goku had spent months practicing Beerus' advice, letting the transformation happen instead of fighting it. But every time, the moment his body began to change, his consciousness would slip away like water through his fingers. Until it didn't. Whis created the artificial moon. Goku felt the pull, but this time, instead of gritting his teeth and trying to resist, he breathed. This is part of me, not an enemy, part of me. The transformation began. His body expanded, fur sprouted, his snout elongated, and Goku stayed conscious. It was like being underwater. His thoughts came slower, heavier, weighted down by instinct and aggression. The Ozaru's mind was simpler, more primal, hungry, angry, want to fight, want to destroy, want to... No, Goku thought, his human consciousness surfacing like a swimmer breaking water. I decide what I want. The great ape's body stopped mid-rampage. It looked down at its massive hands, confused. The red in its eyes flickered to amber. Goku? Beerus called, keeping his distance but ready to intervene. Can you hear me? The Ozaru's head turned slowly, consciously, toward Beerus. Its mouth opened, and with tremendous effort it spoke. Russ can hear you. Outstanding, Whis clapped his hands. Lord Beerus, he's done it. He's maintained consciousness through the transformation. Can you move? Beerus asked. Deliberately, not just on instinct? The great ape lifted one massive hand, opened and closed its fingers, then carefully, so carefully, placed it on the ground instead of smashing it down. The movement was clumsy, uncoordinated, like a baby learning to crawl. But it was controlled. Good, Beerus said, his voice carrying approval. Now, without destroying anything, I want you to walk to that platform. He pointed to a floating island about 50 yards away. The Ozaru looked at the platform, looked at its feet, took a step. The ground cracked under its weight, but the platform survived. Another step. Another. The great ape moved like it was walking through syrup, every motion requiring intense concentration, but it made it. Crossed 50 yards without destroying anything. How does it feel? Beerus asked. Strong, the Ozaru rumbled. Heavy, hard, think. That's because you're operating on 2 levels now, Whis explained, floating up to the great ape's eye level. Your human or Saiyan consciousness is trying to direct a body 10 times larger and 100 times stronger than you're used to. It's like learning to walk all over again. The Ozaru nodded slowly, the motion surprisingly human despite its bestial form. This is just the first step, Beerus said. Now you need to practice. Move, fight, destroy, all while staying conscious. By the time we're done, being an Ozaru should feel as natural as being in your base form. Over the next months, that's exactly what Goku did. He learned to walk without cracking the ground, to pick up objects without crushing them, to speak clearly, though his voice remained distorted, and eventually, to fight. Beerus would spar with Goku's Ozaru form, teaching him to channel the 10 times power boost without losing control. At first, Goku would slip back into mindlessness the moment combat started. The Saiyan battle instinct was too strong. But gradually, with practice and patience, he learned to stay present even in the heat of battle. By the end of year 2, Goku could maintain his Ozaru form for up to 3 hours before exhaustion forced him back. His power level in base form had risen to 20,500, which meant his Ozaru form clocked in at 25,000. Respectable, though still nothing compared to Beerus's immeasurable power level. But it wasn't about the numbers, it was about the control. "You've mastered the transformation," Beerus announced one day, after Goku had maintained consciousness for a full 5-hour session. "Most Saiyans spend their entire lives never achieving what you've done in 2 years. You should be proud." "I am," Goku said, reverting back to his 7-year-old form. He'd grown taller over the 2 years, leaner, his face losing some of its childish roundness. His tail was stronger too, able to lift his entire body weight. "But, Lord Beerus, what's the point?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, why did I need to learn this? We could have just cut off my tail or destroyed the moon or lots of easier things. Why go through all this training just to control the Ozaru form?" Beerus smiled. "Because Goku, being a god of destruction, isn't about taking the easy path. It's about mastering every aspect of your power. Your tail, your Ozaru form. They're not weaknesses, they're tools. And a good destroyer knows how to use every tool at his disposal." He placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. "Besides, you're not just any Saiyan, you're my apprentice, and I don't do things halfway." Year 3. The final year was different. Goku had mastered the Ozaru form. He could transform at will, no moon needed. He'd learned to trigger it through conscious energy manipulation and maintain full control indefinitely. Physically, he'd grown stronger, his power level reaching 5,000 in base form. But Beerus insisted there was one more lesson to learn. Destruction, the god of destruction announced, is not just physical. True destruction, the kind a god of destruction must master, requires understanding what you're destroying and why. They stood in the white void, and with a wave of Whis' staff, the emptiness was replaced by something else. A planet. Small, contained within the dimension, but fully realized. It had oceans, continents, forests, and, most importantly, it had life. Goku could sense them. Billions of tiny energy signatures, each one representing a living being. "This is a simulation," Whis explained. "The life forms aren't real, they're constructs I've created. But they behave like real beings. They're born, they live, they die. They have civilizations, cultures, relationships." "Why are you showing me this?" Goku asked, though part of him already knew. "Because," Beerus said, "I want you to destroy it." Goku's tail wrapped tight around his waist. "Destroy the planet, wipe out all life on it. Show me that you can do what a god of destruction must eventually do." Beerus's expression was unreadable. "This is your final test, Goku. Prove that you can make the hard choice." Goku stared at the planet. Even though he knew intellectually that the life wasn't real, he could feel them. Their energy, their existence, their living. "Why?" Goku asked. "Why do I have to destroy them? What did they do wrong?" "Nothing," Beerus said. "They're not evil, not dangerous, not threatening anyone. They're just there, taking up space, consuming resources, existing." He crossed his arms. "But let's say their sun is dying. In 10 years, it will go supernova and create a black hole that will destroy 100 inhabited systems. The only way to prevent that is to destroy this planet now, which will somehow, don't ask me for the astrophysics, stabilize the star." "Is that true?" Goku asked. "Would destroying this planet really save 100 others? In this scenario, yes." Beerus tilted his head. "So, what do you do?" Goku looked at the planet, at the billions of lives that had no idea they were about to die, at the civilizations that would never know why their world ended. He raised his hand, energy gathering in his palm, and lowered it. "I can't," Goku said quietly. "I know it's the right choice. I know saving 100 planets is better than saving one. But I can't. I can't just kill them without trying to find another way first." "There is no other way," Beerus said. "I'm telling you, this is the only option. Then I'd look for one anyway." Goku's eyes met Beerus's, defiant and sad at the same time. "I'd go to the planet, I'd tell them what was happening, I'd give them a chance to evacuate or to fix their sun or something, and only if there was absolutely no other choice, if every option was exhausted and time ran out, would I..." He trailed off. Would you what? Would I destroy them? Goku finished, his voice barely a whisper. Because someone has to. Because letting 100 planets die to save one is worse. But I'd feel terrible about it. Forever. Beerus was silent for a long moment. Then he smiled, a strange, sad smile. Wrong answer, he said. Goku's face fell. I failed? No, Whis interjected, stepping forward. Lord Beerus, if I may? Go ahead. Whis knelt down to Goku's level, now 8 years old, nearly 4 feet tall, with the lean muscle of a warrior in training. Goku, do you know why Lord Beerus destroyed planet Vegeta? Because the Saiyans were getting too strong, Goku recited. Because they were violent and might rebel. Because he told Frieza to... Because I was lazy, Beerus interrupted. That's the real reason. I could have taken the time to reform the Saiyans, to guide them toward better purpose. But it was easier to just eliminate the problem. And that decision, that lazy, easy decision, is why Universe 7's mortal level is so low. Why the Grand Priest keeps threatening to have this universe erased. He walked over to the simulated planet, placing his hand against its surface. A god of destruction who destroys without thinking, without trying every other option first, is just a cosmic janitor, taking out the trash without considering if that trash could be recycled, repurposed, saved. Beerus looked back at Goku. You gave the wrong answer for a traditional god of destruction. But you gave the right answer for what a god of destruction should be. Someone who destroys only when absolutely necessary. Someone who feels the weight of every life taken. Someone who never stops looking for alternatives, even when the easy path is right there. He walked back, placing both hands on Goku's shoulders. You're going to be a better destroyer than I ever was, Goku, because you actually give a damn. Goku felt something wet on his cheeks and realized he was crying. I don't want to kill people, Lord Beerus, even if it's necessary, even if it saves more lives. I don't want that to be easy for me. Good, Beerus said softly. Never let it become easy. The day it becomes easy is the day you stop being worthy of the title. He pulled Goku into an awkward, unpracticed hug, the first physical affection he'd shown in 3 years. Welcome to the burden of godhood, kid. It never gets lighter. You just get stronger at carrying it. Whis dismissed the simulated planet with a wave of his staff, returning them to the white void. I believe that concludes your training in the temporal dimension. Shall we return to the main realm? Yeah, Goku said, wiping his eyes. I want to go home. Then, let's go. Beerus ruffled Goku's hair, a gesture so casual and paternal that Whis had to hide his smile. We've been gone 3 days in real time. I'm sure my palace has been repaired by now. They stepped through the dimensional portal, leaving the white void behind. Goku emerged changed. Not just physically, though 3 years of training had transformed him from a small child to a lean, capable young warrior, but mentally, emotionally. He'd learned what it meant to have power and what it cost to use it. Life settled into a rhythm after the temporal training dimension. Goku trained every day under Whis' supervision, learning not just combat, but philosophy, cosmic history, the delicate balance of universal politics. Beerus was a more hands-off teacher, appearing for sparring sessions or to deliver cryptic wisdom before disappearing for 6-month naps. But Goku was growing stronger, faster, more capable. His base power level had reached 8,000 by age 8, absurdly high for a child, though still nothing compared to elite adult warriors. He could suppress his energy to nearly 0 or flare it to intimidate opponents. He'd mastered the Ozaru form completely, able to transform and revert at will, and he'd begun to understand what destruction really meant. Lord Beerus, Goku asked one afternoon, watching Whis prepare lunch, do we ever actually do anything, like destroyer things? Beerus looked up from his nap pod. What do you mean? I mean, you've been asleep for 6 months. Before that, you were awake for 2 weeks and you spent the whole time eating. When do you actually destroy stuff? When I feel like it, Beerus said. Or when the universe needs it. Why? Because... Goku struggled to articulate his thought. Because I've been training for 3 years. Well, 3 days real time, but 3 years for me. And I've never actually seen you do your job. What does a god of destruction do? Beerus and Whis exchanged a look. You know what? Beerus said, standing and stretching. That's a fair point. Whis, what's our schedule like? Completely empty, my lord, as always. Perfect. Beerus grinned, that sharp, predatory grin that meant he was about to do something interesting. Goku, how would you like to see what real destruction looks like? They traveled via Whis' staff, instantaneous teleportation across billions of light years, to a planet in Universe 7's eastern quadrant. The planet was called Chromac. It orbited a red dwarf star, was home to approximately 8 billion sentient beings, and according to Whis' briefing, was in desperate need of destruction. Why? Goku asked as they floated above the planet's atmosphere. What did they do? They're killing their own planet, Beerus explained, pulling up a holographic display. Look, the display showed Chromac's surface. What should have been oceans were toxic sludge. What should have been forests were barren wastelands. The atmosphere was choked with pollution, and the people, bug-like creatures with multiple limbs and crystalline exoskeletons, continued to strip mine, burn, and consume every resource they could find. They've been warned, Whis added. The Supreme Kai visited them 3 times over the last millennium, explaining that their current path leads to extinction. They ignored every warning. And now, he zoomed in on the planet's core. Their industrial processes have destabilized the core. In approximately 50 years, the planet will tear itself apart. So they're doomed anyway, Goku said. Why do we need to destroy them? Because, Beerus said, when their planet tears itself apart, it will send debris flying through this entire sector. 3 inhabited moons, 2 space stations, and a developing civilization on the neighboring planet will all be hit. Total casualties, 13 billion lives. Goku's eyes widened. So we destroy 8 billion to save 13 billion? No, Beerus corrected. We destroy 8 billion who were killing themselves anyway to save 13 billion who did nothing wrong. He looked at Goku. This is what I do, Goku. This is what we do. It's not about punishment or judgment. It's about triage, choosing who lives when not everyone can. He raised his hand and a sphere of purple destruction energy formed in his palm. Hakai, the power to erase anything from existence. Watch closely. This is important. Beerus hurled the sphere toward Chromac. It struck the planet's surface and spread like oil on water, purple energy consuming everything it touched. The planet didn't explode. It didn't shatter. It simply ceased. Buildings, mountains, oceans, people, all of it erased in seconds. In less than a minute, Chromac was gone. No debris, no explosion, just empty space where a planet used to be. Goku felt sick. 8 billion lives, Whis said quietly, gone, but 13 billion saved. They didn't even know it was coming, Goku whispered. They were just living their lives, and then nothing. That's mercy, Beerus said, dispelling the Hakai energy. They felt no pain, no fear. One moment they existed, the next they didn't. It's kinder than letting them suffocate over the next 50 years as their planet slowly died. Does that make it right? Goku asked. No, Beerus admitted. It makes it necessary. Right and necessary aren't always the same thing. He placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. You asked to see what I do. This is it. And someday, this will be your responsibility. Can you handle that? Goku looked at the empty space where Chromac used to be. At the stars visible now that the planet wasn't blocking them. At the 3 moons in the distance, moons full of people who had no idea they'd just been saved. I don't know, Goku said honestly. But I'll try. That's all I can do, right? Try. That's all any of us can do, Beerus agreed. They stood there in silence, god, angel, and apprentice, surrounded by the vast indifference of space, and Goku learned the most important lesson of all. Destruction wasn't about power. It was about choice, and choices had weight, time skip. Goku was meditating, a daily practice now as natural as breathing, when Whis interrupted. Goku, there's something I think you should see. Goku opened his eyes. He was 12 now. Physically, nearly 5 feet tall, lean and muscular from constant training. His power level had reached 50,000 in base form, 500,000 as an Ozaru. He'd learned the basics of God Ki, though he couldn't access it reliably yet. What is it? He asked, standing and stretching. Whis tapped his staff and the crystal orb at its tip glowed. An image appeared. Earth. The blue planet Goku had been meant to reach as an infant. And on that planet, Goku saw something that made his heart stop. Another Saiyan. The Saiyan was fighting, brutally, viciously, against 3 Earth warriors. One was a green-skinned humanoid with pointed ears, one was a small, bald human, and one was an elderly man with a long white beard. But it was the Saiyan that captured Goku's attention. He looked almost exactly like Goku, same wild hair, same tail, same fierce expression, but older, stronger, and clearly losing. Who is that? Goku breathed. His name is Raditz, Whis said. Your older brother. The words hit Goku like a physical blow. My brother? Yes, he arrived on Earth approximately 2 years ago on a mission from Frieza, but something went wrong. He was defeated, imprisoned, and eventually... Whis fast-forwarded the images. Reformed, quite remarkably actually. Goku watched, transfixed, as the images showed Raditz's journey, his imprisonment at Earth's lookout, his gradual rehabilitation under the watchful eye of the Green Warrior, Piccolo, his meeting with a woman who had blue hair, their relationship developing. He got married, Goku said, stunned. My brother got married. 2 years ago, to a woman named Launch, and 3 months ago, Whis smiled gently, she gave birth to a son. The image shifted, showing a small dwelling, modest by any standard, but clearly well-loved. Inside, Raditz held an infant wrapped in blankets. The baby had Saiyan hair, wild and untamable, and a tiny tail wrapped around Raditz's finger. His name is Gohan, Whis continued, named after the human who died trying to protect Earth from Raditz. It was an act of atonement, I believe. Goku couldn't speak. He watched as Raditz actually smiled down at the baby. It was an expression Goku had never imagined a Saiyan warrior could make. Soft, gentle, full of love. That's my nephew, Goku finally managed. I have a nephew. You do, Whis confirmed, and a brother who has done something extraordinary. He chose peace over violence, family over conquest. He's become everything the old Saiyan Empire would have despised. He looked at Goku. He's become what you might have been if you'd landed on Earth as intended. Goku's hand pressed against the image, as if he could touch them through the crystal. Can I go there? Meet them? No. Beerus's voice cut in. The god of destruction had been listening from his nap pod. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But they're my family. They're mortals, Beerus said, floating over. And you're a god in training. The two don't mix, Goku. If you go to Earth, you'll only complicate things for them and for yourself. Lord Beerus is correct, Whis said, though his tone was sympathetic. Your destiny and theirs have diverged. You're being trained to be a god of destruction. Immortal, eternal, separate from mortal concerns. If you form attachments to your mortal family, it will only cause pain when they inevitably age and die while you remain unchanged. But I could protect them, Goku argued. I could keep them safe from... From what? Beerus interrupted. From life? From their own choices? From the natural consequences of being mortal? He shook his head. That's not protection, Goku. That's interference, and it never ends well. Goku looked back at the image of Raditz and baby Gohan, his brother, his nephew, family he'd never known he had, living lives he'd never be part of. Can I at least watch them? Goku asked quietly. Sometimes? Beerus and Whis exchanged a look. Once per year, Beerus decided. Whis can show you how they're doing. But that's it. No visiting, no interfering, no contact of any kind. Understood? Sure, Goku said, though his heart felt heavy. Over the years that followed, those annual viewings became precious to Goku. He watched as Raditz trained young Gohan in martial arts, teaching him about Saiyan heritage while instilling Earth's values of compassion and restraint. He watched as Launch, both versions of her, proved to be a surprisingly formidable mother and fighter. He watched as Gohan grew from infant to toddler to young child, and he watched as Raditz slowly built a life Goku could never have, a life with family, friends, purpose beyond destruction. It should have made him jealous. Instead, it made him hopeful. If Raditz could change, could choose something better than what Saiyans were supposed to be, then maybe Goku could too. Maybe being a destroyer didn't mean being alone. Maybe there was a way to balance the cosmic responsibility with the fundamental need for connection. But those were thoughts for later. For now, Goku had training to complete. Time skip. Today, Beerus announced, you learn about Hakai. Goku looked up from his meditation. He was 15 now, physically, 5'6", lean but powerfully built. His power level had reached 200,000 in base form. He'd mastered his Ozaru transformation completely and had begun to understand the basics of God Ki, though full access remained elusive. Hakai? Goku repeated. That's the purple energy you use to destroy things, right? It's more than just energy, Beerus corrected. Hakai, destruction energy, is the fundamental power of a god of destruction. It doesn't just destroy matter, it erases existence itself. A being destroyed by Hakai doesn't die and go to the afterlife. They simply cease. No soul, no energy, nothing. Complete erasure. Goku felt a chill run down his spine. That's permanent? Forever? Forever and beyond, was confirmed. It's why gods of destruction must be chosen so carefully. Hakai is the ultimate power and the ultimate responsibility. Once something is destroyed by Hakai, even the Dragon Balls cannot restore it. Then why would anyone use it? Goku asked. If it's that final? Because some things need to be permanently removed, Beerus said. Cosmic threats that keep returning, entities that corrupt reality itself, beings that spread like cancer across universes. He gestured and a small rock appeared floating between them. But before we discuss philosophy, let's start with practice. This rock. Destroy it with Hakai. How? Feel your destruction energy, the same energy that makes you want to fight, to compete, to overcome. Channel it outward, but instead of expressing it as force or heat, express it as absence, as the desire for the thing to simply not exist anymore. Goku focused on the rock. He could sense its energy, its existence, its simple being. He gathered his power, shaped it like he'd been taught, and released. Nothing happened. It's harder than it looks, Beerus observed. Hakai requires more than just power. It requires intent, conviction. You have to mean it when you erase something. Try again. Goku tried, and tried, and tried. For hours, he attempted to channel Hakai energy, but the rock remained stubbornly intact. His regular ki blasts could pulverize it, but true Hakai, the complete erasure, eluded him. I don't understand, Goku said, frustrated. I can feel the energy, but when I try to use it, it just slips away. Because you don't want to, Whis observed. Subconsciously, you're resisting. You don't truly want the rock to cease existing. It's a rock, Goku protested. Why would I care? You wouldn't, Beerus agreed. But your hesitation isn't about the rock. It's about what the rock represents. You're resisting Hakai itself, resisting the idea of complete permanent erasure. Part of you finds it wrong. Goku was silent because Beerus was right. The idea of erasing something so thoroughly that even its soul was gone, it felt like going too far, like crossing a line that shouldn't be crossed. I'm not saying you're wrong to feel that way, Beerus continued. That moral hesitation is part of what makes you different from other destroyers. But you need to understand, there will come a time when Hakai is the only option, when mercy would be cruel and erasure is kindness. And in that moment, your hesitation could cost billions of lives. He waved his hand, and suddenly the rock was replaced by something else, a holographic projection of a creature, twisted, nightmarish, made of screaming faces and grasping limbs. This is a soul eater, Beerus explained, a cosmic parasite that feeds on the life force of entire planets. Every being it consumes becomes part of its body, trapped in eternal agony. It cannot be killed by conventional means. Destroy its body and it reforms. Seal it and it eventually breaks free. The only way to truly stop it is Hakai, complete erasure. He looked at Goku. If you encountered one of these, and you couldn't use Hakai because of moral hesitation, how many worlds would you let it devour? How many souls would you condemn to eternal torment because you were too squeamish to do what needed to be done? Goku stared at the projection, at the screaming faces, and felt something inside him shift. I understand. Do you? Beerus dismissed the projection, bringing back the simple rock. Then prove it. This rock represents a soul eater. It's killed billions. It will kill billions more unless you stop it. Erase it. Now. Goku focused on the rock, but this time he didn't see stone. He saw the projection, the screaming faces, the suffering that would continue if he failed. His hand glowed purple. The energy felt different this time. Not just power, but purpose. The conviction that this thing needed to end permanently for the sake of everything else. Hakai, Goku whispered. The rock didn't explode, didn't shatter. It simply ceased to exist, erased from reality so completely that even the space it had occupied seemed to forget it had ever been there. Goku stared at his hand, at the fading purple energy. He'd done it. His first successful Hakai. He felt sick. That's normal, Whis said gently, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. The first time is always difficult. You just erased something from existence. That weight is real. Will it get easier? Goku asked. Technically, yes, Beerus said. But if you're smart, you'll never let it become easy. The day Hakai stops bothering you is the day you've stopped being worthy of using it. Goku nodded, understanding even if he didn't like it. What now? Now you practice, Beerus said. Over and over until you can use Hakai as easily as breathing. But always, always, Remember what it means, what it costs, what you're taking from the universe every time you use it. Time skip. Goku was 17, physically. His power level had reached 500,000 in base form, high enough that he could feel the weight of it the way his presence bent space slightly just by existing. He'd accessed God Ki in brief bursts, though sustained use still eluded him. He was in the middle of a meditation session when he felt it, a massive spike of energy from Earth. Multiple energy signatures, all of them hostile, all of them heading toward one location. Raditz, Gohan, they were in danger. Whis, Goku shouted, running to the observation deck. Earth! Something's happening on Earth! Whis appeared immediately, his staff already glowing. The crystal orb showed the scene. 2 Saiyans had landed on Earth. One was massive, bald, wore Saiyan armor. The other was shorter but radiated authority, a prince's bearing in every movement. Vegeta and Nappa, the last of the Saiyan elite, and they were heading straight for Raditz's location. No, Goku breathed, watching as the Z fighters assembled. Piccolo, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, Chiaotzu, and Raditz, power level flaring as he prepared to defend his adopted home. Young Gohan, now 8 years old, stood behind his father, trying to be brave despite his obvious fear. We should go, Goku said immediately. We have to. No, Beerus cut him off, appearing behind them. Absolutely not. But they're going to die. Goku's power flared, purple God Ki sparking around his aura. Raditz's power level is maybe 15,000. Nappa is 40,000. Vegeta is over 180,000. They don't stand a chance. Then they'll lose, Beerus said coldly, and die, and be reborn. That's how mortality works. You can't mean that, Goku turned, his eyes blazing. They're my family, my brother, my nephew. They're mortals, Beerus interrupted. And you're not. You gave up the right to interfere in mortal affairs when you agreed to become a destroyer. If you go down there, you're not Raditz's brother anymore. Gods, you're a god playing favorites. Do you understand what that means? I don't care. Goku's hands clenched into fists. I won't just watch them die. You will. Beerus's voice went deadly serious, because that's the burden of being a god. We watch. We observe. We only interfere when the balance of the entire universe is at stake. 2 Saiyans having a conflict? That's not universal balance. That's personal attachment, and personal attachments are a luxury you can't afford. On Whis' staff, the battle had begun. Cybermen were planted, small green creatures that exploded. Yamcha died in a massive blast, and Goku felt each death like a knife to the gut. Lord Beerus, Whis said carefully, perhaps a compromise? What if Goku simply observed, in person but from a distance? No interference, but at least he could be close enough to do what? Beerus snapped. To torture himself watching people he cares about die? How is that better? Because, Goku said quietly, his power dropping as he forced himself to calm down, if I stay here, I'll always wonder if I could have made a difference. But if I'm there, and I still don't interfere, then I'll know. I'll know that following the rules was more important than saving them, and I'll either accept that or I won't. Either way, I'll have an answer. Beerus studied him for a long moment. Then, fine. But you don't interfere. You don't reveal yourself. You just watch. If you break that rule, if you intervene even once, your training ends. I'll send you to a random planet and you'll live out your life as a mortal. Understood? Understood, Goku said. Then go, Beerus gestured. Whis will take you. But remember, Goku, you're there as a god, not as a brother. Act accordingly. Goku appeared on Earth in an instant. Whis' transportation was truly instantaneous. They materialized high above the battlefield, invisible and intangible, able to observe, but not interact. And Goku watched as his brother fought for his life. Raditz was strong, stronger than Goku remembered from the annual viewings. He'd been training hard, but it wasn't enough. Nappa was overwhelming, brutal. He killed Chiaotzu with a single blast, crippled Tien. Piccolo fought desperately, but was outmatched. And through it all, young Gohan, Goku's nephew, stood trembling, trying to be brave, trying to protect his fallen father. I have to help, Goku whispered, his power flaring involuntarily. Whis, I have to. You cannot, Whis said firmly. Lord Beerus was clear. If you interfere, then everything I've trained for is over, I know. Goku's fists clenched so hard his nails drew blood. But how can I just watch? How can I be a god if being a god means abandoning the people I love? Because being a god means understanding that individual lives, even lives you care about, are less important than universal balance, Whis said. It's not fair. It's not kind, but it's necessary. Below, Raditz was struggling to stand. Nappa laughed, raising his hand for the killing blow, and Goku's power exploded. Purple God Ki erupted around him, visible even through Whis' concealment spell. The sheer pressure of his energy created a localized storm, and for just a moment, everyone on the battlefield froze, sensing the massive power above them. Goku, no! Whis grabbed his arm. You gave your word. I know, Goku screamed, tears streaming down his face. I know I can't interfere, I know the rules. But it hurts, Whis. Watching them suffer hurts more than anything I've ever felt. I know, Whis said softly. I know it does. Below, the moment passed. Nappa's hand came down, and Piccolo intercepted the blow, sacrificing himself to save Raditz. No, Goku whispered. Piccolo fell. Raditz screamed, and young Gohan, 8-year-old Gohan, something inside him snapped. Power erupted from the child, raw, untrained, but massive. His eyes went blank white, his aura became a raging inferno, and he charged at Nappa with strength that dwarfed everyone on the battlefield. Incredible, Whis breathed. That child's potential is extraordinary. His power level just jumped to over 100,000. Gohan's fist connected with Nappa's face, and the massive Saiyan went flying, crashed through mountains, created craters. Finish him, Vegeta barked. Nappa, stop playing around! But it was too late. Gohan, fueled by rage at seeing his father beaten, at watching Piccolo die, had achieved something rare, a temporary ascension beyond his normal limits. For just a few minutes, the 8-year-old was the strongest fighter on the battlefield. He didn't kill Nappa, but he hurt him. Badly. And when Nappa finally recovered enough to stand, Vegeta did something unexpected. He executed his own partner with a single blast. Worthless, Vegeta spat. If you can't defeat a child, you're no use to me. Goku watched as Vegeta prepared to face the Z-Fighters himself. Watched as Raditz, broken and bleeding, struggled to his feet. Watched as Gohan's power burned out, leaving him unconscious and defenseless. And Goku needed to interfere. Every instinct in his Saiyan blood screamed at him to dive down there, to protect his family, to show Vegeta what a real Saiyan warrior could do. But he didn't. Because he'd given his word. Because Beerus was right, personal attachment couldn't override cosmic responsibility. Because being a god meant making impossible choices and living with the consequences. So Goku stayed in the sky, watched, and wept. I hate this, he said to Whis. I hate being a god if this is what it means. I know, Whis said. Lord Beerus hates it too, that's why he sleeps so much. It's easier than watching mortals suffer and knowing you can't help without disrupting the balance. Below, the battle reached its climax. Vegeta was dominating, preparing to destroy the entire planet out of spite. And then something unexpected happened. A massive power signature appeared, not from Earth, but from above. And when Goku turned to look, Lord Beerus? Whis sounded genuinely surprised. The god of destruction himself appeared above the battlefield, visible to everyone. His purple aura crackled with barely contained power, and his golden eyes surveyed the scene with cold calculation. Vegeta, Prince of Saiyans, Beerus' voice rang out across the battlefield. I am Beerus, god of destruction for Universe 7, and I'm telling you, officially, leave this planet now. Vegeta's face went white. Ah, a god of destruction? But that's impossible, I thought. Leave, Beerus repeated, or I'll destroy you where you stand. It wasn't a threat, it was a statement of fact. Vegeta looked at the Z-Fighters, at Raditz, at the Earth he'd been about to destroy, then back at Beerus. Pride warred with survival instinct. Survival won. Fine, Vegeta spat. This mudball isn't worth dying over. He powered up, preparing to leave, then paused, looking directly at where Goku was hidden. But I felt that energy earlier, that massive power. There's a strong fighter hiding here somewhere, and I will return to face them. Then he was gone, rocketing into space. The battle was over. Beerus descended slowly, landing near where Raditz lay. The Saiyan looked up at the god of destruction with awe and terror. Why? Raditz managed. Why did you save us? I didn't save you, Beerus said. I saved this planet. Earth has potential. I'd rather not see it destroyed by a temper tantrum. He glanced up briefly, so briefly that only Goku would notice, and his expression softened slightly. Consider it a one-time intervention. Don't expect it again. Then he vanished, reappearing next to Goku and Whis. Lord Beerus, Whis said carefully, that was highly irregular. You specifically told Goku not to interfere, and yet... I didn't interfere, Beerus interrupted. I stopped a planet from being destroyed without cause. That's well within my purview as a destroyer. He looked at Goku, who was staring at him with something like worship. And before you thank me, know this. I didn't do it for you. I did it because Vegeta was about to destroy a planet out of wounded pride, and that's a waste of universal resources. Nothing more. But Goku could see the lie in his eyes. Beerus had intervened because Goku couldn't. Had saved Raditz because his apprentice had followed the rules even when it cost him everything. Thank you, Goku said quietly. Don't thank me, Beerus grumbled, turning away. Just learn from this. Learn what it costs to be a god, and decide if you can live with that cost. I can, Goku said. I will. They returned to Beerus's planet, leaving Earth behind. Below, Raditz held his unconscious son, the Z-fighters tended their wounds, and the planet began to heal. And Goku learned the second most important lesson of his training. Being a god meant sometimes you had to watch people suffer. But if you were lucky, truly lucky, you might have a teacher who understood that even gods needed mercy sometimes. Later that night. Goku couldn't sleep. He lay in his quarters, a simple room by godly standards but comfortable, staring at the ceiling and replaying the battle in his mind. Raditz's desperation, Gohan's rage, Piccolo's sacrifice, and his own helplessness. A knock on his door. Come in, Goku called, already knowing who it was. Beerus entered, looking unusually somber. He sat on the edge of Goku's bed, a gesture so casual and paternal that it shocked Goku into silence. You did well today, Beerus said. I didn't do anything. Exactly. You followed the rules when every instinct told you to break them. You watched your family suffer and didn't interfere. That takes strength, Goku. More strength than destroying a planet. It doesn't feel like strength, Goku said quietly. It feels like cowardice. I know, but it's not. Beerus was quiet for a moment. I broke my own rule today. Interfered when I told you not to. Do you know why? Because you felt sorry for me? Because I remembered what it was like to be young and full of conviction, before millions of years of destruction wore away my ability to care. Beerus looked at his hands. I destroyed 3 galaxies when I first became a god. Billions of lives gone because I couldn't control my power, and afterward I swore I'd never let emotion override my duty again. For millions of years I kept that promise. He looked at Goku. But watching you today, watching you hurt so much but still hold to your word, I realized something. Maybe emotion isn't weakness. Maybe caring isn't a liability. Maybe a god of destruction who actually gives a damn about the lives he takes is exactly what Universe 7 needs. You think I can be that? Goku asked. I think you already are, Beerus said. You just need time to grow into it. He stood, moving toward the door. Get some sleep. Tomorrow we start the next phase of your training, something I've never taught anyone before. What's that? Beerus smiled, a real smile, warm and proud. How to be a destroyer who also protects. He left, closing the door softly behind him. And Goku finally slept, his dreams full of purple energy and distant stars, and a family he loved, but could never truly know. Goku was 15 years old, physically, and stronger than he'd ever imagined possible. His base power level had reached 3 million. Absurd for a Saiyan his age, the result of 13 years of training under a god of destruction and an angel. He could access God Ki in sustained bursts now, pushing his power to levels that made space itself tremble. His Ozaru form was perfect, controllable, a weapon he could deploy at will, but he still hadn't achieved it. The transformation that defined what it meant to be a Saiyan. Super Saiyan. You're overthinking it, Whis observed, watching Goku fail to trigger the transformation for the 1000th time. The Super Saiyan transformation isn't about power. It's about emotion, specifically rage. I know the theory, Goku said, frustration bleeding into his voice. He was in the training dimension, the white void that had become his second home over the years. Sweat dripped from his brow despite the lack of heat, the strain of pushing his body to its absolute limits. I need to feel anger, intense, overwhelming anger, but I can't just make myself angry. Perhaps that's your problem, Beerus called from where he floated nearby, eating some kind of fruit that Whis had synthesized. You're too well adjusted, too at peace. Saiyans typically achieve Super Saiyan through trauma, watching someone they love die, facing impossible odds, that sort of thing. Are you suggesting we traumatize him, my lord? Whis asked mildly. I mean, it would be efficient. No, Goku and Whis said simultaneously. Beerus shrugged. Just a thought. But he's got a point, Whis. Goku's life has been remarkably stable. No dead friends, no destroyed homes, no genocidal tyrants forcing him into a corner. How's he supposed to achieve a rage-based transformation when he's never truly experienced rage? Goku opened his mouth to argue, then closed it. Because Beerus was right. For all the hard training, the difficult lessons, the emotional weight of watching his family from afar, he'd never truly been desperate, never pushed beyond his breaking point. Perhaps we need a different approach, Whis said, tapping his staff thoughtfully. Lord Beerus, when was the last time you attended a gathering of the gods of destruction? Don't remind me. Beerus made a face. Those meetings are unbearable. Bunch of destroyers bragging about their mortal levels and arguing about whose universe is superior. Why? Because Whis smiled that particular smile that meant he'd had an idea. Goku needs real combat experience. Not training simulations, not controlled spars, real fights where the outcome actually matters. He gestured with his staff, and suddenly the void was filled with a projection. 11 other figures, each one radiating tremendous power. The other gods of destruction. The Grand Priest has been suggesting more inter-universe cooperation, Whis continued. Perhaps we could propose a friendly competition between destroyer apprentices? Beerus sat up straighter, his interest piqued. Does Universe 6 even have a destroyer apprentice? Lord Champa has been training someone, yes, a promising mortal from one of his Saiyan planets. Whis pulled up another projection. A young woman, maybe 17, with spiky black hair and a confident smirk. Her name is Caulifla, quite talented from what I hear. Wait, Goku interrupted, staring at the projection. There are other Saiyans? Besides me, Vegeta, Raditz, and Nappa? In Universe 6, yes, their Saiyans evolve differently. They're protectors rather than conquerors. Quite fascinating, really. Whis dismissed the projection. Regardless, Lord Champa's been boasting about his apprentice for years now. Perhaps it's time to see if his bragging is justified? Beerus's grin turned predatory. A competition between our apprentices? With Champa watching? Oh, that would be delicious, especially when Goku wins and I get to rub it in his face. I haven't agreed to this yet, Goku pointed out. You want real combat experience? This is it. Beerus floated over, his expression serious despite his earlier levity. Caulifla is being trained by a god of destruction, just like you. She'll be strong, maybe stronger than you, and unlike our spars, she won't hold back or give you chances to recover. It'll be brutal. Perfect, Goku said, and meant it. His Saiyan blood sang at the thought of a real challenge, a true test of everything he'd learned. When? I'll make the arrangements, Whis said. Give me a few days to coordinate with Vados. She's Champa's attendant. We'll need neutral ground, proper rules, perhaps some stakes to make it interesting. Stakes? Goku asked. Oh yes, Beerus's grin widened. Can't have a proper competition without something on the line. How about this? If you win, Champa has to give me one of his planets. He's got this delightful world with the most amazing cheese. And if I lose, then I have to give him a planet. But you won't lose. Beerus's confidence was absolute. You're my apprentice. You've been training with an angel and a god of destruction since you were an infant. Some teenager from Universe 6 doesn't stand a chance. Goku wasn't so sure, but he nodded anyway, anticipation building in his chest like a storm. Finally, a real fight. 3 days later, Goku stood in a place that shouldn't exist. The Null Void, a space between universes where the normal laws of physics were suspended. No gravity, no atmosphere, just an infinite expanse of swirling colors and distant stars that might not actually be stars at all. In the center of the void floated a platform, massive, circular, made of some material that gleamed like polished obsidian, and surrounding the platform were spectators. So many gods, Goku breathed. They were all there, all 12 gods of destruction, each one accompanied by their angel attendant. Goku recognized a few from Whis' lessons. Iwan of Universe 1, ancient and skeletal. Moscow of Universe 3, a mechanical entity that communicated through its attendant. Quitella of Universe 4, who looked like a giant rat and radiated malicious cunning. And directly across from Beerus, grinning smugly, was a purple cat-like being who could only be Lord Champa. That's my brother, Beerus muttered. Well, twin brother technically. Try not to embarrass me in front of him. Your brother? Goku stared. The resemblance was obvious now that Beerus mentioned it. Same general build, same species, but where Beerus was lean and sharp, Champa was rotund and jovial looking. It's complicated. We don't talk much. Beerus floated toward the platform, gesturing for Goku to follow. Come on, let's get this over with. They landed on the obsidian platform. Across from them, Champa descended with his own entourage. Vados, an angel who looked remarkably like Whis but with slightly different hair, and Caulifla. She was exactly as the projection had shown, 17, spiky black hair that defied gravity even more than Goku's, wearing some kind of modified Saiyan armor that left her arms bare. But what struck Goku was her eyes. They were sharp, confident, utterly fearless. And when she looked at him, she grinned. So you're Universe 7's apprentice? Caulifla called out, her voice carrying across the void. Gotta admit, I expected someone bigger. You're what, 15? 16? 15, Goku confirmed, stepping forward. And you're 17? Yep. Been training with Lord Champa for 5 years now. Heard you've been at it longer, though. She cracked her knuckles. Doesn't matter. Experience only counts if you know how to use it. Will the apprentices please approach the center? A new voice rang out, deep, authoritative, resonating with power that made even the gods of destruction stand straighter. Goku turned to see him, the Grand Priest, attendant to the Omni King, father to all the angels, and the most powerful being in the multiverse save for Zeno himself. He looked remarkably unassuming. Short, elderly, with blue skin and white hair, wearing priestly robes. But the power radiating from him was immense, dwarfing even Beerus. Welcome, young destroyers in training, the Grand Priest said, his smile kind but his eyes ancient beyond measure. This exhibition match has been sanctioned by the Omni King himself. You will fight until one of you surrenders, is incapacitated, or exits the ring. Killing is prohibited. This is a learning experience, not an execution. He gestured, and the platform glowed with ethereal light. The stage is reinforced to withstand god-level combat. You may use any techniques, any transformations, any abilities you possess. There are no other restrictions. His gaze swept over both of them. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Goku and Caulifla said in unison. Excellent. The Grand Priest floated backward, giving them space. Then, begin. For a heartbeat, neither moved. Goku and Caulifla stared at each other across the obsidian platform, each one sizing up their opponent. Goku could sense her power, around 2.5 million in base form, slightly lower than his own, but not by much. Strong, very strong. Then Caulifla moved. She was fast, faster than Goku expected. She closed the distance in a blink, her fist driving toward his face with enough force to shatter mountains. Goku barely managed to block, his forearms taking the impact. The shockwave rippled across the platform. Nice reflexes. Caulifla grinned, already launching a follow-up, knee to the gut, elbow to the face, roundhouse kick that Goku had to duck. Her fighting style was aggressive, relentless, pure Saiyan ferocity channeled into precise strikes. Goku countered with a sweep kick, trying to take her legs out. She jumped, flipped midair, came down with an axe kick that Goku rolled away from. The platform cracked where her heels struck. They separated, both breathing slightly harder. You're good, Goku admitted. Really good. You too. Thought this might be boring, but Caulifla's aura flared, purple god ki swirling around her like flame. Let's see how you handle this. She exploded forward, her speed doubling. Goku barely had time to activate his own god ki before she was on him. They traded blows at speeds that made them blur. Punch, block, kick, dodge, a dance of violence that sent shockwaves radiating across the null void. Incredible, Whis murmured, watching from the sidelines. They're both accessing God Ki without formal deity status, and at such young ages. That's because they're Saiyans, Beerus said, though his tone held pride. Give a Saiyan enough training and motivation, and they'll break every rule of power progression. It's what makes them so dangerous. On the platform, the fight intensified. Goku landed a solid hit to Caulifla's ribs. She grunted, retaliated with a blast of ki that sent him skidding backward. He stabilized, fired back, golden energy beams that she weaved through like a dancer. Every exchange pushed them harder, forced them to dig deeper. Having fun yet? Caulifla called out, wiping blood from her lip. Yeah, Goku grinned back, feeling that familiar Saiyan joy, the pure pleasure of fighting someone strong. This is great! Good, because I haven't even shown you my best trick yet. Caulifla's aura changed, intensifying. Her muscles bulged slightly, her power level spiking. 2.5 million to 3 million, 3.5 million, 4 million. Kaioken times 4, she shouted, and her aura turned crimson. The technique multiplied her power by 4, bringing her to a staggering 10 million. She vanished, appeared behind Goku, her fist already swinging. Goku transformed into his Ozaru form. The change was instantaneous, controlled, practiced, perfected over years of training. His body expanded to 40 feet tall, fur sprouting, power multiplying by 10. His 3 million base became 30 million, dwarfing Caulifla's boosted state. But he didn't attack. He just stood there, looking down at her with those controlled amber eyes. Whoa, Caulifla breathed, her Kaioken flickering out from sheer shock. You can control the Great Ape form? How is that possible? Lots of practice, Goku rumbled, his voice distorted but clear. Want to keep going? Caulifla's shock turned into a competitive grin. Hell yes! She powered up again. Not Kaioken this time, but pure God Ki, pushing her base form higher. 2.5 million, 3 million, 3.5 million. She was growing stronger mid-battle, adapting, her Saiyan biology responding to the challenge. They clashed again, Ozaru versus empowered base form. It should have been one-sided, but Caulifla's speed and technique let her hold her own. She was like a mosquito, too fast to hit properly, landing strikes on Goku's massive form that actually hurt. You're amazing, Goku laughed as her energy blast singed his fur. I've never fought anyone like you. Right back at ya, ape boy. Caulifla was breathing hard now, her energy depleting. The Kaioken had taken a toll, and maintaining this level of God Ki was exhausting. But I'm not done yet. Watch this! She thrust her hands forward, and Goku felt it. A gathering of energy so massive it dwarfed everything she'd done so far. She was putting everything into this final attack, every last drop of power. Final. Shine. Attack. The beam that erupted from her hands was enormous, wider than Goku's Ozaru form, blazing with enough power to destroy planets. It struck him dead center, drove him backward across the platform, seared his fur and burned his skin. And Goku let it. Let it. He could have dodged, could have countered. But something about the desperation in Caulifla's eyes, the absolute commitment to victory, reminded him of himself. She wasn't giving up, wasn't holding back. She was giving this fight everything she had. The least he could do was respect that. The beam finally dissipated. Goku stood at the edge of the platform, smoking and singed, but still conscious. Caulifla collapsed to one knee, completely exhausted. Did I get you? She panted. Yeah. Goku reverted to his base form, walking slowly toward her. His gi was torn, his body aching, but he was smiling. That was incredible. Best fight I've ever had. Then why are you still standing? Caulifla tried to rise. Couldn't. I put everything into that. How are you not down? Because Goku extended his hand. I've been training for this my whole life, literally, since I was a baby. You've only been at it for 5 years. He smiled. Give yourself some credit. Less 5 years and you're already this strong. You're going to be incredible. Caulifla stared at his hand at the genuine respect in his eyes. Then, slowly, she took it. Good match, she said. Great match, Goku corrected, pulling her to her feet. The winner, the Grand Priest's voice rang out, is Goku of Universe 7. The gods of destruction erupted into conversation, some congratulating Beerus, others analyzing the fight, Champa looking both disappointed and impressed. But Goku barely noticed. He was too busy talking with Caulifla, comparing techniques, discussing training methods, finding someone who understood what it meant to be a young Saiyan training for godhood. We should do this again sometime, Caulifla said. Maybe without all the gods watching next time? Definitely, Goku agreed. Although, there is one thing I wish I could have shown you. What's that? Super Saiyan, Goku looked at his hands. I still can't do it. Can't figure out how to trigger the transformation. Caulifla's eyes widened. Wait, you can't go Super Saiyan? But you're so strong. Doesn't matter how strong I am if I can't access the basics of Base Saiyan transformation, Goku said, frustration creeping into his voice. I just can't get angry enough, I guess. Caulifla tapped her chin thoughtfully. You know, Lord Champa showed me something once. Said it was a shortcut that Universe 6 Saiyans figured out. Wanna see? Before Goku could answer, she stepped back and closed her eyes. Her aura flared, not with God Ki, but with something else. Something primal and golden. The trick, she said, her voice straining with effort, isn't anger. Not really. It's a tingle. Right here. She touched the base of her spine. Between your shoulder blades, where the tail connects to the spine. Focus there. Push your energy there. Make it tingle, like... Her hair flashed gold. For just a second, barely a heartbeat, Caulifla's spiky black hair turned brilliant blonde. Her eyes shifted to teal and her power exploded. Then it flickered out and she collapsed, completely spent. That's Super Saiyan, she gasped. I can only hold it for a few seconds, but that tingle, try it. Goku caught her before she hit the ground, his mind racing. A tingle? That's simple? After years of trying to force it through anger, the answer was just focus and sensation? Rest, he told Caulifla. You did amazing, and thank you. Vados appeared, collecting her exhausted apprentice. Come along, dear. You need recovery time, and Lord Champa wants to congratulate you on lasting so long. As she floated away, Goku turned to Beerus and Whis. I want to try something, he said. They returned to Beerus's planet immediately. Goku was practically vibrating with anticipation. You really think it's that simple? Beerus asked, watching as Goku took a fighting stance in the training area. Just focus on your spine and you'll transform? I don't know, but it makes sense. Goku closed his eyes, reaching inward. Every transformation has a trigger. Ozaru is the moon, or conscious manipulation of the transformation energy. God Ki is spiritual focus combined with divine training. Why wouldn't Super Saiyan have a physical component? Because traditionally it requires rage, Whis pointed out. The transformation is born from necessity, from desperation. The legendary Super Saiyan Yamoshi achieved it while trying to save his people from extinction. But that's Universe 7 Saiyans, Goku countered. We're conquerors, warriors. We access power through violence and anger. Universe 6 Saiyans are different, they're protectors. Maybe their method is different too. Maybe both paths lead to the same destination. He focused, feeling for that spot Caulifla had mentioned. The base of the spine, where tail met vertebrae. There was something there. An energy center he'd never paid attention to before, thrumming with potential. Make it tingle. Goku pushed his ki toward that center, concentrated it, compressed it. Pain. Sharp, sudden, like lightning running up his spine. His eyes snapped open, the concentration broken. Damn it, he muttered. Almost had it. Perhaps you're pushing too hard, Whis suggested. The transformation should flow naturally, not be forced. Try again, but gently this time. Coax the energy rather than demanding it. Goku nodded, settling back into his stance. Breathe. Focus. Feel the energy center. He thought about Caulifla, about her fighting spirit, her determination, the way she'd pushed herself to absolute exhaustion rather than give up. About Reddit's on Earth protecting his family despite knowing he was outmatched. About all the training, all the lessons, all the years of working toward this moment. Tingle. There it was. Subtle at first, then stronger. Like electricity dancing up his spine, spreading through his nervous system, filling his entire body with heat. Goku's eyes snapped open and he felt his power surge. His aura exploded outward, golden and brilliant, crackling with energy. His hair lifted, fighting against gravity, straining to change color, but didn't. The golden aura flickered, wavered, then faded. Goku dropped to one knee, gasping. So close, Beerus observed. You almost had it. Your aura turned gold, your power spiked, but the physical transformation didn't complete. Why? I don't know, Goku panted. It felt like something was blocking it, like I was pushing against a wall. Perhaps there is a wall, Whis mused. Lord Beerus, do you remember what you told me about Goku when he first arrived, about why you chose to train him? I said he had a pure heart and warrior instinct, perfect combination for a destroyer. Precisely. Pure heart. Whis knelt beside Goku. The Super Saiyan transformation traditionally requires rage, deep, overwhelming negative emotion. But you, Goku, have been raised in peace, trained without trauma. Your heart is pure, relatively uncorrupted by hatred or anger. He smiled gently. Perhaps that's your wall. You're trying to access a rage-based transformation without sufficient rage. So I need to get angry? Goku frowned. I tried that, didn't work. No, you need to find your path to Super Saiyan. Not Yamoshi's path, not the legendary path, yours. Whis stood. Caulifla showed you a physical method, the tingle, but perhaps you need an emotional component as well. Not rage, but something equally powerful. Like what? That, Whis said, is for you to discover. Over the next week, Goku tried everything. He meditated on joy, the happiness he felt when sparring, when learning new techniques, when watching his family from afar. The golden aura flickered but didn't hold. He focused on determination, the pure stubbornness that kept him training even when exhausted, even when progress seemed impossible. The tingle intensified, but the transformation didn't complete. He even tried sadness, thinking about Piccolo's death, about watching Reddit's almost die, about the weight of knowing he could never truly be part of his brother's life. Nothing. This is impossible. Goku groaned after the 100th failed attempt. He was sitting in the training dimension, surrounded by shattered platforms from his frustrated outbursts. Every emotion I try, every combination of tingle and feeling, nothing works. Perhaps, Beerus said, appearing beside him, you're approaching this wrong. How so? You're treating Super Saiyan like it's something separate from you, something you need to achieve, to unlock, to force into existence. Beerus sat down cross-legged, an informal posture Goku rarely saw from him. But transformations aren't external, they're expressions of who you already are. Super Saiyan isn't something you do, it's something you are once you stop fighting against yourself. I don't understand. When I ask you to transform into an Ozaru, what do? I just do it. Focus on the transformation and let it happen. Exactly. You're not forcing it, not struggling with it. You've accepted the Ozaru as part of yourself, so the transformation is natural. Beerus looked at him. But Super Saiyan, you're fighting it, treating it like an enemy to conquer rather than a facet of yourself to embrace. Why? Goku was quiet for a long moment. Then slowly, because Super Saiyan is rage. It's everything the old Saiyans were. Violent, aggressive, destructive for destruction's sake. And I don't want to be that. I don't want to become a mindless berserker who hurts people without thinking. Ah, Beerus nodded, understanding. That's your wall. You're afraid the transformation will change who you are, make you into something you despise. Wouldn't it? Only if you let it. Beerus stood, offering his hand. Come on, I want to show you something. Whis' staff could do many things. Teleportation, communication, temporal manipulation, but one of its lesser-known functions was memory projection, the ability to show someone else's experiences as if they were their own. This, Beerus explained as Whis activated the staff, is the memory of the first time I used Hakai energy. Before I mastered it, before I understood what I was doing. The world shifted. Suddenly Goku was standing, or rather Beerus was standing on a planet. Alive, thriving, billions of beings going about their lives. The sky was green, the vegetation purple, and the energy felt wrong, corrupted somehow. This planet was infected, Beerus' voice narrated, though he wasn't physically present in the memory. A cosmic parasite had taken root in its core, slowly consuming the life force of everyone on it. Left unchecked, it would have spread to neighboring worlds. The Grand Priest sent me, newly appointed as God of Destruction, to handle it. In the memory, young Beerus raised his hand. Destruction energy gathered, but it was wild, uncontrolled. When he released it, the Hakai didn't just destroy the planet. It destroyed the entire solar system. Goku watched in horror as planets, moons, space stations, all of it simply ceased to exist. Billions of lives, most of them completely innocent, erased because a young god couldn't control his power. I was terrified, Beerus' voice continued, convinced that I was a monster, that the power I'd been given was too dangerous, that I should refuse the role of destroyer and let someone else handle it. The memory shifted, showing young Beerus collapsing, overwhelmed by guilt and horror. But the Grand Priest told me something I've never forgotten. The scene changed to show the Grand Priest looking exactly as he did now, ancient, kind, impossibly powerful. Power, the memory Grand Priest said, does not define who you are. Your choices define who you are. You made a mistake. You will make more mistakes. That is the nature of learning. But mistakes do not make you a monster. Refusing to learn from them does. The memory faded, returning them to Beerus' planet. I've made countless mistakes over my millions of years, Beerus said quietly. Destroyed planets that could have been saved. Let threats grow because I was too lazy to act. Erased beings from existence because it was easier than finding another solution. And every single time I had to choose. Let the mistake define me or learn from it and do better. He placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Super Saiyan is just power, Goku. Like Hakai, like God Ki, like any transformation. It doesn't make you violent. It doesn't make you a berserker. It amplifies what's already there and what's in you. He tapped Goku's chest. Is someone who fights to protect. Someone who holds back even when winning because you respect your opponent. Someone who cares more about doing the right thing than the easy thing. So you're saying the transformation won't change me? I'm saying it will amplify you. Your strength, yes, but also your compassion, your restraint, your fundamental nature. Beerus smiled. You're not your ancestors, Goku. You're not the violent Saiyans who conquered planets and bathed in blood. You're something new, something better, and Super Saiyan will reflect that. Goku felt something shift inside him, a wall he didn't even realize he'd built, crumbling. I think, he said slowly, I understand now. Goku stood in the training dimension alone. Beerus and Whis watched from outside, giving him space. This was something he needed to do himself. He closed his eyes, focused inward. Found that spot at the base of his spine, the energy center that thrummed with potential. Make it tingle. But this time he didn't fight it. Didn't resist the fear that the transformation would change him. He accepted it. Accepted that Super Saiyan was part of his heritage, part of what made him Saiyan, and that heritage didn't define him. His choices did. The tingle came easily this time, spreading up his spine through his nervous system, filling his entire body with electric energy. His power began to rise, 3 million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. And he thought about why he fought. Not rage, not hatred, not vengeance or violence or any of the traditional Saiyan reasons. He fought because there were people worth protecting, because his brother deserved to live in peace, because young Gohan should grow up without fear, because Caulifla had shown him that strength could be joyful, that competition could be friendship, that being a Saiyan didn't mean being a monster. He fought because someone had to stand between the innocent and the darkness. And if he didn't, who would? The transformation ignited. Goku's hair flashed gold, lifting upward as if underwater. His eyes shifted from black to teal. His aura exploded outward, golden and brilliant, crackling with lightning-like energy. His power multiplied. 100 million became 5 billion in an instant, a 50-fold increase that made the dimension itself shake. But he remained conscious, remained himself. The rage that supposedly came with Super Saiyan was absent, not because he'd suppressed it, but because it had never been necessary in the first place. This was his Super Saiyan, born not from trauma but from purpose, not from rage but from determination. His eyes opened, teal bright, fully aware. I did it, Goku breathed, looking at his hands. They glowed with golden energy, power radiating from every cell. I actually did it. Magnificent. Beerus's voice echoed across the dimension. Whis was smiling, a genuine, proud smile. Remarkable. I've never seen a Saiyan achieve Super Saiyan through positive emotion before. You truly are unique, Goku. Goku powered down, the transformation fading. He felt exhausted but exhilarated. After years of trying, years of frustration, he'd finally done it. How do you feel? Whis asked. Strong, Goku said. Really strong, but also myself. I thought Super Saiyan would feel different, like I was someone else, but I'm still me. Just more. As it should be, Beerus said. Transformations don't change who you are. They reveal it. He grinned. Now come on. We're celebrating. Whis, break out the good food. My apprentice just became a Super Saiyan. That night, after the celebration, modest by mortal standards but extravagant by Beerus's usual ascetic lifestyle, Goku found himself on the observation deck, staring at the stars. Thinking about Earth? Whis asked, appearing beside him. Yeah, Goku admitted. It's been 3 years since the Vegeta invasion. I wonder how they're doing, how Reddit's is, how Gohan's grown. Would you like to see? Goku's heart leaped. It's been less than a year since the last viewing. Consider it a reward for achieving Super Saiyan, Whis said kindly, raising his staff. The crystal orb glowed, showing Earth, but something was wrong. The planet looked different, darker, and as Whis zoomed in, Goku saw why. Android 19 and Android 20 were attacking West City. Red Ribbon Army logos on their clothing, Dr. Gero's revenge 15 years in the making, and the Z fighters were struggling. No, Goku breathed, watching as Raditz, now in Super Saiyan form himself, golden hair gleaming, fought desperately against Android 19. The machine was faster, stronger, able to absorb energy. Raditz was losing. This was inevitable, Whis said softly. Dr. Gero survived your brother's initial attack years ago. He's been building his revenge ever since. On the screen, Piccolo, now fused with Kami, his power tremendously increased, fought Android 20. But the android was draining his energy with every contact, and Piccolo was visibly weakening. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, they were helping evacuate civilians, but they were hopelessly outclassed. And young Gohan, now 11 years old, already able to transform into Super Saiyan, was fighting with everything he had, but even his rage-boosted power wasn't enough. I have to help them, Goku said, his hand clenching into a fist. You cannot, Whis reminded him gently. The rules. I know the rules. Goku's power flared, golden aura sparking around him as he unconsciously tapped into Super Saiyan. But those are machines, Whis. They're not natural life. They're weapons created specifically to kill. If I destroyed them, wouldn't that fall under a destroyer's purview, eliminating threats to universal balance? Whis was quiet for a moment. That is a creative interpretation of your role. But not wrong? Not technically wrong, no. Whis glanced back toward where Beerus was sleeping. Though Lord Beerus would likely have opinions about such creative interpretations, then I won't tell him until after. Goku's eyes were fixed on the screen, on his nephew fighting desperately, on his brother being slowly overwhelmed. Please, Whis, just this once. Let me help. Whis studied him for a long moment. Then, with a small smile, you achieved Super Saiyan today. Perhaps you deserve a field test. But his expression became serious. You cannot reveal yourself to your family. You can destroy the androids, but they must not know it was you. The moment they learn a god of destruction is personally invested in Earth's survival, it changes everything. Other gods will take notice. Enemies will target Earth to get to you. Do you understand? I understand, Goku said. Anonymous intervention only. And you'll owe Lord Beerus an explanation when he wakes up. Worth it. Whis sighed, but his staff was already glowing. Very well, but we must hurry. Android 20 just activated Androids 17 and 18. The situation is about to get significantly worse. They appeared above West City in an instant. Goku cloaked in Whis' concealment technique, invisible and undetectable to anyone without god-level senses. The scene below was chaos. Androids 17 and 18 had just been activated, young, powerful, and absolutely merciless. Dr. Gero lay in pieces, destroyed by his own creations the moment they awakened. The twins moved with casual cruelty, energy blasts destroying buildings just because they could, and the Z-Fighters were being systematically dismantled. Piccolo was down, his energy drained by Android 20 before the machine was destroyed. Raditz was fighting both Android 19 and Android 17 simultaneously, his Super Saiyan form flickering as his stamina depleted. Gohan was facing Android 18, and despite his power, despite his rage, he was losing. Stay concealed, Whis reminded Goku. Destroy the androids quickly and cleanly. No prolonged battles, no dramatic reveals, just efficient elimination. Goku nodded, watching carefully. Android 19 was about to deliver a killing blow to Raditz. Goku moved. He appeared behind Android 19 in an instant, still concealed, his hand glowing with Hakai energy. The purple destruction power touched the android's back, and the machine simply ceased. No explosion, no warning. One moment it existed, the next it was gone. Android 17 spun around, his sensors detecting something but unable to pinpoint it. Where did 19 go? Raditz collapsed, gasping for air, confused but alive. I don't know, he just vanished. Goku was already moving to Android 20's remains, erasing them completely with Hakai before the technology could be salvaged. Then to Android 16's pod in Dr. Gero's lab, he could sense it underground, the inactive android waiting to be awakened. Destroyed it before it could pose a threat. But Androids 17 and 18 were the real problem. They were strong, each one around 500 million power level, far beyond what the Z-Fighters could handle. And unlike the earlier models, they had infinite energy. They could fight forever. Android 18 noticed something was wrong. 17, something's here. I can't see it, but Goku appeared between her and Gohan, still concealed, but his presence creating a pressure in the air. Gohan stumbled back, sensing something massive nearby, his Saiyan instincts screaming danger. Who's there? Android 17 shouted, firing energy blasts at random, trying to hit the invisible threat. Goku didn't respond. He simply raised one hand toward Android 18, gathered his power, and hesitated. These androids weren't like 19 and 20, they'd just been activated. They hadn't actually killed anyone yet. They were dangerous, yes, but they were also, what? Alive? They had personalities, emotions, the capacity for choice. Were they really so different from him? A weapon created by someone else, shaped for destruction, but capable of choosing their own path? Goku, Whis' voice whispered in his mind, "You must decide quickly. They're about to destroy the hospital, 3,000 patients and staff." Goku looked. Android 17 was charging an energy blast, aiming at the building where civilians were trapped. His sister was preparing to do the same, treating it like a game. Not evil, just completely indifferent to mortal life. Dangerous not because they were malicious, but because they didn't care. That was worse. Goku made his decision. Instead of destroying them, he appeared, still concealed, and struck them both simultaneously with precise nerve strikes that Whis had taught him. Pressure points that would shut down even android bodies, forcing them into emergency stasis. Both androids dropped, unconscious but intact. The Z fighters stared in confusion as their enemies simply collapsed. "What just happened?" Gohan asked, powering down from Super Saiyan. "I don't know," Reddit said, limping over to check on his son. "But I'm not questioning it. Are you hurt?" "I'm okay, Dad, but that was weird. It felt like something really powerful was here, but I couldn't see it." Goku floated above them, invisible, watching his brother embrace his nephew, watching them survive. It should have felt good. Instead, it felt hollow. "We should go," Whis said quietly. "Bulma is approaching with containment equipment. The androids will be secured and reprogrammed. Earth is safe." "Yeah," Goku said. "Let's go." They vanished, returning to Beerus' planet, leaving the Z-Fighters to wonder what mysterious force had saved them. Beerus was waiting when they returned. "So," the God of Destruction said, his voice dangerously calm, "want to explain why I'm sensing Hakai residue from Earth? From a planet I specifically told you not to interfere with?" Goku had prepared an explanation, a justification, a carefully crafted argument about androids being artificial threats that fell under destroyer jurisdiction. "I couldn't watch them die," is what came out instead. "My brother, my nephew, all of them. I know the rules. I know I'm supposed to stay separate, but they were going to die, and I had the power to stop it, and I couldn't not help." Beerus was quiet for a long moment, then he sighed. A deep, weary sigh that spoke of millions of years of carrying similar burdens. "You're going to make a terrible god of destruction," he said. "I know. You're too attached, too invested in individual lives. A proper destroyer sees the big picture, the universal balance, not the personal stakes. I know. And yet..." Beerus walked over, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. "You also didn't reveal yourself, didn't make it personal. You helped anonymously, treating it as a cosmic intervention rather than a family rescue. That shows restraint. Growth," he paused. "Did you kill the androids?" "No, just incapacitated them. I thought they deserved a chance to choose, to be more than weapons." Beerus considered this. Merciful, potentially foolish. They could reactivate and cause more problems. But merciful. He looked at Goku seriously. "This can't become a pattern. You can't save Earth every time they're in danger. Eventually, you'll have to let them face their own challenges, their own consequences. Do you understand?" "I understand," Goku said. And he did, even if he hated it. "Good." Beerus turned away. "Now, about your Super Saiyan transformation, I want to see what you can really do with it. Tomorrow, you're sparring with me. Full power, no holding back. I want to test if this new form is just flashy hair or actual improvement." "Yes, Lord Beerus." As Beerus left, Whis remained behind. "You did well today," the angel said softly. "Balancing duty with compassion is the hardest lesson for any destroyer. Lord Beerus took millions of years to even attempt it. You're learning it at 15. "It doesn't feel like I did well," Goku admitted. "It feels like I chose wrong no matter what I did. If I destroyed the androids, they'd never get a chance to choose their own path. If I'd left them active, they might have killed everyone. If I hadn't gone at all, the Z-Fighters might have died. There was no right answer." "Welcome to godhood," Whis said with a sad smile, "where every choice costs something, and the best you can hope for is minimizing the damage." He placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. "But for what it's worth, I think you made the right choice, the merciful one. And mercy, rare as it is among destroyers, is not weakness. Thanks, Whis. Now, get some rest. Tomorrow's training will be brutal. Lord Beerus is going to push your Super Saiyan form to its absolute limits. 3 days later, during his meditation, Goku felt something he'd never felt before. It was faint, barely perceptible even with his god-level senses. But it was there. Prayer? Not directed at him specifically, just a general expression of gratitude sent out to whatever force had saved them. Goku focused on it, following the thread of energy back to its source. Earth, Reddit's home. Whis' staff showed him the scene. Reddit's kneeling in his small yard, hands clasped together, speaking to the sky. "I don't know what you were," Reddit said quietly, "or why you helped us. But thank you. Whoever you are, wherever you are, thank you for giving my son a chance to grow up. Thank you for sparing us when you didn't have to." Behind him, young Gohan played in the grass, laughing, alive. Launch watched from the doorway, smiling. "If you're some kind of god," Reddit continued, "then I hope you know you made the right choice. Earth might not seem like much from wherever you are, but it's our home, and we're grateful someone up there gives a damn." The prayer ended. Reddit stood, returning to his family, and Goku, watching from light years away, felt tears streaming down his face. "I give a damn," he whispered to the empty observation deck. "I've always given a damn. I just wish I could tell you that. Wish I could meet you properly, not as a god but as your brother. But I can't, and I probably never will." He stayed there for hours, watching his family live their lives, watching Gohan train with his father, watching Launch cook dinner, watching them be happy, together, a complete family that he could never be part of. When Beerus found him later, the god of destruction didn't say anything, just sat beside him, both of them watching the distant planet in silence. "This is the burden," Beerus finally said, "the weight of caring about people you can never truly be with. It doesn't get easier, you just get stronger at carrying it." "I know," Goku said. They sat together until dawn, god and apprentice, both understanding what it meant to be powerful enough to save everyone, but forbidden from doing so. 1 week later. Again! Beerus shouted as Goku crashed into yet another floating platform, his Super Saiyan form flickering from exhaustion. They'd been training for 7 days straight. Actual days, not time chamber days. Beerus was pushing Goku harder than ever before, testing the limits of his new transformation. 3 million became 150 million. Respectable, but nowhere near enough to challenge Beerus seriously. The god of destruction was still holding back to maybe 1% of his true power, and even that was overwhelming. But Goku was learning to maintain the form longer. Learning to fight efficiently rather than burning through energy. Learning that Super Saiyan wasn't about brute force. It was about maximizing what you already had. "You're getting better," Beerus admitted, landing beside where Goku had crashed. "First day, you could only hold Super Saiyan for 5 minutes. Now you're up to an hour. At this rate, you'll be able to maintain it indefinitely within a few months." "Feels longer than an hour," Goku groaned, reverting to base form. His body ached everywhere. "Because you're fighting someone billions of times stronger than you. Good motivation to improve." Beerus offered his hand, pulling Goku up. "But that's enough for today. You've earned a break." "Really?" Goku blinked. Beerus usually trained him until he literally couldn't move. "Really? Besides, I want to talk to you about something." Beerus gestured, and they floated to a nearby intact platform, sitting down. "You're 15 now. In another 15 years, you'll be 30. Still young by mortal standards, barely an infant by destroyer standards, but old enough to start making real decisions about your future." "What do you mean?" "I mean," Beerus said carefully, "that I need to know if you're actually committed to becoming my successor, because if you're not, if this path isn't what you truly want, then we should stop now, before we waste any more time." Goku was quiet, considering the question seriously. Did he want to be a god of destruction? To spend eternity destroying planets, watching mortals live and die while he remained unchanged? To never truly be part of a family, a community, a home? "Can I ask you something first?" Goku said. "Of course." "Why did you really choose me? Not the official reason about Saiyan potential or the Oracle Fish's prophecy. The real reason." Beerus looked out at the stars scattered across the void. "Because," he said finally, "I was lonely. I'd been god of destruction for 75 million years. I destroyed countless worlds, ended billions of lives, maintained the balance as I was supposed to. And I was so tired. Tired of being alone. Tired of being feared rather than known. Tired of having no one who understood what it meant to carry this burden. He glanced at Goku. Then Whis found you. A baby Saiyan in an escape pod, with a pure heart and warrior's instinct. And I thought, maybe I could train someone who'd become not just my successor, but someone who understood, someone who wouldn't hate me for what I had to do, someone who might even become... He trailed off. Family? Goku finished softly. I wasn't going to say that out loud, but yes. Beerus looked almost embarrassed. Pathetic, isn't it? A god of destruction wanting companionship like some common mortal. It's not pathetic, Goku said. It's the most human thing I've ever heard you say. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. To answer your question, Goku said finally, yes, I'm committed. Not because I love destruction, I don't. And not because I want power. I mean, I do, but that's not the point. I'm committed because you're right. Someone has to do this job, and if I don't, it'll be someone who cares less. Someone who sees planets as numbers rather than places where people live. He looked at Beerus. You taught me that destruction can be mercy, that sometimes ending something is the kindest option. I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable with that, but I'd rather it be me making those choices than someone who's actually comfortable with it. Beerus smiled, a genuine, warm smile that transformed his usually stern face. That's exactly the answer I hoped you'd give. But, Goku added, I need you to understand something too. I'm going to be different from you. I'm going to try every option before destruction. I'm going to give second chances when you wouldn't. I'm going to care about individual lives even when I'm supposed to see the big picture. And sometimes that's going to frustrate you. Oh, it already frustrates me, Beerus said. But that's also why you're going to be better at this than I ever was. He stood, stretching. Come on. Whis is making dinner, and I'm starving. Tomorrow, we start Phase 2 of your training. What's Phase 2? Learning to use Super Saiyan in combination with God Ki. If you can master that... Beerus grinned. Well, let's just say you'll be truly worthy of being called my successor. 6 months later, Goku stood on the observation deck, now 16 years old and significantly stronger. His base power had reached 5 million through constant training. His Super Saiyan form could be maintained for hours without strain. He'd begun experimenting with combining Super Saiyan and God Ki, brief flashes of blue rather than gold that multiplied his power even further. But tonight, he wasn't training, he was watching. Whis' staff showed Earth where something momentous was happening. Vegeta had returned. But this wasn't the proud, violent Saiyan prince who'd fled 3 years ago. This Vegeta was different. He'd spent those years training obsessively, pushing himself to new heights. He'd achieved Super Saiyan. He'd grown stronger. But more importantly, he'd changed. Goku watched as Vegeta landed at Capsule Corp, not to conquer, but to visit. The blue-haired woman, Bulma, he'd learned her name was, came out to greet him. They argued, as apparently they always did. But there was something else there too, a chemistry, a connection. He's going to stay, Whis observed, appearing beside Goku. Prince Vegeta has decided that Earth will be his home. Partly because he wants to train with the Z-Fighters, but mostly because of Bulma. He's going to settle down? Goku couldn't hide his surprise. Vegeta? The prince who's obsessed with Saiyan pride. Even princes need someone to argue with, Whis said with a smile. Love finds us in unexpected places. On the screen, Vegeta was being introduced to Raditz's family. The two Saiyans circled each other warily, predators assessing threats, but Gohan stepped between them, diffusing the tension with youthful innocence. Your brother is quite the diplomat, Whis noted. He's managed to reform himself, befriend Earth's defenders, and now convince Vegeta to give peace a chance. Remarkable, really. He's amazing, Goku agreed, pride warm in his chest. I wish I could tell him that, wish I could meet Gohan properly. But that's not your path. Whis finished gently. Your path leads elsewhere, to godhood, to cosmic responsibility, to standing watch over the entire universe rather than a single planet. Yeah, Goku was quiet for a moment. Whis, do you think they'll ever know that I've been watching over them? Perhaps, someday, when you're fully as god of destruction and the rules are more flexible, but until then... Whis placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. You watch, you wait, you protect from the shadows, and you carry the knowledge that your family lives because you were strong enough to stay away. It's not fair. No, Whis agreed. It's not. But fairness is a mortal luxury. Gods deal in necessity. They stood together, watching as Vegeta reluctantly accepted Earth as his new home, watching as Reddits welcomed him with cautious optimism, watching as young Gohan, 11 years old, already so strong, so full of potential, looked up at the night sky as if sensing someone watching. For just a moment, Gohan's eyes seemed to look directly at where Goku stood, light years away. Then the moment passed. Gohan returned to his family, and life continued. Come, Whis said. Lord Beerus is awake and wants to test your Super Saiyan stamina again. One more minute, Goku asked. Please? Whis nodded, understanding, and left him alone. Goku stayed on the observation deck, watching his family, his brother, his nephew, and now even his rival, build a life he could never share. It hurt. It always hurt. But watching them thrive, knowing they were safe, knowing they were happy, that was worth the pain. Goodbye, Gohan, Goku whispered to the distant planet. Keep growing strong, keep being amazing, and someday, maybe not soon, but someday I'll find a way to meet you properly. Not as a god, just as your uncle. He powered up, golden aura flickering around him as he accessed Super Saiyan. But until then, I'll keep watching, keep training, keep getting stronger, because someone has to protect this universe. And if it can't be you, his power surged, hair standing fully golden, eyes shifting to teal. Then it'll be me. Goku was 16 years old, and he could feel death approaching Earth from 3 systems away. It started as a whisper, a faint disturbance in the cosmic energy that permeated Universe 7. Then, as the source drew closer, it became a roar, a massive power level, traveling at near light speed, heading directly toward the blue planet that occupied far too much of Goku's thoughts. Whis, Goku called, abandoning his meditation. Something's coming to Earth, something strong. Whis appeared immediately, his staff already glowing. The crystal orb showed space, and in that space, a single attack pod streaking through the void like a comet. Oh dear, Whis murmured. That's a Saiyan pod, and the power signature inside is considerable. How considerable? Approximately 45,000 base power level. For a Saiyan, that's elite warrior class. Whis zoomed in on the pod's trajectory. It will reach Earth in approximately 4 hours. We should inform Lord Beerus. No, Goku said quickly. If we tell Lord Beerus, he'll forbid me from going. From even watching. Because the last time you watched Earth, you intervened, Whis pointed out. The android incident violated your agreement to remain separate from mortal affairs. The androids were artificial threats. A technicality Lord Beerus allowed because you showed restraint. But if you continue finding excuses to interfere, Whis's expression was kind but firm. Eventually you'll have to choose, godhood or mortality, cosmic duty or family attachment. You cannot have both forever. I know, Goku said quietly, but not today. Please, Whis, just let me watch. I won't interfere unless they're about to die, Whis finished. That's always your line, Goku, and it's a dangerous one because mortals are always in danger of dying. That's what mortality means. Just let me see who's coming, Goku pleaded. If it's just another minor threat, the Z-Fighters can handle it. But if it's something worse... Whis sighed, the sound carrying millions of years of similar conversations. Very well, we'll observe, but Goku, his tone became serious. If Lord Beerus wakes and discovers we've concealed this from him, there will be consequences, for both of us. I understand. Thank you. The hours passed with agonizing slowness. Goku tried to train, to meditate, to do anything but watch the pod approach Earth. But his eyes kept drifting to Whis's staff, to the image of that single vessel carrying whoever knew what toward his family. Finally, the pod entered Earth's atmosphere. It crashed in a wasteland, the same region where Vegeta had first landed years ago. The hatch hissed open, steam billowing out, and a figure emerged. Goku's blood ran cold. Nappa. I'll explain how Nappa survived in a second. The massive Saiyan who'd accompanied Vegeta, who'd killed Yamcha, who'd nearly killed Raditz and Piccolo. But this time, he was alone. No Vegeta. No backup. Just one elite Saiyan warrior on a mission. That power signature. Nappa. But I watched Vegeta kill him. Goku turned to Whis. Did someone resurrect him? Checking records, Whis's staff glowed. Ah, Yes, approximately 1 year ago, Frieza's remaining forces used a set of Namekian Dragon Balls, not from Namek itself, but from a colony world, to resurrect several elite soldiers. Nappa was among them. Frieza's organization apparently values experienced warriors too much to leave them dead. So now he's back, stronger from the resurrection boost Saiyans get, and angry about being killed by his own prince. Wonderful. Now, because Nappa was resurrected and trained for a year continuously, his Saiyan biology caused him to surpass even Vegeta in his base form. Where is Vegeta? Nappa's voice boomed across the wasteland. Where is the prince? In West City, alarms blared. The Z-Fighters felt his power and began assembling. Raditz shot into the air first, his energy signature flaring as he transformed into Super Saiyan. Golden hair, green eyes, power multiplying to 15 million. Still far below Nappa's level, but respectable. Nappa! Raditz shouted, approaching the wasteland. What are you doing here? Traitor! Nappa roared, his power exploding outward. You abandoned your Saiyan heritage. Made peace with these pathetic weaklings, and now Vegeta has joined you. I felt his energy signature on this planet, living among mortals like some domesticated pet. Other fighters arrived. Piccolo, power level 8 million after fusing with Kami. Gohan, now 12 years old, capable of Super Saiyan transformation, power level 20 million when transformed. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, each one stronger than before, but still hopelessly outmatched against elite Saiyan might. And Vegeta. Landing last, his arrival causing Nappa to freeze. Vegeta, Nappa breathed. My prince, thank the stars. These traitors have clearly brainwashed you, held you captive. We need to leave immediately. Return to... I'm staying, Vegeta interrupted, his voice cold and certain. This is my home now. Nappa stared at him as if he'd grown a second head. Your home? This backwater mudball? Prince Vegeta, you are royalty, the last of the Saiyan elite. You cannot seriously intend to. I can and I do, Vegeta crossed his arms. I've spent 3 years on this planet, Nappa. 3 years training, fighting, living without the constant need to conquer and destroy. And I've realized something. Father was wrong. The old Saiyan ways were wrong. We were slaves pretending to be warriors, serving Frieza while calling it pride. Lies, Nappa's power surged. The prince I knew would never... The prince you knew was an arrogant fool, Vegeta interrupted. I'm better now, stronger. And I won't let you destroy what I've built here. Nappa's face twisted with rage and betrayal. Then you've become weak, a disgrace to the Saiyan name. He dropped into a fighting stance. If you won't leave willingly, I'll destroy this planet and everyone on it, force you to remember what it means to be Saiyan. We don't want to fight you, Raditz said, moving to stand beside Vegeta. Nappa, please, you can change too. You can... Shut up. Nappa fired a massive energy wave toward the assembled fighters, and Vegeta deflected it. This planet, these people, they push us to be better, stronger. They gave us something worth protecting instead of just conquering. Then they've made you soft. Nappa roared, powering up to his maximum. His energy shook the continent. I'll show you what true Saiyan strength looks like. The battle began. Goku watched, his hands clenched so tight his nails drew blood. Vegeta and Raditz fought together, coordinated, practiced, brothers in arms, if not in blood. Their combined Super Saiyan power should have overwhelmed Nappa easily. He was losing slowly, but taking both of them with him. Piccolo tried to intervene, was swatted aside like an insect. Gohan charged in, rage transforming him into Super Saiyan, but Nappa caught him by the throat. This is your future? Nappa growled at Vegeta. Children fighting battles? Pathetic. He threw Gohan into ground with enough force to create a crater. No! Raditz screamed, his power spiking with parental fury. And Nappa fired an energy beam straight through his chest. Time seemed to stop. Raditz fell from the sky, blood streaming from the massive hole in his torso. Vegeta caught him before he hit the ground, but it was clear. Mortal wound. Fatal. Raditz had minutes at best. Dad? Gohan's voice, small and broken as he crawled from his crater. Dad, no, please. Well, Nappa said coldly, one traitor down. How many more before you remember your pride, Vegeta? Vegeta's eyes were wide with shock, with grief, with rage. You killed him. He was a traitor to the Saiyan race. He deserved. Final flash. Vegeta's attack was massive, desperate, fueled by fury and loss. It struck Nappa dead center, drove him back, burned his armor away, but when the smoke cleared, the elite warrior was still standing, wounded but alive. Good. Nappa grinned through bloody teeth. That's the Vegeta I remember. Angry, violent, Saiyan. Now finish what you started, my prince. Kill me like a warrior, or I'll kill every single person on this planet. On the ground, Redditz was dying. Gohan knelt beside him, tears streaming, trying desperately to stop the bleeding. Launch, both versions somehow present simultaneously in her panic, was screaming for help. Piccolo, Krillin, everyone was helpless. And Goku felt something inside him shatter. "I have to go," he said, his voice hollow. "Goku," Whis began. "I have to go." Goku's power exploded, Super Saiyan transformation igniting involuntarily. "That's my brother dying, my nephew watching his father bleed out. I won't just watch." "If you interfere," Whis said quietly, "Lord Beerus will strip you of your apprenticeship. You'll be sent away, forced to live as a mortal with no divine protection. Every enemy you've made through your destroyer training will be able to find you, hunt you. Your family will be in more danger, not less." "I don't care." "And your brother will die knowing that a god, his own brother, could have saved him but was forbidden by cosmic law. Is that the legacy you want to leave him?" Goku's power flickered, his resolve wavering. "There has to be another way. There has to be." Below, Redditz coughed blood. His eyes found Gohan. "Son, I'm sorry. Couldn't protect." "Dad, don't." Gohan's power was spiking, unstable, emotions overwhelming his control. "Dad, please." And watching his nephew scream, watching his brother die, Goku made his choice. "Whis," he said, his voice steady despite the tears streaming down his face. "Take me there. Now. I don't care about the consequences. I don't care about Lord Beerus or cosmic law or any of it. That's my family. And I'm done watching." Whis looked at him for a long moment. Then, with infinite sadness, "I understand, and I'm sorry it came to this." He raised his staff, and Beerus appeared. The god of destruction materialized between them, his expression unreadable. "Going somewhere, Goku?" "Lord Beerus, I watched your brother get mortally wounded by another Saiyan, saw your nephew's heart breaking, and decided to violate the fundamental rule of godhood, non-interference in mortal affairs." Beerus's golden eyes were hard. "Do you have any idea what you're throwing away? 15 years of training, your destiny as a god of destruction, your chance to protect the entire universe instead of just one planet." "I know," Goku said, "and I'm sorry, but I can't be a god who lets his family die. I just can't." Beerus stared at him. Then, slowly, his expression shifted into something that might have been pride. "Good," the god of destruction said. "What? I said good." Beerus crossed his arms. "You passed the test." Goku's mind reeled. "Test? What test?" "This isn't the first time I've trained an apprentice," Beerus said. "I've had 3 others over the millennia, all of them powerful, all of them skilled, all of them utterly devoted to cosmic law above all else." His expression darkened. "And all of them failed to become true gods of destruction. You know why? Why? Because they forgot what they were destroying for. They became so focused on balance, on duty, on following rules, that they lost sight of why those rules existed: to protect life, to give civilizations room to grow, to ensure the universe remained vibrant rather than stagnant." Beerus placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. "A god of destruction who can't feel, who won't risk everything for what matters most, is just a weapon and tool. But a god of destruction who knows when to break the rules, when to prioritize love over law," he smiled. "That's someone worthy of the title. So you're not going to stop me?" "Oh, I'm absolutely going to stop you," Beerus said. "But not because you're wrong. Because you're right, and you need to learn how to do this properly." He gestured, and suddenly they were all standing above Earth, invisible, intangible, watching the scene below. "Your brother is dying," Beerus said. "But he's not dead yet. That wound, mortal for a normal being, but Saiyans are resilient. If he gets medical treatment in the next 5 minutes, he'll survive. So here's what's going to happen." He pointed at Nappa. "That Saiyan is a genuine threat to universal balance. He's killed innocents, destroyed civilizations, and is currently attempting to force a reformed warrior back into violence. As a god of destruction in training, you have jurisdiction to eliminate such threats. But if I go down there, I'll reveal myself." "Not necessarily." Beerus's grin was sharp. "You think you're the only one who can intervene anonymously? Watch and learn, apprentice. This is how a real god of destruction handles personal stakes." Nappa stood over the wounded Reddits, preparing to deliver the killing blow. Vegeta was gathering energy for one final desperate attack. Gohan was screaming, his power spiraling out of control. Then the sky cracked. Not metaphorically. The actual sky split open, purple energy bleeding through dimensional tears. The temperature dropped 50 degrees in an instant, and a presence, vast, ancient, absolutely terrifying, descended upon the battlefield. Nappa froze mid-attack, his instincts screaming danger. What? What is that? Piccolo breathed, his enhanced senses reeling from the overwhelming power. A god, Vegeta whispered, recognizing the energy signature from their previous encounter. The god of destruction is here. Beerus materialized above them, not concealed this time, but in full divine regalia. His destroyer armor gleamed, his purple aura crackled with barely contained power, and his golden eyes surveyed the scene with cold calculation. Nappa! Beerus's voice echoed across the wasteland. Elite warrior of the Saiyan race, you stand accused of disrupting universal balance through wanton destruction and attempted murder of reformed beings. How do you plead? Nappa's face went white. Lord Beerus, I didn't know. I was just following the old ways. The old ways are dead, Beerus interrupted. Planet Vegeta is gone. The Saiyan Empire is dust. You are the last remnant of a failed system, clinging to pride that was never yours to begin with. He raised one hand. Destruction energy gathering. I'm giving you two choices. Leave Earth immediately and never return, or face erasure. Choose. Now. Nappa looked at Reditz's dying form, at Vegeta's rage, at the humans who'd somehow convinced Saiyan warriors to fight for protection rather than conquest. I choose. His power exploded. Instead of fleeing or surrendering, Nappa charged directly at Beerus, thus putting everything into one final desperate attack. Foolish! Beerus didn't even move. His aura expanded, and Nappa's attack simply stopped. Frozen in midair, unable to advance another inch. You chose death, so be it. Wait, a new voice called out. Goku appeared, still concealed from the Z-Fighter's view by Whis' technique, but visible to Beerus and Nappa. He floated beside his teacher, his Super Saiyan transformation active, his expression serious. Lord Beerus, Goku said formally, playing his part in Beerus' lesson. I request permission to handle this threat personally. Oh? Beerus' expression gave nothing away. Why should I allow that? He's barely worth my time, let alone yours. Because he's Saiyan, Goku said. Like me. Like Vegeta and Raditz. And if there's a chance, even a small one, that he can change like they did, shouldn't we try? Isn't that what separates us from the old destroyers? The willingness to give second chances? Nappa stared at this new Saiyan. Golden hair, teal eyes, power that dwarfed his own. Who are you? Goku didn't answer. He looked at Beerus, waiting for permission. The god of destruction studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Fine, you have 60 seconds. After that, I'm erasing him whether you're done or not. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Goku turned to Nappa, dropping the formal tone. You want to know who I am? I'm Kakarot, brother to Raditz, who you just tried to kill, son of Bardock, who died when planet Vegeta was destroyed. I'm the Saiyan who was never corrupted by the Empire, never forced to conquer and kill for Frieza's amusement. And I'm telling you right now, you have one chance to surrender. Take it. Kakarot? Nappa's eyes widened. But you were sent to Earth as an infant. You should have been weak, powerless. I was intercepted, Goku said. Trained by a god of destruction since birth, and now I'm giving you the same choice they gave me. Stay and fight, or leave and live. Choose. Nappa looked at him, at Beerus, at the dying Raditz below, at Vegeta, who'd found strength through compassion, at everything the old Saiyan way had led to. Extinction, servitude, meaningless violence. Nappa's power dropped. I surrender. The words seemed to cost him everything. His pride, his identity, his purpose. But he said them. Good choice, Goku said. He raised his hand and Nappa flinched, but instead of an attack, healing energy flowed out. Not enough to fully restore him, but enough to stabilize his wounds. Now leave Earth. Don't come back unless you've learned what it means to protect instead of destroy. Nappa nodded slowly, pulled himself into his pod, and launched into space. The elite warrior was broken, not physically, but spiritually. It would take years for him to rebuild himself, if he ever did. But he was alive, given a chance to choose better. Impressive, Beerus said. Mercy even to those who've wronged you. Very destroyer-like. He glanced down at where Raditz lay dying. But you're forgetting something. I didn't forget, Goku said quietly. He looked at Whis. Can you help him? Please? I can stabilize him, Whis said, appearing beside them. Get him to medical facilities where his Saiyan biology can handle the rest. But Goku, if I do this, the Z-Fighters will see me. They'll know gods intervened. That changes everything. I know. Do it anyway. Whis sighed, but his staff was already glowing. He descended, visible now, his angelic presence undeniable, and touched his staff to Redditz's wound. The bleeding stopped. The tissue began to knit. Redditz gasped, color returning to his face. What? Gohan stared at the blue-skinned being who'd just saved his father. Who are you? Whis, attendant to Lord Beerus, god of destruction. Whis smiled gently. Your father will live. Get him to a regeneration tank within the hour and he'll make a full recovery. He glanced up at where Beerus and Goku floated. My lord, shall we depart? Yes, Beerus said. We've interfered enough for one day. They began to fade. Wait, Vegeta's voice stopped them. The Saiyan prince looked up at Beerus, then at the golden-haired warrior beside him. That Saiyan, Kakarot, is he really Redditz's brother? Goku's heart clenched. This was it. The moment he'd have to choose, remain hidden or acknowledge his family. Beerus glanced at him, leaving the choice in Goku's hands. Yes, Goku said quietly, allowing his voice to carry down to them. I'm Redditz's brother, Gohan's uncle, the Saiyan who should have landed on Earth 30 years ago but was intercepted by gods instead. Why? Redditz's voice, weak but conscious. Why didn't you come home? Because I had a different destiny, Goku said, his voice thick with emotion. I was raised to be a god of destruction, trained since infancy to maintain cosmic balance, and that means, he struggled with the words, that means I can't be part of your lives, can't be the brother or uncle I want to be. I can only watch from afar and intervene when absolutely necessary. That's not fair, Gohan said, tears streaming down his face. No, Goku agreed. It's not, but it's necessary. The universe needs destroyers who care about what they're destroying, who feel the weight of every choice, who will do anything, even sacrifice their own happiness, to protect innocent lives. He looked directly at his nephew. I'm sorry I can't be there for you, Gohan, but I'm always watching, always proud, and if you ever truly need me, we'll be there, Beerus finished. Now come, Goku, we've said too much already. They vanished, truly vanished this time, returning to Beerus's planet in an instant. Behind them, the Z-Fighters stood in shocked silence at processing what they just learned. Redditz had a brother who'd been raised by gods, a brother who watched over them from the stars but could never come home. Kakarot, Redditz whispered, staring at the sky. After all these years, you're alive. Back on Beerus's planet, Goku collapsed. Not from physical exhaustion, his body was fine, but emotionally, spiritually, he was wrecked. He'd revealed himself to his family, spoken to them directly, admitted he existed, but could never be part of their lives. It was everything he'd wanted and everything that hurt. You did well, Beerus said, sitting beside him on the observation deck. Better than I expected, honestly. You showed mercy to Nappa, saved Redditz without compromising your destroyer training, and handled the revelation with maturity. It doesn't feel like I did well, Goku said hollowly. It feels like I just made everything worse. Now they know I exist. Now they'll spend their lives wondering why I don't visit, why I don't help more, why I'm not there. Yes, Beerus agreed. They will. That's the burden of being known but not present. It's harder than being completely hidden in many ways. He paused. But it's also more honest. And honesty, painful as it is, beats comfortable lies. Does it? Goku looked at him. Because right now I'm thinking I should have stayed hidden, let them believe I died in space or never existed at all. Perhaps. But then you would have carried that secret forever, and it would have eaten you alive. Beerus stood, offering his hand. Come on, let's train. Nothing helps process emotional pain quite like getting punched in the face repeatedly. Despite everything, Goku laughed, a short, broken sound, but genuine. Is that your solution to everything? Violence? I'm a god of destruction. Violence is literally my job description. Beerus pulled him up. But in this case, I'm serious. You need to burn off this emotional energy before it manifests as power fluctuations. Last time you were this upset, you accidentally destroyed 3 training platforms. That was 1 time. It was 4 times. And that's fine. Gods are allowed to have feelings. We just need to express them in controlled environments rather than, say, obliterating galaxies. They walked to the training area together, and for the next several hours, Goku lost himself in combat. Beerus didn't hold back, pushing Goku's Super Saiyan form to its absolute limits, forcing him to adapt, to think, to focus on something other than the ache in his chest. By the time they finished, Goku was exhausted but calmer. "Thank you," he said as they cooled down. "Don't thank me. You earned this. The intervention, the revelation, all of it." Beerus looked serious. "But Goku, I need you to understand something. What happened today? That's the exception, not the rule. We intervened because Nappa was a legitimate, universal threat, and because Raditz' survival served cosmic balance. Saiyans are rare enough that losing one impacts the universe's overall mortal level." "I understand. Do you? Because from here on out, the rules get stricter. You've acknowledged your family now. Other gods know you care about Earth. That makes you vulnerable. Makes them vulnerable. Enemies who want to hurt you will target them. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're saying I just painted a target on their backs." "Exactly." Beerus' expression was grim. "So you need to get stronger. Fast. Strong enough that anyone who even thinks about using Earth against you immediately realizes it's suicide. Strong enough that your reputation alone protects them. How strong? God of destruction. Strong. Full deity level. Not apprentice, not candidate. The real thing." Beerus cracked his knuckles. "Which means your training just got 10 times harder. Starting tomorrow, we're pushing you beyond anything you've experienced. You're gonna hate me. You're gonna beg for mercy. You're gonna wonder why you ever chose this path. And at the end, you'll be powerful enough to protect your family and the entire universe simultaneously. Interested?" Goku's expression hardened with determination. "When do we start?" "Tomorrow. Tonight, rest. Process what happened. Say your goodbyes." "Goodbyes?" "To who you were," Beerus clarified. "The child who was intercepted 30 years ago. The boy who wondered what family felt like. The apprentice who could pretend he might someday have a normal life. His golden eyes were kind, but absolute. Tomorrow, you start becoming a god. And gods don't get normal lives. They get eternal ones, watching everything they love turn to dust while they remain unchanged. If you're going to survive that, you need to make peace with it now." Goku was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I understand. Thank you, Lord Beerus, for everything. Don't thank me yet. Wait until after the training. You might change your mind." That night, unable to sleep, Goku returned to the observation deck. Whiz's staff was there, as it always was, the crystal orb dark and inactive. Goku touched it gently, and without being asked, it showed him Earth. Specifically, Raditz's home. His brother was out of the regeneration tank now, fully healed, sitting on his porch while Gohan slept inside. Launch, blue-haired, gentle version, sat beside him, her hand in his. "Do you think he's watching?" Raditz asked quietly. "Your brother? The god?" Launch considered. "I think if I were him, I would be. I'd want to know you were okay." "It's so strange," Raditz said. "All these years, I thought he was dead, or feral if he'd somehow survived the pod crash. I never imagined." He looked up at the stars. "Never imagined he'd become something so far beyond us." "He saved you today," Launch pointed out. "Saved all of us. That counts for something." "Does it?" He also admitted he can't be part of our lives. Can't visit, can't help except in extreme circumstances. What kind of brother is that? "The kind who loves you enough to stay away," Launch said gently. "Think about it, Raditz. He could have let you die, could have let Nappa destroy everything, but he broke rules, God rules, to save you. That's not nothing." Raditz was quiet. Then, slowly, he stood and walked to the edge of his porch, looking up at the night sky. "Kakarot," he said to the stars. "I don't know if you can hear this, but thank you for today, for watching over us even when you can't be here. And," his voice cracked, "I wish things were different. I wish you'd landed on Earth like you were supposed to. Wish I could have raised you, taught you to fight, watched you grow up proper." He wiped his eyes roughly. "But I'm proud of you anyway, my little brother, the god. That's something. So do your job, protect the universe, be great, and know that down here on this little blue planet you've got family who loves you, even if we never see you again." Launch stood, hugging Raditz from behind. "He's listening," she said with certainty. "Wherever he is, he heard you." "I hope so," Raditz said. Goku, watching from light years away, was crying. "He's proud of me," Goku whispered. "After everything, after never being there, he's proud." "Of course he is," Whis said, appearing beside him. "You saved his life, showed mercy to his enemy, revealed yourself despite the personal cost. What's not to be proud of?" I thought he'd hate me for abandoning Earth, for having power and not using it to make their lives easier. He's a warrior. He understands duty. Whis placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. Your brother doesn't need you to be there every day. He needs to know you care, that you're watching, that when things get truly desperate, you'll move heaven and earth to help. Today, you proved that. That's enough. Is it? It has to be, Whis said, because it's all you can give without destroying everything you've worked toward. The balance between God and mortal, duty and love is the hardest thing you'll ever navigate. But Goku? He smiled. I believe you can do it. Lord Beerus believes it too. Even the Grand Priest has taken notice of your progress. The Grand Priest knows about me? Of course. He knows about all destroyer candidates, and yours is a unique case. A Saiyan raised as a god from infancy, with the potential to become the youngest full deity in universal history. Whis' expression became serious. There are those who want to see you succeed, and others who want to see you fail, who believe Saiyans are too violent, too emotionally unstable to handle destroyer power. What you do from here will determine which side is right. No pressure then, Goku said with dark humor. Only the weight of the entire universe, Whis agreed. But you're strong, you'll manage. They stood together in comfortable silence, watching Earth spin slowly in the void, watching Reddits and Launch return inside, watching young Gohan sleep peacefully, safe because his uncle, a god he'd never truly know, was watching over him. Whis, Goku said quietly. Yes? I'm gonna make this work. I'm gonna become strong enough that I can protect them and the universe. Strong enough that no one dares threaten them to get to me. Strong enough that being a god and having family isn't a contradiction. I know you will, Whis said. Now come. Dawn is approaching, and Lord Beerus will want to begin your new training regime. 1 more minute? Goku asked. Please? Whis nodded and left him alone. Goku stayed on the observation deck, watching his family sleep, committing every detail to memory, because tomorrow, his training would intensify beyond anything he'd experienced, and it might be years, decades even, before he had another chance to simply watch them exist. I love you, he whispered to the distant planet. I love all of you, and I'm sorry I can't say it where you can hear, but I'm watching, always watching, and I'll protect you, no matter what it costs me. The stars seemed to shimmer in response, as if the universe itself was listening, and perhaps it was. The next day. Today, Beerus announced, you're going to learn about the hierarchy of Saiyan transformations. They were in the white training dimension, the place where time moved differently, where Goku had spent subjective years mastering his Ozaru form. But this time felt different, more serious, final in a way. I already know Super Saiyan, Goku pointed out. Golden hair, 50 times power boost. Super Saiyan is the beginning, not the end, Beerus interrupted. There are levels beyond it, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, and eventually, he paused for dramatic effect, Super Saiyan God. Goku's eyes widened. God, there's a Saiyan transformation that uses God Ki. Not just uses, is God Ki. Super Saiyan God is what happens when a Saiyan channels divine energy through their transformation. It leagues beyond the normal Super Saiyan forms. And after that, Beerus grinned. Super Saiyan Blue, the combination of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, the pinnacle of mortal divine hybrid power. How do I achieve them? The same way you achieved everything else. Brutal, exhausting training and emotional breakthroughs. Beerus gestured, and the white void suddenly filled with projections. Super Saiyan 2 requires pushing beyond your limits during combat, finding a new reservoir of power through desperation. Super Saiyan 3 takes that further, sacrificing stamina for overwhelming strength. Both are rage-based evolutions. And Super Saiyan God? That's different. Traditional method requires 5 righteous Saiyans channeling their power into a 6th, creates a temporary godly state that lasts maybe 10 minutes. Beerus waved dismissively, but you've been training with God Ki for years. You don't need the ritual. You just need to learn how to combine what you already have, Saiyan transformation and divine energy, into something new. He pointed at Goku. That's your goal, master Super Saiyan 2 and 3 over the next few years. Then achieve Super Saiyan God through your own training, and finally, combine it all into Super Saiyan Blue. Do that, and you'll be ready to start learning actual destroyer techniques. How long will it take? In real time? Maybe 10 years. In the time chamber? Beerus's smile was sharp. We'll be here for decades. Subjectively speaking, you won't leave this dimension until you're 30 years old in experience, even if you're only 25 physically. Goku felt something cold settle in his stomach. Decades. Decades away from Earth, from watching his family, from any connection to the mortal world. But he'd committed to this path, and after yesterday, after seeing Reddit's nearly die, he knew he needed every bit of power he could get. I'm ready, Goku said. No, you're not, Beerus corrected. But you will be. Now, transform into Super Saiyan and attack me. Let's see how far we can push you before you break. Goku hung in the white void, his body smoking, his Super Saiyan 2 form flickering. He'd achieved the transformation 3 years ago. Subjective. Pushed to it during a particularly brutal session where Beerus had threatened to destroy a simulated Earth if Goku didn't break his limits. The rage, the desperation, the absolute need had unlocked something new. His hair had grown spikier, electricity crackled around his aura, and his power had doubled. Base power 50 million. Super Saiyan 2.5 billion, Super Saiyan 2 5 billion, respectable, but nowhere near Beerus's true power. Again, Beerus commanded, not even breathing hard. He'd been fighting Goku for 18 hours straight. A warm-up by his standards. I can't, Goku gasped. I'm at my limit. There is no limit. Beerus's power exploded, his aura turning darker, more oppressive. You think 5 billion is impressive? I'm bored at 5 billion. You need more. He appeared in front of Goku, too fast to track, and delivered a punch to the gut that would have killed a mortal instantly. Goku's Super Saiyan 2 form shattered, reverting him to base. He crashed through 3 simulated platforms before Whis caught him. Perhaps a break, my lord, Whis suggested diplomatically. Goku has been training for 5 subjective years without rest. Even Saiyans have limits. Fine. 10 minutes. Beerus floated away, muttering about soft apprentices. Whis set Goku down gently, producing a Senzu Bean, one of the few items from Earth that Beerus allowed purely for their healing properties. Goku swallowed it, his wounds closing instantly, his energy returning. I'm not getting stronger fast enough, Goku said, frustrated. 5 years and I've only doubled my power. At this rate, it'll take centuries to reach Lord Beerus's level. You're not supposed to reach his level, Whis corrected. You're supposed to surpass it, but that requires a different approach than what you're currently using. What do you mean? You're training like a mortal, pushing your body, breaking your limits, recovering and repeating. That's effective to a point, but true godly power comes from understanding, not just strength. Whis conjured a hologram showing Goku's energy structure. Look at your ki. It's powerful, yes, but crude, unfocused. You're using a sledgehammer when you need a scalpel. I don't understand. Ultra instinct, Whis said simply. Goku had heard the term before. Whis mentioned it occasionally, usually when criticizing Goku's combat form, but he'd never explained what it meant. Ultra instinct is the ultimate technique, Whis continued. It separates consciousness from combat. Your body moves and reacts without thought, without hesitation, responding to threats before your brain even registers them. Master it, and you can fight opponents far stronger than yourself. It's how angels maintain our superiority over gods of destruction. Can you teach me? I can introduce you to the concept. Mastery. That will take time, possibly lifetimes. Whis smiled. But you're young. You have time. How do I start? By unlearning everything you know about combat. Whis tapped his staff against Goku's forehead. Right now you think, then move. You see an attack, your brain processes it, then your body responds. That split-second delay is what limits you. Ultra instinct eliminates that delay. Your body becomes the thought. He stepped back. For the next 5 years, subjective time will focus on this, not power increases, technique, efficiency, learning to fight without thinking. It won't be glamorous, it won't feel like progress, but it's essential. Goku nodded, even though part of him wanted to protest. He wanted to get stronger, to match Beerus, to protect Earth from anything. But he trusted Whis. If the angel said this was necessary, it was necessary. All right, Goku said, teach me. 10 years later, Goku moved through the void, his body a blur even to Beerus's eyes. He'd spent 10 subjective years learning Ultra Instinct, or more accurately, learning the foundation of Ultra Instinct. He couldn't maintain the full state yet, couldn't access it on command. But in flashes during moments of extreme pressure, his body would move independently of thought. Those moments were terrifying and beautiful. His power had continued growing. Base 200 million. Super Saiyan 2, 20 billion. And he'd achieved Super Saiyan 3, the ultimate mortal transformation. His hair grew down to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared, and his power tripled from Super Saiyan 2. 60 billion in his strongest form, but it was exhausting. Super Saiyan 3 drained energy so fast that he could only maintain it for minutes before depleting completely. It was a trump card, not a sustainable form. "You've plateaued," Beerus observed, watching Goku train. Super Saiyan 3 is as far as mortal Saiyan transformations go. To go further, you need to embrace godhood fully. Are you ready? For Super Saiyan God? Goku powered down, breathing hard. "I've been trying, channeling God Ki through my Saiyan transformation, just like you said, but every time I get close, it slips away." "Because you're still thinking like a mortal," Beerus said. "Super Saiyan is rage. Super Saiyan God is calm. They're opposing philosophies, which is why combining them is so difficult." He walked over, placing a hand over Goku's heart. "You need to find peace, Goku. Not the peace of meditation, but true inner peace. Acceptance of who you are, what you've sacrificed, what you've gained." "How?" "That's something only you can discover." Beerus removed his hand. "But I'll give you a hint. Stop fighting against yourself. Stop being torn between God and Saiyan, duty and family, destroyer and protector. You're all of those things. Once you accept that, truly accept it, Super Saiyan God will come naturally." It happened during meditation. Goku had spent years struggling with Beerus' advice, trying to force inner peace the same way he'd forced every other transformation. It never worked. Peace couldn't be forced. He knew that intellectually, but understanding and achieving were different things. Then one day, while meditating in the void, he stopped trying. He thought about his life, about being intercepted as an infant, raised by gods, trained to destroy, about Reddits and Gohan living on Earth without him, about Caulifla, the rival-turned-friend who'd shown him that Saiyans could be more than warriors, about Beerus, the grumpy god who'd become something like a father, about Whis, the patient teacher who never gave up on him. He thought about all the contradictions, God and mortal, destroyer and protector, Saiyan and divine, and instead of fighting those contradictions, trying to resolve them into something coherent, he just accepted them. This is who I am. All of it. The Saiyan who loves fighting, the destroyer who hates destruction, the god who can't stop caring about mortals. I'm not one or the other. I'm everything all at once, and that's okay. His aura shifted. The golden energy of Super Saiyan faded, replaced by something new. Red. Deep crimson, like sunset. His hair changed, becoming sleeker, redder, almost flame-like. His eyes shifted from teal to red, and his power exploded. Not in raw numbers. Super Saiyan God was actually weaker than Super Saiyan 3 in pure energy output. But the quality changed. His ki became refined, efficient, divine. He could feel universal currents now, sense energy across galaxies, touch the fundamental fabric of reality. Finally, Beerus' voice held genuine pride. Super Saiyan God. Welcome to true godhood, Goku. Goku opened his eyes. Red, brilliant, seeing the universe in ways he never had before. I feel everything. Every living being in Universe 7, I can sense them all. That's divine perception. You're seeing as gods see, not just individuals, but patterns, connections, the web of life that holds reality together. Beerus floated over, examining Goku's new form. Your power is roughly 400 billion now. Still not close to my level, but respectable. More importantly, you can maintain this form indefinitely. It doesn't drain you like Super Saiyan 3. It's beautiful, Goku breathed. Lord Beerus, is this what you feel all the time? This connection to everything? Yes, and it's why destroying becomes harder the more you understand what you're ending. Beerus' expression was serious. Super Saiyan God gives you the power to protect your universe, but it also makes you feel every death you cause, every planet you destroy. Can you handle that weight? Goku thought about Reddits, about Gohan, about all the billions of lives scattered across Universe 7. Thought about being responsible for maintaining balance among all of them, sometimes through destruction. I have to, he said, because someone has to carry it, and I'd rather it be someone who feels the weight than someone who doesn't. Good answer, Beerus grinned. Now one more transformation, the final one. Super Saiyan Blue, combining Super Saiyan God with the original Super Saiyan transformation. If you can achieve that, your training will be essentially complete. Ready? Goku looked at his crimson aura, felt the divine power coursing through him. Then he reached for that familiar tingle at the base of his spine, the trigger for Super Saiyan. Can I combine them? Divine calm with Saiyan rage. He pushed his energy, trying to layer the transformations, and failed. The forms rejected each other, Super Saiyan God flickering out as Super Saiyan tried to assert itself. It's not working, Goku said, frustrated. Of course not. You're trying to force them together. They need to merge, not fight. Beerus crossed his arms. Think about it. Super Saiyan God is acceptance, peace, understanding. Super Saiyan is passion, drive, the will to overcome. How do you combine those? Goku tried again and again, and for 5 more subjective years, he struggled with the combination, getting fudge, never sustaining it. The breakthrough came during a spar with Beerus. Goku was in Super Saiyan God form, fighting at his absolute limit. Beerus was pushing him harder than ever, attacking with genuine destroying intent, though still holding back to avoid actual killing. And in one moment, one desperate, impossible moment, Goku needed more. Not more rage, not more calm, more everything. He reached for Super Saiyan while maintaining Super Saiyan God. Let them coexist rather than compete. Passion and peace, drive and acceptance, Saiyan and divine. His crimson aura turned blue. The transformation was instant, perfect, like it had always been waiting for him to stop fighting himself. His hair shifted from red to brilliant blue. His aura became ocean deep, crackling with divine lightning. And his power, multiplied by 50, 400 billion became 20 trillion. Beerus actually stopped attacking, his expression showing genuine surprise. Super Saiyan Blue, you actually did it. On your own, without a catalyst or ritual. Remarkable. Goku stared at his hands, feeling power beyond anything he'd imagined. This is... Lord Beerus, I'm not even straining. This form feels natural, easy. That's because you're not fighting against yourself anymore. You've accepted all your contradictions and merged them into something new. That's what Super Saiyan Blue represents. Perfect harmony between mortal and divine, Saiyan and God, destroyer and protector. Beerus landed beside him. Your training is complete, Goku. Well, the basic training anyway. You'll spend the rest of your life refining these techniques, pushing your limits, growing stronger. But you have the foundation now. You're ready. Ready for what? To be a god of destruction. Beerus's expression was serious. When we leave this dimension, return to real time, only 5 years will have passed. You'll be 21 years old physically, but 50 subjectively. Your power will have grown from 3 million to 20 trillion in Super Saiyan Blue, 400 billion in Super Saiyan God form. He placed both hands on Goku's shoulders. You'll be the youngest full god of destruction in universal history, and you'll inherit the most troubled universe, Universe 7, which is constantly on the brink of erasure due to low mortal level. The Grand Priest will be watching. The other destroyers will be judging. Zeno himself will be curious. Are you ready for that pressure? Goku powered down, his blue aura fading to his base form. He was different now, not just stronger, but fundamentally changed. 20 years of subjective training had transformed him from an apprentice to a true deity candidate. I'm ready, he said, because I have to be. Earth needs protection, the universe needs balance, and you need to rest after 75 million years of service. If I'm not ready now, I never will be. Beerus smiled, proud, paternal, with a hint of sadness. Then let's go home. Your family has been waiting. Let's show them what you've become. They emerged from the time dimension back to Beerus's planet. For Whis, who'd been maintaining the dimension from outside, 5 years had passed. For Goku and Beerus, it had been 20 subjective years. Goku looked different. Not physically, divine energy had slowed his aging, keeping him looking 21 despite being 35 chronologically. But there was something in his eyes. A weight. The look of someone who'd seen and experienced far more than his apparent age suggested. Welcome back, Whis said. I trust the training was productive? Show him, Beerus prompted. Goku transformed, straight to Super Saiyan Blue. His hair turned brilliant blue. His aura became divine ocean depths, and his power radiated across the realm. Whis' eyes widened slightly, the only sign of surprise the angel ever showed. Super Saiyan Blue. Without ritual, catalyst, or assistance. Remarkable. Whis circled Goku, examining the transformation. Your power is approaching low destroyer level. Not quite there yet. You'd need another 5-fold increase to match Lord Beerus at 20% output, but impressive nonetheless. I also have this, Goku said, shifting to Super Saiyan God. The blue became crimson, the energy slightly less overwhelming but infinitely more refined, and Super Saiyan 3 and 2 and the original, plus Ozaru control and you're showing off, Beerus interrupted with amusement. Power down before you accidentally destroy something. Goku returned to base, grinning sheepishly. Sorry, it's just, after 20 years, I finally feel like I've made real progress. You have, which is why Beerus pulled out a small box, ornate and clearly ancient. I'm giving you this. He opened it, revealing a set of earrings. They looked like Patara earrings, but the color was different. Purple and gold instead of green and gold. Destroyer earrings, Beerus explained. When you put these on, you officially become a destroyer in training with full authority. You can intervene in mortal affairs when universal balance is threatened. You can destroy planets that need destruction. You can represent me at divine gatherings. In essence, you become my official proxy. But not full god of destruction yet? Not yet. That requires a ceremony, approval from the Grand Priest and Zeno, and for me to officially step down. We're still years away from that. But this, he held up the earrings, this makes it official. You're no longer just my apprentice. You're my successor, recognized by cosmic law. Goku took the earrings, feeling their weight, not physical weight, but symbolic. Everything he'd trained for, sacrificed for, worked toward, condensed into 2 small pieces of jewelry. Thank you, Lord Beerus, he said quietly. I won't let you down. I know you won't. Now put them on. I want to see how they look. Goku fastened the earrings, one to each ear. The moment they clicked into place, he felt different, connected to something vast and ancient, like he'd tapped into a cosmic network that linked all destroyers across all universes. How does it feel? Whis asked. Like I can sense every god of destruction simultaneously. Lord Champa, Moscow, Quitella, all of them. Their locations, their general emotional states, even their power levels. Goku concentrated. And they can sense me too. They know there's a new destroyer in training. Which means they'll be curious, Beerus said. Expect challenges. Other destroyers testing you, seeing if you're worthy. It's tradition. Just don't embarrass me. I'll try not to. Good. Now, Beerus's expression shifted to something more serious. There's something else. Your family on Earth. It's been 5 years since you revealed yourself. Raditz has recovered fully. Gohan is 17 now, and he glanced at Whis. And there's been a situation, Whis finished. Something you should see. The crystal orb glowed, showing Earth, but not just Earth, space above Earth, where a massive pink creature was battling the Z-Fighters. Majin Buu, the ancient evil that had been sealed away for millions of years, now awakened, and the Z-Fighters were losing. When? Goku demanded. 3 months ago. The Supreme Kai unsealed Majin Buu accidentally while fighting Babidi. Since then, the Z-Fighters have been desperately trying to contain him. Your brother Raditz is holding his own. He's achieved Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta as well. Young Gohan has tapped into a mystic form that rivals Super Saiyan 3, but Majin Buu is beyond them. On screen, Goku could see his nephew, 17 years old, silver hair shining with mystic power, fighting with everything he had. But Buu was toying with him, treating the apocalyptic battle like a game. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Goku asked, anger creeping into his voice. Because until today, you weren't authorized to intervene, Beerus said bluntly. Majin Buu is a universal threat, yes, but he's also containable by mortal means, theoretically. If I'd let you go early, it would have been pure favoritism, not cosmic duty. But now, he gestured to the destroyer earrings. Now you have authority. Majin Buu falls under your jurisdiction as a genuine threat to universal balance. Then I'm going, Goku said immediately. Wait. Whis raised his staff. Before you charge off, understand something. If you intervene, it needs to be as a destroyer, not as Gohan's uncle. You're not saving your family, you're eliminating a universal threat. The distinction matters. I understand. Do you? Beerus challenged. Because the moment you land, you'll see your nephew in danger. You'll see your brother exhausted, and every instinct will scream at you to protect them personally. But that's not your role anymore. Your role is to destroy Majin Buu. Whether the mortals survive is incidental. The words were harsh, but Goku understood the lesson. He couldn't be both destroyer and protector. He had to choose which role to embody and stick to it. "I'll destroy Majin Buu," Goku said firmly, "as a destroyer, for universal balance, and if my family happens to survive because of that, that's incidental." Beerus studied him for a long moment, then nodded. "Go. Show me what 20 years of training has achieved, and Goku?" "Yes? Don't hold back. Majin Buu can regenerate from anything short of complete molecular destruction. You'll need Hakai." Goku felt cold settle in his stomach. Hakai, erasure. His first time using it on a truly living being, not a rock, not a simulation, but a sentient creature with thoughts and feelings, even if that creature was a monster. "I understand," Goku said. "I'll do what's necessary." "Then go." Beerus waved his hand. "And try not to destroy the planet while you're at it. I'd prefer Earth intact." Whis tapped his staff, and Goku vanished, teleported instantly across billions of light years to Earth, to his family, to his first true mission as a destroyer. Goku appeared in Earth's orbit, invisible and intangible. Below, the battle raged. Majin Buu, in his pure, most dangerous form, was overwhelming the Z-fighters. Gohan's mystic form was flickering, his energy nearly depleted. Raditz and Vegeta were both down, barely conscious. Piccolo was trying to buy time with strategies and tricks, but even his genius was failing. Earth had minutes before Majin Buu destroyed it out of boredom. Goku descended slowly, allowing his concealment to fade. His presence, overwhelming, impossible to ignore, announced itself gradually. First, the strongest fighters felt it. Vegeta's eyes snapped open, searching the sky. Then Piccolo, his enhanced senses screaming danger. Then Gohan, who stopped mid-punch to look up. And finally, Raditz, who looked up at the descending figure and whispered, "Kakarot." Goku landed on the battlefield, his destroyer earrings gleaming, his power radiating control and authority. He looked different, older somehow, despite appearing the same age. More confident, more godly. "Majin Buu," Goku said, his voice carrying across the wasteland. "I am Goku, destroyer in training under Lord Beerus. You are a threat to universal balance. Surrender or be erased." Majin Buu tilted his head, curious. "Strong. You strong. Buu want fight you." "No," Goku said. "No fight. Just end." He raised his hand, purple Hakai energy gathering in his palm. This was it, his first true act as a destroyer. The moment everything changed, behind him Gohan called out weakly, Uncle Goku?" Goku didn't turn. Couldn't turn. Because if he looked at his nephew, saw the hope in his eyes, he'd hesitate, and hesitation would cost lives. So he looked only at Majin Buu, at the ancient evil that needed to end, and spoke one word. Hakai. The purple energy of Hakai left Goku's palm like a wave of absence. It didn't explode outward, didn't surge or crackle. It simply moved, inevitable, inexorable, consuming everything in its path. The air itself seemed to forget how to exist where the Hakai passed. Majin Buu felt it coming. His alien biology, ancient and magical, recognized destruction on a fundamental level. His eyes widened, the first genuine fear Goku had seen from the creature. "Wait," Buu began. The Hakai touched him. And Majin Buu, the ancient terror that had destroyed hundreds of planets, that had killed Supreme Kais and fought gods, began to dissolve. Not burning, not disintegrating, ceasing. His pink flesh turned translucent, then transparent, then simply wasn't there anymore. "No, Buu's strong. Buu can't." His voice cut off mid-sentence as the erasure reached his core. For just a moment, Goku felt it. Buu's consciousness, confused and terrified, reaching out for anything to anchor itself to existence. Then nothing. Complete, absolute nothing. Majin Buu didn't die and go to the afterlife. He simply stopped existing, erased so thoroughly that even the universe's memory of him began to fade. Goku lowered his hand, the purple energy dissipating. His arm trembled slightly, not from exertion, but from the weight of what he'd just done. He'd erased a living being. Permanently. Forever. The battlefield was silent. The Z-fighters stared at where Majin Buu had been, processing what they'd just witnessed. Even Vegeta, who'd seen countless deaths, looked shaken. "He's gone?" Piccolo finally said. "Completely?" "Yes," Goku said quietly, his voice carrying despite its softness. "Majin Buu has been erased from existence. He won't reform, won't resurrect, won't return. He's simply not anymore." "Uncle Goku." Gohan's voice was small, uncertain. The 17-year-old limped forward by his mystic form fading to reveal exhaustion and injuries. "That was what you did. Was that Hakai?" Goku turned to face his nephew for the first time. Gohan looked so much older than the 8-year-old who'd fought Nappa. taller, broader, with his father's wild hair and his mother's gentle eyes. A warrior, but one who chose to be. Yes, Goku confirmed. Destruction energy, the fundamental power of gods of destruction. Is he really gone? Gohan asked. His soul, his spirit, everything. Goku saw the question in his nephew's eyes, the moral weight, the implications of such absolute power. Hakai doesn't kill, it erases. There's a difference. Gohan struggled with the concept. That's terrifying, to just remove someone from existence like they never were. Yes, Goku agreed, it is. Raditz approached, limping but alive. His Super Saiyan 2 form had faded, leaving him bruised and bloody but conscious. Kakarot, you came. After 5 years, you actually came. I came because Majin Buu was a universal threat, Goku said, forcing himself to maintain the emotional distance. Because as a destroyer in training, eliminating such threats falls under my jurisdiction. Not because we were losing? Raditz's voice held something complicated, hope and hurt mixed together. Not because your family was in danger? That was incidental. The word, cold, clinical, exactly what Beerus had told him to say, landed like a physical blow. Goku saw it in Raditz's eyes, the way his brother flinched. Incidental, Raditz repeated. We were dying, and our survival was incidental. Raditz, no. Raditz held up a hand, his voice hardening. I get it. You're a god now. You can't show favoritism. Can't admit you care about us more than any other mortals. It's fine. We understand our place. That's not. Goku stopped himself, because it was what he'd meant. The rules were clear. He couldn't be both destroyer and family member. He'd made his choice, but why did the right choice hurt so much? Vegeta approached, brushing dust off his armor. Kakarot, you've gotten stronger. A lot stronger. His eyes assessed Goku's power with the instinct of a warrior. That energy you're suppressing, what is it? 10 trillion? 20. In my strongest form, yes, Goku admitted. 20 trillion. Vegeta's eyes widened despite himself. In 5 years, you went from 3 million to 20 trillion? He trailed off, calculating. That's obscene. What kind of training produces that growth? The kind that takes 20 years subjective time in a temporal dimension, Goku said. 20 years, Raditz breathed. You spent 20 years training while we lived 5. You're not just older than us chronologically anymore, you're older experienced, by decades. 51 years of memories in a 21-year-old body, Goku confirmed. It's complicated. You're telling me. Piccolo joined the conversation, his analytical mind already processing the implications. So from your perspective, it's been 20 years since you revealed yourself to us. But for us, it's been 5. That's got to be disorienting. It is, Goku admitted. I watched you in annual viewings, saw how you changed. But for me, those viewings were years apart. For you, they never happened. We're living at different speeds. This is too weird, Krillin said, floating down with Tien and Yamcha. Goku, can we call you Goku? Or is it like Lord Destroyer or something? Despite everything, Goku smiled, small but genuine. Goku is fine. I'm not a full god of destruction yet, still in training. Still in training, and you can erase people from existence, Yamcha muttered. What are you going to be able to do when you're fully qualified? Unmake reality? Hopefully not, Goku said. But probably something close to that, yeah. A tense silence fell. The Z-Fighters were processing. Their friend, uncle, rival who'd been raised by gods, who just saved them from an unbeatable foe who could erase anything from existence with a gesture. It was too much to reconcile with the person they'd briefly met 5 years ago. So what now? Vegeta asked, his voice carefully neutral. You saved Earth, eliminated the threat, mission accomplished. Are you leaving? Goku opened his mouth to say yes, to maintain the distance, follow the rules, be the proper destroyer who didn't get attached. But the words wouldn't come. He looked at his family, brother, nephew, rival, allies. They were battered, exhausted, alive only because he'd intervened. I should leave. Lord Beerus is waiting. I have responsibilities. But, Gohan prompted, and Goku heard so much hope in that one word it hurt. But I want to stay, Goku admitted. Just for a little while. If that's allowed, I want to talk. Really talk, not just 30 seconds during a crisis. Is that... He looked at them. Is that okay? Raditz's expression softened. Kakarot, you just saved the planet. You're allowed to stick around long enough to have a conversation with your family. Family, Goku repeated the word, feeling its weight. Am I still allowed to call you that? After everything? You're my brother, Reddit said firmly. God or not, destroyer or not, you're family. That doesn't change. Damn right, Gohan added, wincing as he tried to stand straighter. You're Uncle Goku, the coolest uncle in the universe. Literally. Despite the situation's seriousness, several Z fighters groaned at the pun. Your humor is still terrible, Piccolo observed. Learned it from Dad, Gohan grinned. Goku felt something in his chest loosen, a tension he'd been carrying for 20 subjective years. He'd been so afraid they'd reject him, hate him for being absent, for being unable to be the family member they deserved. But they were giving him a chance, a small window to just be. Okay, Goku said. I'll stay for a few hours, but first... He looked at their injuries. Let me help. He raised his hand, and divine energy flowed out, not destruction, but creation, healing light that Whis had taught him, channeling God Ki to accelerate natural recovery. Within seconds, their wounds closed. Energy restored. Bodies repaired. Whoa, Krillin examined his arms, previously broken, now perfect. That's incredible. Can you teach us that? It requires God Ki, which mortals can't really access. Sorry. Goku lowered his hand, the healing complete. There, now you're all functional. Raditz, Launch is probably worried sick. You should go home. Let her know you're alive. Come with me, Raditz said immediately. Come meet your sister-in-law properly. See how Gohan's grown. Let us show you what we've built here. Goku hesitated. Whis' voice echoed in his mind. Don't get too attached. The deeper your connections, the harder it'll be when they die and you remain. But another voice, quieter, more human, whispered, You have a few hours. Take them. You've earned this. All right, Goku agreed. Lead the way. Reditz's home hadn't changed much in 5 years. It was still modest, a simple house on the outskirts of West City with a training yard out back and a small garden Launch maintained. But it was filled with life in a way Beerus' palace never could be. Photos on the walls showing family moments, training equipment scattered around, the smell of cooking food. It was a home, not just a dwelling. And walking into it, Goku felt something he'd never quite experienced. Belonging. Launch, Reddit's called. I'm back, and I brought someone. Launch appeared from the kitchen, currently in her blue-haired form, gentle and kind. She looked older than in Goku's last viewing, with a few more lines around her eyes and gray beginning to show in her hair. But her smile was warm and genuine when she saw Raditz alive. Then she saw Goku and stopped dead. Kakarot? She breathed. You're real. I thought maybe Raditz had imagined you, or that you were some kind of hallucination from the battle. I'm real, Goku assured her. And it's nice to meet you properly. I've been watching you for years through divine viewing, but this is the first time we've actually met face to face. That's not creepy at all, Launch said, but her tone was teasing rather than accusatory. Watching us without permission, showing up during crises, being all mysterious and godly, you're quite the enigma, Kakarot. Goku, he corrected. That's what I go by now. Kakarot was the name my birth parents gave me, but Whis named me Goku when he intercepted my pod. It means awareness of emptiness in an ancient language. Goku, Launch tested the word. That's beautiful and somewhat sad. Most things about godhood are, Goku admitted. Launch studied him for a long moment, then did something unexpected. She hugged him, just walked up and wrapped her arms around him, ignoring the fact that he was a deity who could erase her from existence with a thought. Thank you, she said quietly, for saving my husband, for watching over our family even when you couldn't be here, for caring enough to break rules when it mattered. Thank you. Goku stood frozen for a moment, not sure how to respond. Physical affection wasn't something he experienced much. Beerus wasn't the hugging type, and Whis was too proper. But after a heartbeat, he returned the embrace carefully, afraid his strength might hurt her. You're welcome, he managed. Launch pulled back, wiping her eyes. Right. Well, you must be hungry. Gods eat, right? I was making dinner when the battle ended. There's plenty. I always cook extra when there's a crisis, in case Raditz brings home injured friends. I could eat, Goku admitted. His Saiyan appetite hadn't diminished with godhood. If anything, it had gotten worse. But I don't want to intrude. Nonsense. You're family. Family doesn't intrude. She headed back to the kitchen. Gohan, help me set the table. We're having a guest. Gohan appeared from upstairs. He'd apparently gone to change out of his battle-worn clothes. Now he wore casual Earth fashion, jeans and a t-shirt with some kind of academic logo. Is Uncle Goku staying for dinner? If you'll have me, Goku said. Of course. Gohan's enthusiasm was infectious. I have so many questions. About training, about space, about being a god, about everything, really. Dad tells stories, but hearing it from you would be amazing. I'll answer what I can, Goku promised, though some things are classified, divine secrets and all that. Even classified stories are better than nothing, Gohan said cheerfully, heading to help his mother. Reddit's gestured for Goku to follow him to the living room. Come on, we've got about 20 minutes before dinner. Oh, let's talk, really talk. They sat, Reddit's in his usual chair, worn and comfortable, Goku on the couch that was probably older than he was. For a moment, neither spoke, both processing the surreal situation. Brothers who'd never met until adulthood, living fundamentally different lives, trying to find common ground. You look good, Reddit's finally said. Healthier than 5 years ago. Less haunted. 20 years of training will do that, Goku said. I've had time to process what I am, what I'm becoming. Make peace with the sacrifices. Do you regret it? Reddit's asked bluntly. Being raised as a god instead of landing on Earth? Having power and responsibility instead of family and freedom? Goku considered the question seriously. Sometimes. When I watch you with Launch and Gohan, see the life you've built, I wonder what I might have had if things had been different. But then I think about the universe, about the billions of lives I can protect now, the balance I can maintain, the good I can do from my position. And I know that even if I regret the loss, I can't regret the choice. That's very diplomatic, Raditz observed. It's also true. Goku leaned back. I'm not going to lie and say I don't wish I could have both, god powers and normal family life. But reality doesn't work that way. I chose this path, or it chose me, and I have to live with the consequences. We all do, Reddit's agreed. I chose to reform, to make peace with Earth. That choice cost me my Saiyan pride, my place among our people, any chance of returning to the life I knew. But I gained something better, a family, a purpose beyond violence, a home worth protecting. Different paths, same concept. Sacrifice one thing to gain another. You understand, Goku said, relief evident in his voice. I wasn't sure you would. I'm your brother. Of course I understand. Raditz smiled. Though I have to say, watching you erase Majin Buu was disturbing. Is that really what gods of destruction do? Just remove beings from existence? When necessary, yes, Goku's expression darkened. Hakai is the ultimate power and the ultimate responsibility. It's not used lightly. Every being I erase is permanently gone. No afterlife, no reincarnation, nothing. The weight of that. He trailed off. But Majin Buu deserved it, Reddit said. He destroyed hundreds of planets, killed countless innocents. If anyone deserved complete erasure. Did he though? Goku interrupted. Majin Buu was created as a weapon. He never chose to be evil. He was made that way. Yes, he killed people. Yes, he was dangerous, but he was like a child in a way, acting out because he didn't know better. And I erased him. Forever. Didn't give him a chance to change, to learn, to become something else. You couldn't take that risk, Reddit said firmly. Earth was minutes from destruction. We were all dying. You did what you had to do. I know, Goku said quietly, but knowing it was necessary doesn't make it easier to live with. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of mortality and divinity pressing down on both of them. Kakarot. Goku, Reddit corrected himself. I need you to understand something. You saved us. You saved the planet. And even if you're right, even if Majin Buu could have been reformed with time and effort, we didn't have time. You made the hard choice, so we didn't have to. That matters. Thank you, Goku said. I needed to hear that. That's what brothers are for, even brothers who live in different dimensions and only see each other once every 5 years. Despite himself, Goku laughed. When you put it that way, we have a very strange relationship. Strange but real, Reddit's confirmed. Now come on. Dinner should be ready, and Launch gets scary when her food gets cold. Dinner was surreal. Goku sat at a table with his brother's family. Launch, Gohan, and 2 other children Goku hadn't known existed. Gine, age 12, and Taro, age 10, named after Goku's parents. They stared at him with wide eyes, both fascinated and terrified by the god in their home. So, Gine said, pushing food around her plate nervously, your dad's brother, the one who's a god. Destroyer in training, Goku corrected gently. Not quite a full god yet. Still learning. But you can destroy planets? Taro asked. Yes, Could you destroy Earth? Taro! Launch scolded. That's inappropriate. It's okay. Goku interrupted. He deserves an honest answer. He looked at the 10-year-old. Yes, I could destroy Earth. Easily. In fact, if Earth ever became a threat to universal balance, if humanity went wrong in some fundamental way, it would be my responsibility to eliminate it. The table went silent. But, Goku continued, I would try everything else first. Every option, every alternative, every possible way to fix the problem without destruction. Because Earth is special to me, because my family lives here, and because wholesale destruction should always be the last resort, never the first. Would you really destroy us if you had to? Gine asked, her voice small. If there was absolutely no other option, and the alternative was letting billions in other systems die, yes, I would. It would destroy me emotionally, probably haunt me for the rest of my existence, but I would do what needed to be done. He met her eyes. But I would also move heaven and earth to make sure it never comes to that. Do you understand? I think so, Gine said. You're strong enough to make the hard choices, but kind enough to hate them. That's actually a perfect summary, Goku said, impressed. You're wise for 12. She gets it from her grandmother, Launch said. Your mother, Gine, was apparently quite philosophical. Raditz has told stories. I wish I'd known her, Goku said. And my father. Bardock, I have a few memories. Sensations from when I was an infant, but nothing concrete. Bardock was a warrior, Raditz said. Tough, cynical, but with a strange ability to see bits of the future. He's the one who sent you to Earth. He knew Frieza was going to destroy planet Vegeta, and wanted at least one of his sons to survive. He saved my life, Goku realized. If he hadn't sent me away, I'd have died with the rest of the Saiyans. Or been intercepted and raised by Frieza, Raditz pointed out. Can you imagine? You, with your power but serving Frieza? That would have been a disaster. For everyone involved, Goku agreed, Frieza included. Speaking of Frieza, Vegeta's voice came from the doorway. The Saiyan prince had apparently let himself in. Mind if I join? I have questions. Vegeta! Launch stood. I didn't know you were coming. I'll set another place. Don't bother. I'm not staying long. Vegeta entered, his eyes locked on Goku. I just want to understand something. You were sent to Earth as an infant, intercepted by gods, raised as a destroyer. That makes you the luckiest Saiyan alive. You got power without servitude, training without trauma. So why do you look so miserable? The question was harsh but not unkind. Vegeta had spent years learning to read people, and apparently he saw through Goku's facade. Because power without connection is empty, Goku said simply. I have strength, authority, immortality, all of it. But I can't have a normal life, can't settle down, start a family, grow old with people I love. I'm going to watch everyone I care about die while I remain unchanged. That's the trade-off. Vegeta considered this. And you think that's worse than what I had? Serving Frieza, watching him destroy my planet, spending years as his attack dog? No. Different kinds of suffering, not better or worse. You had trauma and servitude. I have isolation and immortality. We both paid prices for our power. Fair. Vegeta pulled up a chair, sitting without invitation. So, 20 trillion power level in your strongest form. How'd you achieve that? For the next hour, they talked. Not about divinity or philosophy, but about training, about techniques, transformations, pushing limits. Vegeta was fascinated by Super Saiyan Blue, the combination of mortal and divine power. Gohan had questions about God Ki and how it differed from regular energy. Even young Taro wanted to know if he could someday learn to transform. It was normal. Beautifully, wonderfully normal. For 1 hour, Goku wasn't a destroyer. He was just a Saiyan warrior talking shop with his family. But all good things had to end. Whis' voice echoed in Goku's mind. Goku, Lord Beerus is getting impatient. You've been on Earth for 3 hours. It's time to return. Goku sighed, standing. I have to go. Lord Beerus is calling. The mood immediately shifted. Gohan's face fell. Gine and Taro looked disappointed. Even Vegeta seemed annoyed at the interruption. Already? Raditz asked. You just got here. I've been here 3 hours. That's already longer than I should have stayed. Goku looked at his family, brother, sister-in-law, nibblings, rival. But thank you for welcoming me, for understanding, for not hating me for being absent. This meant more than you know. Will we see you again? Gohan asked. Eventually, but probably not for a while. I have training to complete, responsibilities to fulfill, and the more I visit, the harder it gets to leave. Goku's voice was thick with emotion. So I need to maintain distance, for both our sakes. That's stupid, Taro said bluntly. You're family. Family should visit. In a perfect world, yes, but this isn't a perfect world. Goku ruffled the boy's hair. Be good, train hard, and if you ever truly need me, life or death situation, I'll come. I promise. That's not enough, Gine said, her eyes watering. We just met you. We want more than crisis intervention. We want an uncle. I know, Goku said, his heart breaking. I want that too, but wanting something and being able to have it are different things. I'm sorry. He turned to leave, and Raditz caught his arm. Kakarot! Wait. Raditz's grip was strong, desperate. Before you go, I need to know. Do you regret it, being intercepted? If you could go back, choose differently, would you? Goku looked at his brother, at the life Raditz had built, the family he'd raised, the peace he'd found. Then he thought about the universe. About the billions of lives that needed protection, about the role only he could fill. No, Goku said honestly. I don't regret it, because if I'd landed on Earth, I'd have been happy. I'd have had family and friends and a normal life. But millions, maybe billions of people would have died who I could have saved. Planets would have been destroyed that I could have protected. The universe would have been poorer for my selfishness. He squeezed Raditz's hand. I hate what I've lost. I grieve for the life I never had, but I don't regret doing what's necessary, and I never will. Raditz held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. I understand. I don't like it, but I understand. He pulled Goku into a brief, fierce hug. Come back when you can. Even if it's years, we'll be here. I know. Thank you. Goku stepped back, raised 2 fingers to his forehead, and used instant transmission, a technique Whis had taught him for emergencies. In an instant, he was gone, back to Beerus's planet, leaving his family behind. In the house, silence reigned. I miss him already, Gohan said quietly, and he was only here for 3 hours. That's the thing about gods, Launch said, clearing the table. They give you just enough to remember what you're missing. Then they leave, and you have to carry that absence until they return. It's not fair, Taro complained. No, Raditz agreed, staring at where Goku had stood, but fair doesn't enter into it. We got 3 hours with a god who loves us enough to break rules. That's more than most mortals ever receive. We should be grateful. Are you? Gine asked. Grateful? Raditz thought about his brother raised by gods, carrying the weight of the universe, isolated and powerful and lonely beyond measure. About the choice Goku made every day to stay away rather than risk compromising his duty. Yeah, Raditz said finally. I am. Because even though he can't be here, at least I know he's watching, protecting us from the shadows. That's something. It's not enough, Gohan said. No, Raditz agreed. But it's what we have, so we'll make it be enough. Goku reappeared on Beerus's planet to find not just his teacher waiting, but visitors. 3 of them, floating in the observation courtyard. Lord Champa, Universe 6's god of destruction, his attendant Vados, and a young woman Goku recognized, Caulifla, the Universe 6 Saiyan he'd fought 5 years ago during the exhibition match. Finally, Beerus grumbled. Do you have any idea how long I've been entertaining these idiots while waiting for you? About 15 minutes, my lord, Whis said helpfully. You've been quite patient. That's 15 minutes too long. Relax, brother, Champa said, his rotund form somehow still imposing despite being less lean than Beerus. We're here for a reason. A good reason. Well, good for me anyway. He grinned at Goku. So you're the famous apprentice? Caulifla's been talking about you for years. Said you were impressive. You fought well? Goku said to Caulifla, nodding respectfully. 5 years ago, you pushed me hard. 5 years for you, Caulifla corrected with a grin. 12 for me. I've been training this whole time, Goku, getting stronger, waiting for a rematch. Her eyes gleamed with competitive fire. I achieved Super Saiyan 2 3 years ago. Super Saiyan God last year through Champa-sama's ritual and Vados' training. I'm not the same fighter you beat. Goku said I've reached Super Saiyan Blue. Caulifla's eyes widened. Blue? Already? But that's the legendary form that combines mortal and divine. How'd you... 20 years of training in a time chamber, decades of work compressed into 5 years real time. Goku smiled. But I'd still like that rematch. When you're ready. Oh, I'm ready, Caulifla said eagerly. In fact, that's why we're here. Lord Champa. Tell him. Champa's grin widened. The Grand Priest has called for a tournament of destroyers. All 12 universes, each one represented by their destroyer or destroyer in training. A chance to prove which universe has the strongest divine warrior. Winner gets a wish from the Super Dragon Balls. Any wish, no limits. Goku's interest peaked. A tournament? When? 6 months from now. Gives everyone time to prepare, make peace with their mortal worlds in case they don't return, that sort of thing. Champa looked at Beerus. I wanted to tell you personally because Universe 6 versus Universe 7, that's going to be the highlight match. My apprentice versus yours. Brother versus brother. It'll be glorious. If I agree to participate, Beerus pointed out, which I haven't. Oh, you'll participate, Champa said confidently. Because if you don't, Goku forfeits his claim to the Destroyer title. You can't have a Destroyer who's afraid of combat, so unless you want to start training someone new from scratch. Beerus's eye twitched. Champa had him cornered, and they both knew it. Fine, Beerus growled. We'll participate, but Goku fights, not me. I'm too important to risk in some tournament. That was always the plan, Champa said. Destroyer candidates only, gives them real combat experience before they inherit full god status. Should be fun. Well, fun for me. Your boy's gonna get crushed. Want to bet on that? Beerus challenged. Absolutely. Loser has to give the winner one of their universe's planets. I'm thinking that Earth you're so fond of. Not Earth, Goku interrupted, his voice firm. Any other planet in Universe 7, fine, but Earth is off the table. Champa studied him. Attached to it, are you? That's a weakness, you know. Destroyers shouldn't care about specific planets. And yet I do, Goku said, meeting his gaze. Earth is non-negotiable. Choose something else or don't bet at all. Ooh, backbone, Champa grinned. I like this kid. Fine, not Earth. How about that food planet Beerus is always going on about, the one with the amazing seafood? Deal, Beerus said immediately. And when Goku wins, I'm taking that cheese planet you've been hoarding. Deal. They shook hands, and Goku felt reality itself acknowledge the wager. Divine bets were binding in a way mortal agreements couldn't match. So it's settled, Vado said, her tone pleasant despite discussing what was essentially a cosmic fight club. 6 months to prepare. The tournament will be held in the Null Void, same location as the exhibition match 5 years ago. Rules are simple. Ring out, surrender, or incapacitation. Killing is prohibited. This is a friendly competition after all. Friendly, Goku repeated skeptically. For certain values of friendly, Caulifla agreed. But seriously, Goku, I'm looking forward to this. A real fight, no holding back, just two Saiyans going all out. She cracked her knuckles. It's gonna be amazing. It will be, Goku agreed, feeling his own competitive spirit rising. I'll see you in 6 months. And Caulifla, don't hold back, because I won't. Wouldn't dream of it. The Universe 6 contingent departed, leaving Beerus, Whis, and Goku alone. Well, Beerus said, that was unexpected. Thoughts? I think, Goku said slowly, that this is exactly what I need. Real combat, genuine stakes, a chance to test everything I've learned, and if I win, I prove I'm worthy of the Destroyer title. If I lose, he trailed off. If you lose, your claim to succession is questioned, Whis finished. The other Destroyers will argue that if you can't defeat a fellow candidate, you're not ready for full godhood. It could delay your official appointment by decades, possibly centuries. So no pressure, Goku said wryly. Only your entire future and the pride of Universe 7, Beerus said. But yes, no pressure at all. He walked over, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. Listen, this tournament is going to be brutal. You'll be facing 11 other Destroyer candidates, each one trained by their universe's god of destruction. Some will be stronger than you. Some will have techniques you've never seen, and unlike your training with me, they won't hold back to avoid killing you. I understand. Do you? Because the difference between training and real combat is... I know the difference, Goku interrupted quietly. I just used Hakai on a living being for the first time, erased Majin Buu from existence. I understand what real combat means now. What's at stake when you fight for keeps? Beerus studied him, then nodded. Good. Then for the next 6 months, we train harder than ever. No more trips to Earth, no more distractions. Pure combat preparation. I want you ready to face gods and win. Yes, Lord Beerus. And Goku? Beerus's expression softened slightly. I know leaving your family again is hard. But this tournament, if you win, you'll have proven yourself worthy of full destroyer status. And once you're a full god of destruction, the rules about mortal interaction become more flexible. You'll never be able to live with them, but you could visit more frequently. Openly, not just in crises. Hope flickered in Goku's chest. Really? Really? Full destroyers have more autonomy than trainees. So this tournament, it's not just about winning. It's about earning the freedom to be both god and family member. Beerus smiled. Now come on, we have 6 months to turn you from impressive to unstoppable. Let's get started. 6 months later, the day of the tournament arrived. Goku stood in the white training dimension one last time, powering down from Super Saiyan Blue. 6 months of brutal, exhausting training. 6 months of pushing his limits, refining his techniques, preparing for the fight of his life. His base power had increased to 500 million, not a massive jump, but significant refinement. His Super Saiyan Blue form now clocked in at 25 trillion, and he could maintain it for hours without strain. He'd achieved what Whis called Mastered Super Saiyan Blue, perfect energy control, zero wasted movement, maximum efficiency. And he'd made progress on Ultra Instinct. Not full mastery, that would take decades more, but he could access what Whis called Ultra Instinct Sign for brief periods. His hair would take on a silver sheen, his eyes would go blank, and for maybe 30 seconds, his body would move with perfect instinctual precision. It wasn't enough to sustain in a full fight yet, but it was a trump card, an ace in the hole. "You're ready," Beerus announced, appearing beside him. "As ready as 6 months can make you anyway. The tournament starts in 1 hour. Any last-minute questions?" "Just one," Goku said. "What do you think my chances are? Honestly." Beerus considered. "Against most of the other candidates? Good. You're strong, well-trained, and you have Super Saiyan Blue. That puts you in the upper tier. But..." He paused. "There are 3 candidates you need to watch out for. Caulifla from Universe 6, you know her, she's skilled and relentless. Toppo from Universe 11, he's been training for over a century, has access to preliminary God of Destruction energy. And Jiren, also from Universe 11. Wait, Universe 11 has 2 candidates? Their current destroyer, Belmod, is ancient and planning to retire soon. He's training 2 successors and letting them compete for the position. Jiren he's the favorite, mortal who's transcended his limits through sheer determination. Some say he's already stronger than Belmod himself." Goku felt a thrill run through him. Stronger than a god of destruction? Possibly. His power is ridiculous. If you face him... Beerus looked serious. "Don't hold back. Use everything. Ultra Instinct Sign, full power blue, whatever it takes, because Jiren will." "Understood." Goku cracked his knuckles, anticipation building. "All right, I'm ready. Let's do this." That's what I wanted to hear. Now come on, we're fashionably late as it is. The Null Void was more crowded than Goku had ever seen it. The massive obsidian platform floated in the center of dimensional nothingness, but now it was surrounded by viewing areas for each universe. 12 sections, each one occupied by a god of destruction, their attendant angel, and sometimes other divine beings. The Omni King, Zeno himself, sat on a throne that floated above everything, flanked by his guards and the Grand Priest. The most powerful being in existence, who looked like a small child, watching the proceedings with cheerful interest. "Wow," Goku breathed. "Everyone's here." "This is the first tournament of destroyers in 3 million years, Whis explained. "Of course everyone's here. It's history in the making." They descended to Universe 7's section. Beerus took his seat, looking as bored as ever despite the momentous occasion. Goku stood beside him, surveying the competition. In Universe 6's section, Caulifla grinned and waved at him. She looked stronger, more confident, more refined. Beside her, Champa lounged with the smugness of someone certain their candidate would win. In Universe 11's section, 2 figures stood out. One was massive, muscular, with a bushy mustache and hero's costume. Toppo, presumably. The other was lean, shorter, with intense gray eyes that seemed to pierce through everything they looked at. Jiren. Both radiated power that made Goku's instincts scream danger. The other candidates were a mix. Some humanoid, some alien, all of them powerful beyond anything most mortals would ever encounter. "Welcome!" The Grand Priest's voice echoed across the void, silencing all conversation. "To the Tournament of Destroyers. 12 universes. 12 candidates. 1 champion." The crowd erupted in cheers, gods, angels, and divine beings expressing excitement in ways that bent reality slightly. The rules are simple, the Grand Priest continued. Ring out, surrender, or unconsciousness results in elimination. Killing is forbidden, violators will be erased by the Omni King immediately. The last fighter standing wins glory for their universe and one wish from the Super Dragon Balls. He gestured, and a bracket appeared, showing the tournament structure. Goku found his name. First round, he'd be fighting someone named Agnalasa from Universe 3. If he won that, quarterfinals against either Caulifla or Universe 9's candidate. The tournament begins now! Goku stood at one end of the obsidian platform. His opponent, Agnalasa, stood at the other. Agnalasa was massive, a towering fusion warrior, its body a grotesque amalgamation of metallic and organic components. Goku couldn't tell where machine ended and biology began, but it didn't matter. The power radiating from it was immense, easily 10 trillion base power. Universe 7 versus Universe 3, the Grand Priest announced. Fighters, are you ready? Ready, Goku confirmed. Agnalasa's response was a thunderous roar that shook the platform, its multiple cores pulsing with energy. Begin! Agnalasa moved first, surprisingly fast for something so massive. It closed the distance in a blink, its enormous fist driving toward Goku's face, with enough force to crater mountains. Goku dodged, transforming into Super Saiyan as he moved. His power jumped to 25 billion, and he countered with a kick that Agnalasa blocked. They exchanged blows at speeds that blurred them both, shockwaves radiating across the platform. It's strong, Goku thought. Really strong. But its movements are predictable, too coordinated, like it's operating on programming. It's not adapting. Agnalasa suddenly grabbed Goku's arm and squeezed. Goku felt his bones creak under pressure that would have pulverized normal matter. Energy began flowing from Goku into Agnalasa's cores, the fusion warrior's power visibly increasing as it absorbed his ki. Goku transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue. The surge of divine power overloaded Agnalasa's absorption systems. The fusion warrior released him, stumbling back, its cores flickering erratically as smoke poured from its joints. Okay, Goku said, his blue aura crackling. Let's finish this properly. He appeared behind Agnalasa, instant transmission, and delivered a precision strike to what he sensed was the central power core. Not enough to destroy it completely, but enough to disable. The massive fusion warrior collapsed, its systems shutting down with a resonating metallic groan. Agnalasa is unable to continue, the Grand Priest announced. Winner, Goku of Universe 7. The crowd erupted. Beerus grinned smugly at Moscow, Universe 3's god of destruction, who looked thoroughly annoyed. Goku powered down and returned to his section, adrenaline still pumping. Good start, Beerus said. But that was easy mode. The next fights will be harder. I know, Goku said, watching as the next match began, Caulifla versus Universe 9's candidate. Caulifla dominated. She went straight to Super Saiyan God, her crimson aura and divine power overwhelming her opponent in seconds. When she powered down, she caught Goku's eye and mouthed, "You're next." Goku grinned. Can't wait. Quarterfinals, Goku versus Caulifla. They stood across from each other, both grinning like feral cats. 5 years, Caulifla said. 5 years since you beat me in that exhibition. I've been training every single day since then, waiting for this moment. Same, Goku said. Well, 20 years subjective time, but the waiting was the same. No holding back? Caulifla asked. No holding back, Goku confirmed. Begin! They both transformed immediately. Goku to Super Saiyan Blue, Caulifla to Super Saiyan God. The power clash created a shockwave that made even the gods watching lean back in their seats. Then they moved. The fight was beautiful. 2 Saiyans at their peak, going all out. Caulifla's power in Super Saiyan God was around 15 trillion, below Goku's 25 trillion, but not by enough to make it easy. She was skilled, aggressive, constantly adapting. You've gotten stronger. Goku laughed, deflecting a kick that would have taken his head off. You too. Caulifla fired a barrage of divine ki blasts, but not strong enough. She had a point. Goku was winning slowly, but Caulifla wasn't giving up. She pushed harder, her power climbing as Saiyans did in combat, growing to meet the challenge. Then she did something unexpected. Kaioken times 20. Her red aura exploded around her Super Saiyan God form, multiplying her power. Suddenly she was at 300 trillion, far beyond what Goku could match. She learned Kaioken, Goku realized, and combined it with Super Saiyan God. That's insane. The divine ki must be stabilizing the strain. Caulifla was already moving, too fast to dodge. Her fist connected with Goku's gut, and he felt it. Ribs cracked, internal bleeding. His Super Saiyan blue form flickered from the damage. I'm losing. I need Ultra Instinct sign activated. It wasn't conscious. His body just moved. Dodging Caulifla's follow-up attack without thought, countering with precision his conscious mind couldn't match. His hair shifted, silver mixing with blue. His eyes went blank. For 30 seconds, Goku fought on pure instinct. Every movement was perfect. Every counter was optimal. He landed blow after blow that Caulifla couldn't defend against because he wasn't telegraphing them. When Ultra Instinct sign faded, Caulifla was on one knee, her Kaioken dropped, her Super Saiyan God flickering. What was that? She gasped. That technique, your hair went silver. Ultra Instinct, Goku said, breathing hard. I can't maintain it yet, but for a few seconds, he offered his hand. You pushed me to my limit. Thank you. Caulifla looked at his hand, then at the arena. She was still in bounds. She could keep fighting, but they both knew it was over. She'd used her trump card, and he'd countered with his own. I surrender, she said, taking his hand. But next time, I'm going to master Super Saiyan Blue myself, and then we'll see who's stronger. Deal? Goku said, pulling her up. Winner Goku of Universe 7. As they left the stage, Champa looked disappointed but not surprised. Your student's good, he admitted to Beerus. Better than I thought. He's my student, Beerus said smugly. Of course he's good. Semifinals, Goku versus Toppo. Toppo was everything a destroyer candidate should be. Powerful, disciplined, unwavering in his duty. He fought with precision and overwhelming strength, his preliminary destruction energy adding a dangerous edge to every attack. But Goku won. Barely. Super Saiyan Blue plus brief Ultra Instinct sign bursts were enough to overcome Toppo's raw power. When it ended, both fighters were exhausted, but Goku was standing and Toppo wasn't. You're strong, Toppo acknowledged as he was helped off the stage. But my universe's other candidate is stronger. Good luck, Goku of Universe 7. You'll need it. Finals. Goku versus Jiren. The Null Void went silent as they took their positions. Jiren hadn't spoken a word throughout the entire tournament, hadn't shown emotion, hadn't celebrated his victories. He simply won, efficiently and overwhelmingly, then waited for the next fight. His power was incomprehensible. Goku couldn't even sense it properly. It was like trying to measure an ocean with a teaspoon, somewhere beyond 50 trillion, possibly beyond 100 trillion. A mortal who'd transcended mortality through sheer will. I've heard stories about you, Goku said, trying to provoke some response. They say you're stronger than your own god of destruction. Is that true? Jiren's gray eyes fixed on him. Power is irrelevant. Only justice matters. Strength exists to protect the innocent. I agree with that, Goku said, surprised. But if power is irrelevant, why are you here? Why compete? To prove that mortals can surpass gods, that divinity is not required for true strength. For the first time, emotion flickered across Jiren's face. You were given power, I earned mine. Let's see which is superior. Begin. Jiren didn't transform, didn't power up. He simply moved. 1 second he was across the arena. The next, his fist was in Goku's stomach, driving him back 50 feet. Goku's Super Saiyan Blue form activated defensively, but it barely helped. The pain was immense. He's not even trying, Goku realized. That was a casual hit and it nearly knocked me out. Jiren appeared beside him, his hand raised for a chop that would wring Goku out. Ultra Instinct sign activated. Goku's body moved on instinct, dodging the chop, countering with a kick that actually connected. Jiren slid back an inch, the first time anyone had moved him all tournament. Interesting, Jiren said. Ultra Instinct. An angel technique. You have potential. Then he got serious. What followed wasn't a fight, it was a lesson. Even with Ultra Instinct sign, even with Super Saiyan Blue at maximum, Goku couldn't keep up. Jiren was too strong, too fast, too skilled. Every attack Goku launched was countered. Every defense was broken through. Within 2 minutes, Goku was on his back, staring at the void above, his Ultra Instinct depleted, his Super Saiyan Blue flickering out. You fought well, Jiren said, offering his hand, but you rely too much on divine power. Your own strength, your personal growth remains insufficient. Train more, become stronger through your own effort, not borrowed divinity. Then we'll have a real fight. Goku took the hand, letting Jiren pull him up. He'd lost, completely, utterly, no question about it. Winner, Jiren of Universe 11. The crowd erupted, some cheering, some disappointed. Beerus looked annoyed but not surprised. Whis seemed thoughtful. And Goku. Goku felt something he hadn't felt in years. Pure, unbridled determination. He's right, Goku thought, limping off the stage. I've been relying on Super Saiyan transformations, on God Ki, on techniques others taught me. I haven't developed my own strength, my personal power, but I will. I'll train harder than ever, and next time we fight, next time I'll win. Back on Beerus' planet, Goku sat on the observation deck, staring at the stars. He'd lost, failed to win the tournament, failed to prove himself worthy. You're being melodramatic, Beerus said, appearing beside him. You made it to the finals, beat 10 other candidates, lost only to someone who's arguably the strongest mortal in all 12 universes. That's hardly failure. But I lost. Yes, and you learned from it. That's more valuable than winning. Beerus sat down. Jiren was right, you know. You've been coasting on inherited power, Saiyan biology, God Ki training, techniques I taught you. You haven't truly pushed your personal limits, haven't developed your unique strength. So what do? You keep training, keep growing, and in maybe 50 years when Jiren and I both retire and you face him as equals, both full destroyers, you'll be ready. Beerus smiled. Besides, you didn't embarrass me. That's a victory in itself. Thanks, Goku said dryly. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment. Lord Beerus, Goku said quietly, I know I lost, but can I still visit Earth after all this? After you made it to the tournament finals, proved yourself worthy of destroyer consideration, and only lost to the single strongest candidate. Beerus pretended to think. Yeah, I suppose you've earned some flexibility. 1 visit per year, no more than a day each time. Deal? Deal. Goku's expression brightened. Thank you. Don't thank me. You earned it. Now go see your family. Tell them you lost, but you'll win next time. And Goku? Yes? I'm proud of you. You did well. For a moment, Goku couldn't speak. Then, thank you. That means everything. He stood, used instant transmission, and vanished. Beerus stayed on the observation deck, watching the stars, a small smile on his face. He really is going to surpass me someday, Beerus murmured. And honestly, I'm looking forward to it. 10 years, a lifetime for mortals, a blink for gods. But for Goku, caught between both worlds, it was an eternity and an instant simultaneously. He stood in the white training dimension, his second home, the place where subjective years passed while mere months ticked by in reality. His base power had climbed to 5 billion through relentless training. Super Saiyan Blue now peaked at 250 trillion. And he'd achieved something new, something beyond. Super Saiyan Blue Evolution, a form he'd developed independently, pushing blue past its theoretical limits. His hair became darker blue, almost navy, and his power doubled to 500 trillion. It still wasn't enough to match Jiren, but it was progress. More importantly, he'd made breakthroughs with Ultra Instinct. Again, Whis commanded, his staff moving in patterns too complex for conscious thought to follow. Goku's body responded before his brain registered the attacks. Ultra Instinct, no longer sign but the incomplete true form, activated for 3 full minutes now. His hair shifted to silver white, his eyes became blank voids of perfect instinct, and his movements transcended thought itself. He dodged every strike, countered every feint. For 3 glorious minutes, he fought like an angel, his body a weapon needed no direction. Then it faded, and Goku collapsed, gasping. 3 minutes and 12 seconds, Whis announced. A new record. Well done, Goku. You're approaching functional mastery. Functional isn't complete, Goku panted. I need to sustain it longer, need to access it at will, not just when pushed to my limits. That will come with time. Ultra Instinct mastery typically requires centuries of practice. The fact that you've reached incomplete mastery in 15 years is extraordinary. Whis helped him up. Though I suspect your Saiyan biology helps, the constant adaptation, the Zenkai boosts from near-death experiences. You're evolving faster than any mortal should be able to. Is that good or bad? Both. Good because you're approaching destroyer-level power at an unprecedented pace. Bad because rapid growth without equivalent emotional maturity can be dangerous. Whis' expression became serious. You're 71 years old subjectively now, Goku, older than most mortals ever live. But you appear 26, and your emotional development has been complicated. Decades of isolation punctuated by brief family visits. How are you handling that? Goku was quiet for a moment. Honestly, some days I feel ancient, like I've lived 3 lifetimes and I'm tired of all of them. Other days, I feel like a kid pretending to be grown up, hoping nobody notices I have no idea what I'm doing. That's normal. Well, normal for someone in your unique situation. Whis smiled gently. The important thing is you're aware of it. Many gods lose themselves in their power, forget what it means to be uncertain or afraid. You haven't. That's strength. Doesn't feel like strength. Feels like I'm barely holding myself together. Same thing, often. Whis glanced at his staff, which had begun glowing. Oh, we're receiving a summons. The Grand Priest wishes to speak with you. This is likely about your Ascension ceremony. Goku's heart rate spiked. The ceremony? You mean you're ready to become a full god of destruction? Yes. Whis' smile widened. Congratulations, Goku. You've completed your training. Now comes the hardest part, actually doing the job. They materialized in the Grand Priest's palace, a structure that existed outside normal space-time, floating in a void between all 12 universes. The architecture was impossible. Pillars that extended into infinity, floors that reflected skies that didn't exist, and at the center, a throne room where the Grand Priest held court. All 12 gods of destruction were present, along with their attendant angels. Beerus stood with his arms crossed, looking irritated at being summoned. Champa ate some kind of pastry. Moscow's translator beeped rhythmically, and at the far end, Belmod of Universe 11 stood with both Toppo and Jiren, the latter now his official successor. Welcome, Goku of Universe 7, the Grand Priest said, his voice carrying absolute authority despite its kindness. You have been summoned to discuss your ascension to full God of Destruction status. Goku bowed, not because he had to, but because respect cost nothing. Thank you, Grand Priest. I'm honored by the consideration. Consideration? Quaitla of Universe 4 scoffed. You lost the Tournament of Destroyers, failed to prove yourself the strongest candidate. Why should you be granted full status? Because strength isn't the only measure of a destroyer, the Grand Priest said calmly. Power matters, yes, but so does judgment, restraint, and understanding of universal balance. Goku has demonstrated all of these qualities. He gestured, and a holographic display appeared showing Goku's record over the past 15 years. Planets destroyed, 3, all uninhabited, all genuine threats to cosmic stability. Planets saved through intervention, 47. Major threats eliminated, Majin Buu, 2 void creatures. 1 reality warping parasite. Unauthorized visits to family, 10, exactly the allowed number per agreement. His record is exceptional, the Grand Priest continued. He destroys only when necessary, protects when possible, and maintains emotional connections without compromising his duty. These are the marks of a mature destroyer. He's soft, Quaitla argued. Only 3 planets destroyed in 15 years. I've destroyed 3 just this morning. And how many of those destructions were necessary? The Grand Priest asked mildly. Quaitla fell silent. The point, the Grand Priest said, is that Goku represents a new philosophy of destruction. Not wanton annihilation, but surgical precision. Not isolation from mortals, but understanding of what he protects through his destructions. Lord Beerus, you've trained him for decades. What is your assessment? Beerus stepped forward. Goku is the most naturally talented apprentice I've ever trained. He's powerful, learns quickly, and possesses genuine compassion, a trait most destroyers lose within their first 1,000,000 years of service. Is he perfect? No. He's too emotionally invested in his mortal family, too hesitant to destroy, too willing to seek alternatives. But those aren't weaknesses. They're evolution. He looked at Goku with something that might have been paternal pride. I've been God of Destruction for 75 million years. In that time, I've watched universes rise and fall, and I've learned something. Destroyers who care about what they destroy make better decisions than destroyers who don't. Goku cares. Deeply. Sometimes too much. But that makes him exactly what Universe 7 needs. I disagree, Belmod said, his jester-like appearance at odds with his serious tone. A destroyer who's attached to mortals is a liability. What happens when Earth becomes a threat? Will Goku be able to destroy it, or will his attachment compromise his judgment? All eyes turned to Goku. If Earth became a genuine universal threat, Goku said slowly, and I exhausted every alternative, tried every option to reform or redirect or contain the threat, then yes, I would destroy it. It would destroy me emotionally, probably haunt me for the rest of my existence, but I would do what needed to be done. And we're supposed to just trust that? Belmod pressed. No, Goku met his gaze. You're supposed to judge me by my actions, not hypotheticals. I've had the power to favor Earth for years now. I could have eliminated threats to them before they arose, destroyed anyone who might pose future danger, abused my position for their benefit. But I haven't. I've followed the rules, maintained cosmic balance, and only intervened when universal law permitted. That's the only proof I can offer. Silence fell. The destroyers looked at each other, some thoughtful, some skeptical. I've heard enough, Champa said, surprisingly. The kid's solid. Maybe too idealistic, but he's got the right instincts. I vote yes on his ascension. As do I, said Iwan of Universe 1, the ancient and wizened destroyer who rarely spoke. His restraint demonstrates wisdom beyond his years. One by one, the destroyers voted, some enthusiastically, some reluctantly. When it was done, the tally was 9 in favor, 3 opposed, Quaitilla, Belmod, and Moscow. The council has spoken, the Grand Priest announced. Goku of Universe 7, you are hereby approved for ascension to full God of Destruction status. The ceremony will take place 1 month from today, giving you time to prepare and make peace with the responsibilities you're about to inherit. 1 month, Goku repeated, feeling the weight of it. And after the ceremony? After the ceremony, Lord Beerus will officially retire. You will become Universe 7's sole God of Destruction, with all the authority, responsibility, and burden that entails. The Grand Priest smiled. Use this month wisely, Goku. It's the last time you'll be able to exist without the full weight of godhood pressing on your shoulders. Goku stood outside his brother's home, invisible. He'd come to Earth immediately after the council meeting, using one of his allowed annual visits. But now that he was here, he hesitated. Because once he became a full God of Destruction, these visits would change. He'd have more authority, more freedom, but also more distance. The moment he fully ascended, he'd stop being Kakarot the Saiyan and become Goku the Destroyer permanently. This was his last chance to just be family. He dropped his concealment and knocked. Raditz answered the door, older now, 47 years old with gray beginning to show at his temples. His power level had plateaued around 50 million in Super Saiyan 3, respectable but nowhere near the cosmic scales Goku operated at anymore. Kakarot, Raditz said, his face lighted up. Your yearly visit. Come in. Launch just made dinner and Gohan's here with his family. Gohan has a family? Goku interrupted, shocked. You didn't know? Well, I guess you only visit once a year, so... Raditz grinned. Yeah. Got married 3 years ago to Videl. She's Mr. Satan's daughter. They have a baby girl now. Pan. Pan, Goku's great niece. Another generation he'd missed. I'd like to meet them, Goku said quietly. All of them, if that's okay. Of course it's okay. You're a family, Kakarot. Come on. Inside, the house was full of life. Launch, blue-haired, calm, was setting the table. Gine and Taro, now 22 and 20, both married with their own lives but visiting for dinner, looked up in surprise at seeing their goduncle. And Gohan, 27 now, lean and scholarly looking, stood with his wife Videl and their infant daughter Pan. Uncle Goku. Gohan's face split into a grin. You're here. I was hoping you'd visit this year. I wanted you to meet my family. Videl stepped forward, confident despite facing a deity. So you're the famous goduncle. Gohan's told me stories. I'm Videl. Goku, he said, shaking her hand carefully. It's nice to meet you. And this is... He looked at the baby, feeling something twist in his chest. This is Pan? Want to hold her? Videl offered. Goku hesitated. His hands had erased beings from existence, destroyed planets, wielded power that could unmake reality. Could he really hold something so fragile, so precious? I don't know if I should. You should, Gohan said firmly, placing Pan in Goku's arms before he could protest. The baby was impossibly light. She looked up at him with dark eyes, already alert and curious, and made a small cooing sound. Something inside Goku broke. All the isolation, all the years of watching from afar, all the sacrifices made in the name of cosmic duty, suddenly it felt like too much. This tiny being, his great niece, would grow up knowing him only as a distant figure. A god who visited once a year and left again. Never a constant presence, never truly family. Hey, Gohan said softly, seeing Goku's expression. You okay? No, Goku admitted, his voice thick. I'm not. He looked at Pan, at Gohan, at all of them. In 1 month, I become a full God of Destruction. After that, I'll have more authority, more power, more freedom to visit, but I'll be something fundamentally different, not mortal anymore. Not even really Saiyan, just God. And I'm terrified that when I complete that transformation, I'll lose this, the ability to feel what I'm feeling right now. What are you feeling? Launch asked gently. Love, Goku said simply. I love all of you, so much it hurts. And I'm afraid that when I fully ascend, that love will fade. That I'll become like the other destroyers, distant, detached, viewing mortals as statistics rather than people. Raditz walked over, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. Then don't let it fade. Fight for it, the same way you fight for everything else. You've spent decades becoming strong enough to protect the universe. Now spend the rest of your existence being strong enough to stay human, or Saiyan whatever inside. Don't let Godhood take that from you. Easier said than done. Most important things are, Raditz smiled. But if anyone can do it, it's you, little brother. You've already done the impossible a dozen times over. What's one more? Goku looked down at Pan, who'd fallen asleep in his arms, completely trusting. This baby would grow up in a universe he protected. Would train, fight, love, live, all because he maintained the balance that allowed life to flourish. That was worth the sacrifice, wasn't it? In 3 weeks, I become Universe 7's God of Destruction. After that, I'll be different. More authority, more responsibility, more power. But I'll still be me. Still Kakarot, son of Bardock. Still Goku, trained by gods. Still your brother, uncle, friend. He smiled, though tears threatened. Nothing will change that. Not time, not power, not even divinity itself. We'll hold you to that, Reddit said. 3 weeks passed. Now go, prepare for your ceremony. We'll be thinking of you. And I'll be thinking of you, Goku said. Always. He and Beerus vanished, returning to the Divine Realm to prepare for the transformation that would change everything. 3 weeks later, the Grand Priest's palace, every god of destruction across all 12 universes assembled. Goku stood in the center of the ceremonial platform, wearing formal destroyer regalia, purple and gold, matching Beerus's style but personalized with orange accents, a nod to his Saiyan heritage. His tail was wrapped around his waist like a belt, visible and proud. The Grand Priest floated above, his presence commanding absolute attention. We are gathered to witness the ascension of Goku, formerly apprenticed to Lord Beerus, to the status of full God of Destruction for Universe 7. He gestured and a sphere of pure divine energy appeared, the Destroyer's core, the fundamental power that defined godhood. This core was held by Lord Beerus for 75 million years. Today it passes to a new bearer. Goku of Universe 7, do you accept the burden of destruction? The weight of maintaining cosmic balance through necessary elimination of that which would cause stagnation. I do, Goku said, his voice steady despite the magnitude of the moment. Do you swear to act without favoritism, to judge threats impartially, to destroy when necessary and preserve when possible? I do. And do you understand that this power is eternal? That once you accept the Destroyer's core, you cannot return to mortal existence? You will watch civilizations rise and fall, see everyone you love age and die while you remain unchanged, carry the weight of billions of deaths across millions of years? Goku hesitated, just for a moment. Then he thought about Raditz, about Gohan, about Pan, and all the mortals who needed someone to maintain the balance that allowed them to live and grow. I do, he said firmly. I understand and I accept. Then receive your inheritance. The Destroyer's core floated toward Goku. The moment it touched his chest, pain erupted. Not physical pain, but something deeper. The weight of 75 million years of destruction, all of Beerus's experience and power flooding into him at once. He saw planets dying, civilizations erased, beings begging for mercy that couldn't be given. Every destruction Beerus had ever performed, every hard choice, every necessary evil, all of it poured into Goku's consciousness. He screamed, but he didn't break, didn't reject the power. He endured, accepting the burden, the weight, the terrible knowledge of what he would have to do. When it ended, Goku collapsed to one knee, gasping. His hair had changed, now a deep purple at the base, fading to his natural black at the tips. His eyes held a new quality, ancient and knowing. His power had multiplied exponentially. Where he'd been at 250 trillion in Super Saiyan Blue, he now felt like he could access quadrillions with the full destroyer power backing him. Rise, Goku, God of Destruction of Universe 7. He stood slowly, feeling the power settling into his bones, his soul, his very existence. He was changed, fundamentally and forever. No longer mortal, no longer even really Saiyan in the biological sense. The Destroyer's core had altered him on a genetic level, making him functionally immortal and immune to aging. He'd never grow old, never die naturally, never escape this responsibility. And somehow, looking at his family's faces in the crowd, Raditz, Gohan, Vidalpan, even Vegeta had come, that was okay. Speech, Champa called, breaking the solemn mood. Goku looked around at the assembled gods, angels, and divine beings, at the weight of expectation pressing down on him. And he spoke, I'm not going to promise to be the best god of destruction ever. I'm not going to claim I'll never make mistakes or that I'll always make the right choice. What I will promise is this, I'll care. About the beings I destroy, the civilizations I end, the balance I maintain. I'll feel the weight of every death, carry the burden of every necessary evil, and never let destruction become easy or casual. He looked at Beerus, who was smiling with pride. My predecessor taught me that power without purpose is just chaos, that a destroyer who doesn't understand what they're protecting is just a weapon. I intend to be more than a weapon. I intend to be a guardian who sometimes has to destroy to protect. He looked at his family, and I intend to remember that I'm not just a god. I'm also Kakarot, son of Bardock and Gine. Goku, raised by Beerus and Whis, brother, uncle, friend. Those connections don't make me weak. They make me strong enough to bear this burden without losing myself. The assembled gods were silent. Then, slowly, they began to applaud. Even Quatella, who'd opposed his ascension, nodded with grudging respect. Well said, the Grand Priest declared. Lord Goku of Universe 7, your reign begins now. May it be long, wise, and beneficial to all existence. One week later, Goku floated in space above a planet in Universe 7's southern quadrant. His first official act as God of Destruction. A planet of 4 billion people, technologically advanced, seemingly thriving. But beneath the surface, they developed weapons of reality-warping nature that threatened the fabric of their entire galactic sector. The Supreme Kai had investigated, confirmed the threat was genuine and uncontainable, and referred the matter to the new God of Destruction. Goku's job was simple: destroy the planet before the weapons could be deployed. His hand glowed purple with Hakai energy. It would be easy. One gesture, and 4 billion beings would cease to exist. The threat would be eliminated. Universal balance would be maintained. But his hand wouldn't move. Problem? Whis asked, appearing beside him. I can't do it, Goku admitted. I know I should. I know it's necessary. But those are 4 billion people, Whis. They have families, dreams, lives. They don't know their scientists have doomed them. And I'm supposed to just erase them? Yes, Whis said simply. That is the burden you accepted. Then I reject it. I'll find another way. There is no other way. The Supreme Kai gave up after 3 months of investigation. I'm going to try for 3 more. Goku's eyes blazed with determination. I have all the time in the universe now. Literally, I'll go down there, talk to their leaders, show them what their weapons will do. Give them a chance to destroy the weapons themselves. And only if they refuse, only if there's absolutely no alternative, will I use Hakai. Whis was quiet for a moment. As this sets a precedent, every destroyer candidate will hear about this. They'll see that you chose mercy over efficiency. Some will view it as weakness. Let them. I didn't accept this burden to do things the easy way. I accepted it to do things the right way. And the right way means trying everything before destruction. Goku descended toward the planet. Besides, if I don't at least try, how am I different from a weapon? How am I different from Cell or Majin Buu or any other mindless destroyer? You're not, Whis admitted with a smile. That's precisely the point. Very well, Lord Goku. We'll do this your way. But if it fails, I'll accept responsibility and do what needs to be done. But it won't fail. I won't let it. 3 months later, Goku stood before the planet's leadership council, having spent 12 weeks in negotiations, demonstrations, and careful diplomacy. He'd shown them simulations of what their weapons would do, how they'd tear holes in reality, destabilize their entire galactic sector, potentially cause a chain reaction that could destroy thousands of inhabited systems, and slowly, painstakingly, he'd convinced them. The weapons were dismantled, the research destroyed, the scientists redirected to less dangerous pursuits. The threat was eliminated without a single death. Impossible, Belmod said when he heard. The Universe 11 destroyer had been monitoring Goku's progress with skepticism. You can't talk your way out of every destruction. Eventually, you'll face a threat that can't be reasoned with. Probably, Goku agreed. And when that happens, I'll destroy it without hesitation, but I'll know I tried everything first. Can you say the same? Belmod had no answer. Word spread through the divine hierarchy. Universe 7's new god of destruction was different. He talked before destroying. He sought alternatives. He cared about the beings whose lives he held in his hands. Some gods mocked him for weakness. Others watched with interest, wondering if his approach might actually work better than the traditional method. And on Earth, Raditz told his family about what Goku had done, how he'd saved 4 billion beings through patience and compassion, rather than raw power. "That's my brother," Raditz said proudly. "God or not, he's still Kakarot, still the warrior who fights to protect, not just to win." "Uncle Goku is the best god ever," Pan declared from her father's lap. "He really is," Gohan agreed, looking up at the stars. "He really is." Goku sat on the observation deck of his realm, no longer Beerus's planet, but his own divine space that had manifested when he became a full god of destruction. It looked similar to Beerus's realm, but with subtle differences: more trees, a gentler atmosphere, training grounds that resembled Earth's wilderness. He was 55 years old chronologically, 81 subjectively, but still appeared 26, and he'd just received news that made his immortal heart ache. Raditz had died, not in battle, not saving the world, just died, old age, peacefully, surrounded by family. He'd lived to 77, a good long life by any measure, but for Goku, who'd just seen him 5 years ago looking vital and strong, it was a shock. "I should have visited more," Goku said to Whis, who'd come to deliver the news personally. "Should have made time." "You visited exactly as much as cosmic law allowed," Whis said gently. "Twice per year for the last decade, ever since you became a full destroyer. More than most gods permit themselves. Raditz knew you cared," he said as much in his final words. What did he say? He told Gohan to tell you, "Thank you for watching over us, little brother. You kept your promise. Now keep being the god the universe needs." Whis placed a hand on Goku's shoulder. He was proud of you until the very end. Goku's hands clenched into fists. "This is what you meant, what Beerus warned me about, watching everyone I love die while I remain unchanged. Yes, this is the burden of eternity." Whis' expression was infinitely sad. I've seen it countless times across countless universes. Gods who cared about mortals, watching them age and die. Some grow cold to protect themselves from the pain. Others retreat into isolation, and a rare few. He looked at Goku meaningfully. Find the strength to keep caring anyway. How? Goku's voice cracked. How do I keep caring when everyone I love keeps dying? By remembering that their brief existence mattered, that the joy they experienced, the lives they lived, the legacies they left, all of it was possible because you maintained the balance that allowed them to exist. Whis' smile was gentle. Your brother lived a good life, Goku. He reformed from violence, found love, raised children, died peacefully at an old age. How many Saiyans can claim that? How many in your warrior race ever found such peace? Because I protected them, Goku realized. Because I maintained the balance. Exactly. Your burden allows their joy. Your eternity purchases their mortality. That's not nothing. Goku was quiet for a long moment, feeling the weight of Raditz's death, the first of what would be many. Then he stood, wiping his eyes. I need to go to Earth, for the funeral. Of course. Shall I accompany you? No. I need to do this alone. Need to say goodbye properly. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, not for power, but because the divine energy helped him maintain composure, and used instant transmission to teleport to Earth. The funeral was held at Raditz's home, in the backyard where he'd trained his children and grandchildren for decades. A simple ceremony by divine standards, but profound in its mortal simplicity. Goku appeared at the back of the gathering, concealed so as not to disrupt the proceedings. He watched as Gohan gave a eulogy, voice thick with emotion, talking about his father's redemption, his strength, his love. My father made mistakes, Gohan said. He came to Earth as a conqueror and became a protector. He learned that strength without compassion is empty. And he taught me, taught all of us, that it's never too late to choose better, to be better. Guinea spoke next, now 42 with children of her own. Dad always talked about his brother, the one who became a god. He'd tell us, Kakarot watches over us. He can't be here, but he's watching. And whenever something good happened, Dad would look at the sky and say, "Thank you," like he knew his brother could hear. Taro added his remembrances. Then Launch, both versions somehow present simultaneously, united in grief. Then Vegeta, surprisingly, who admitted grudgingly that Raditz had been a decent warrior and an honorable man. And then Pan spoke. Now 11 years old, already showing signs of becoming a formidable fighter. Great-Grandpa Raditz told me stories about Uncle Goku, she said, her voice clear despite tears, about how he's a god who protects the whole universe, about how he sacrificed having a normal life so he could keep everyone safe. Great-Grandpa said that's real strength, not the power to destroy, but the power to carry a burden alone so others don't have to. She looked directly at where Goku stood, invisible. Uncle Goku, if you're watching, and Great-Grandpa said you always are, thank you for everything, for watching over us, for being strong enough to stay away when you had to, for caring even when it hurts. We love you. Goku's concealment shattered. Not consciously, he simply couldn't maintain it through the emotion. He appeared suddenly at the back of the gathering, tears streaming down his face, his divine aura crackling around him. The gathering turned. Some gasped. Gohan's face lit up with understanding. Uncle Goku, Gohan said. You came. Of course I came. Goku's voice was thick with grief. He was my brother. He looked at the simple casket, at the body of the Saiyan who'd reformed, who'd chosen peace, who died having earned his rest. I'm sorry I couldn't be here more. Sorry I couldn't visit more often. Sorry I chose the universe over family. You chose both, Gohan corrected, walking over. Every day, you choose both. You protect the universe, which includes us. That's not choosing one over the other. That's choosing to carry a heavier burden so we don't have to. He's right, Vegeta added, surprising everyone. You think your absence was abandonment? It wasn't. It was sacrifice. Every moment you spent training, fighting, maintaining cosmic balance, that was time you could have spent here. But you didn't, because the alternative was billions dead. That's not weakness. That's the strength to do what's necessary, even when it destroys you inside. Goku walked slowly to the casket, placed his hand on it. Goodbye, Raditz. Big brother. I wish we'd had more time. I wish I could have been the brother you deserved. But he looked at Gohan, at Guinea, at Taro, at all the family Raditz had built. You did well, better than well. You created something beautiful here. A legacy worth protecting. He stepped back, composed himself, and looked at the assembled mourners. I'm going to say something I shouldn't, something that breaks divine protocol, but I don't care. He powered up slightly, not threatening, but showing his authority. I, Goku, God of Destruction of Universe 7, declare Earth under my permanent protection. Not officially, the other gods would object, but personally, any threat to this planet, any danger to Raditz's legacy will face me, and I won't hold back. Whis appeared beside him, looking concerned. Lord Goku, that declaration, I know what it means. Let the other gods complain. Let them call me weak or attached or compromised. I don't care. Goku's eyes blazed with determination. My brother gave me a gift. He showed me that even a warrior bred for violence can choose peace. That redemption is possible. That family matters more than pride. I won't dishonor that gift by pretending to be detached. He looked at his family. I love all of you. I can't be here as much as I want. Can't watch Pan grow up the way I wish I could. Can't be the uncle and great uncle and friend you deserve. But I'm watching. Always watching. And anyone who threatens you will learn why gods fear destroyers. The declaration hung in the air, heavy with power and emotion. Then Pan ran forward and hugged him. Just a child hugging her great uncle, unmindful of the cosmic implications. Thank you, Uncle Goku, she whispered. And Goku, God of Destruction, powerful enough to erase galaxies, held his great niece and wept. 1 week later, the Grand Priest's palace. Goku had been summoned. He stood before the assembled gods of destruction, knowing exactly why he was there. His declaration at Raditz's funeral had spread through the divine hierarchy. He'd openly admitted to favoritism, to being compromised by mortal attachments. Some gods were calling for his removal. Lord Goku, the Grand Priest began, his tone carefully neutral. You made a declaration at a mortal's funeral. A declaration of permanent protection for a specific planet, This violates the principle of impartial destruction. Explain yourself. I told the truth, Goku said simply. I care about Earth. I always have. I always will. Pretending otherwise would be dishonest, and dishonesty from a god of destruction is more dangerous than attachment. Attachment clouds judgment, Quidla argued. What happens when Earth becomes a threat? Will you destroy it, or will your feelings compromise your duty? If Earth becomes a genuine universal threat and I exhaust every alternative, I'll destroy it, Goku said. The words cost him everything to say, but he meant them. It would destroy me emotionally, probably leave me broken for millennia, but I'd do it, because that's the burden I accepted. How can we trust that? Belmod pressed. How can we believe you'll act when the time comes? Because I've already proven it, Goku replied. In the past decade, I've destroyed 17 planets that posed genuine threats. 3 of them were civilizations I'd personally mentored, hoped to save. I gave them every chance, tried every alternative, and when they refused to change, when destruction became the only option, I erased them, completely, permanently. He met Belmod's gaze. It destroyed me each time. I spent weeks afterward barely functional, questioning every choice. But I did it, because duty demanded it. So yes, you can trust me, not because I don't care about mortals, but because I care enough to make the hard choices anyway. The gods were silent, processing this. Lord Goku makes a valid point, Iwan of Universe 1 said thoughtfully. A destroyer who cares about what he destroys is more, not less, likely to make careful decisions. Detachment leads to carelessness. Attachment, when properly managed, leads to consideration. Agreed, Champa added surprisingly. Look at his record. 17 planets destroyed in 10 years. That's on the low end, yes, but every destruction was necessary and precisely executed. Compare that to... He glanced at Quitella. Other destroyers who destroyed dozens of planets per year, many unnecessarily. Quitella's face darkened, but he didn't argue. The question, the Grand Priest said, is whether Lord Goku's attachment enhances or compromises his judgment. Lord Beerus, you trained him. What is your assessment? Beerus, who'd been silent until now, spoke. Goku is the best god of destruction I've seen in 75 million years. Not the strongest, that's probably Belmod or Moscow. Not the most experienced, that's Iwan, but the best at understanding what destruction means and why it's necessary. He looked at Goku with something like paternal pride. His attachment to Earth doesn't compromise him. It grounds him, reminds him what he's protecting when he maintains cosmic balance. Yes, he'll struggle more than detached destroyers. Yes, he'll suffer more when forced to destroy. But that suffering is the price of wisdom. And I'd rather have a wise destroyer who struggles than an efficient destroyer who doesn't care. The Grand Priest nodded slowly. I see, Lord Goku, your declaration is irregular. It sets a precedent we're uncomfortable with. However, given your record and Lord Beerus's assessment, we will not remove you from your position. But understand, you are now under observation. If your attachment to Earth ever compromises a necessary destruction, you will be stripped of your godhood immediately. Are we clear? Crystal, Goku said. Then this matter is concluded. You may return to your duties. As they left, Whis appeared beside Goku. That was risky. You could have been removed. I know, but I couldn't keep pretending I don't care. Couldn't keep lying about who I am. Goku looked at his hands, hands that had erased planets, saved civilizations, held his infant great niece. If being honest about my attachments costs me my godhood, so be it. At least I'll lose it with my integrity intact. You're exactly the kind of destroyer Universe 7 needs, Whis said, even if the other gods don't see it yet. Maybe. Goku looked toward where Earth floated in the distance, small and blue and precious. I just hope I'm strong enough to be what they need when it really matters. You will be, Whis said confidently, because unlike other gods, you understand what you're protecting, and that understanding makes you stronger, not weaker. That night, Earth. Goku appeared at Redditz's grave, a simple marker in the yard where the Saiyan had trained for decades. Pan was there, sitting cross-legged to stuff, talking to the grave like her great-grandfather could hear. Uncle Goku, she jumped up when she sensed him. I knew you'd come back. I promised I'd visit more often, Goku said, sitting beside the grave, and I intend to keep that promise. How are you doing? Sad, Pan admitted. I miss Great-Grandpa. He was teaching me to go Super Saiyan before he died. He was? Goku's interest peaked. How far did you get? I can feel the tingle, at the base of the spine, but I can't push it all the way through. She demonstrated her aura flickering gold for just a moment before fading. It's frustrating. Want some help? Pan's eyes went wide. You'd help me train, but you're a god of destruction. You must be so busy. Never too busy for family, Goku said firmly. Besides, your great-grandfather started teaching you. The least I can do is help you finish. Come on, let's see what you've got. They moved to the training yard. The same yard where Raditz had trained his children, where Gohan had learned to fight, where generations of family had pushed their limits. And as the moon rose over Earth, a god of destruction trained his mortal great niece, teaching her the transformation that had defined their family for generations. Because some things were more important than cosmic law, some things were worth any price. And family was worth everything. Goku was meditating when reality itself shuddered. Not a metaphor. Actual reality, the fabric of space-time, the fundamental structure of Universe 7, shuddered like a plucked string. Every god, every angel, every being with even a hint of cosmic awareness felt it simultaneously. Then the message came, delivered directly into the minds of all divine beings across all 12 universes. All gods of destruction, angels, and supreme Kais are summoned to the Omni King's palace, immediately. Non-negotiable. The Grand Priest. That's concerning, Whis said, appearing beside Goku. The Omni King rarely summons everyone at once. The last time was 3 million years ago for the previous Tournament of Destroyers. What do you think it's about? Goku powered down from his meditation form, a hybrid of Ultra Instinct and Super Saiyan Blue that he'd been developing. After 13 years as God of Destruction, his base power had climbed to 50 billion, and his strongest form, perfected Ultra Instinct Blue, topped out around 50 quadrillion. Still not quite Jiren's level, but close. Nothing good, Whis said. When Zeno summons everyone, it's usually to announce something that affects all of existence. Come, we mustn't keep the Omni King waiting. They teleported instantly to Zeno's palace, a structure that existed outside all 12 universes simultaneously, floating in the void beyond everything. The palace was paradoxically both impossibly massive and comfortably small, its architecture defying mortal comprehension. All 12 gods of destruction were already present, along with their angels and supreme Kais. Goku spotted Champa, who waved with a pastry in hand. Belmod looked serious. Quaitla seemed nervous. And Jiren, now Universe 11's full god of destruction after Belmod's retirement 5 years ago, stood with his characteristic stoic intensity. Goku, Caulifla called out from Universe 6's section. She'd become Champa's full god of destruction 3 years ago after proving herself repeatedly. Long time no see, still training hard? Always, Goku called back. I've been working on this new technique. Silence, please. The Grand Priest's voice cut through all conversations. The Omni King approaches. Everyone immediately knelt. Even the gods of destruction, beings of immeasurable power, showed absolute deference to the small childlike figure who appeared on his throne. Zeno, the Omni King, the being who could erase entire universes with a thought. Hi everyone, Zeno said cheerfully, his voice innocent and childlike. Thanks for coming, I have a fun announcement. The gods remained kneeling, not daring to move. Oh, get up, Zeno waved dismissively. This is supposed to be fun. Okay, so he clapped his hands excitedly. I've been watching all 12 universes, and some of them are really boring. Like, super boring. So I'm gonna delete the boring ones. Dead silence. Zeno-sama? The Grand Priest's voice was carefully measured. Perhaps you could elaborate on which universes you find boring? Sure. Zeno pulled out a list. Universe 7 is fun. That god of destruction with the family is interesting. Universe 11 is cool. That serious, strong guy makes good fights. Universe 6 has that excited girl destroyer, she's great. But some universes, he made a face, are just meh. The gods are lazy, the mortals are weak, nothing exciting happens. Goku's mind raced. Zeno was talking about erasing entire universes, trillions of lives gone because they weren't interesting enough to a cosmic child. However, the Grand Priest continued, Lord Zeno is merciful. He's willing to give the universes a chance to prove themselves. Hence. He gestured, and a massive arena appeared in the void. The Tournament of Power. The arena was enormous, easily 50 miles across, made of indestructible material that could withstand god-level combat. Floating platforms, energy barriers, the works. All 12 universes will participate, the Grand Priest explained. Each universe must form a team of 10 warriors. The God of Destruction will lead their team, and the other 9 members must be mortals from that universe. The tournament will be a battle royale. Last universe with fighters remaining wins. And the losing universes? Iwan asked, his ancient voice heavy with dread. Erased, Zeno said simply. Completely. Every planet, every person, every god. Gone. But the winning universe gets a wish from the Super Dragon Balls. Any wish at all. Panic rippled through the assembled gods. Entire universes on the line. Not just planets, not just civilizations. Everything. You have 48 hours to assemble your teams and prepare, the Grand Priest said. The tournament will last 48 minutes of real time. Any fighter who is knocked out of the arena or killed is eliminated. When a universe has no fighters remaining, it is immediately erased by Lord Zeno. Question. Goku raised his hand, his mind already working. If the God of Destruction has to fight, what happens to their universe's balance during the tournament? Who maintains cosmic order? The angels will handle temporary maintenance, the Grand Priest said. Your attendants are fully capable of basic destroyer duties for 48 minutes. Any other questions? No one dared ask. Wonderful. 48 hours, everyone. Good luck. Zeno vanished, taking his impossibly cheerful demeanor with him. The moment he was gone, chaos erupted. Goku materialized on Earth immediately, Whis beside him. 48 hours to save the universe, Goku muttered. No pressure. Quite a lot of pressure, actually, Whis said. You need 9 mortal fighters strong enough to compete against the other universe's best warriors. Universe 7's mortal level is notoriously low. We're ranked second to last among all 12 universes. Finding 9 fighters who won't be instantly eliminated will be challenging. I know exactly who I need. Goku's eyes were determined. First stop, Gohan. They appeared at Gohan's house. Goku's nephew, now 37 years old, was in his study, grading papers. He'd become a scholar, teaching martial arts philosophy at a university while maintaining his training. When Goku appeared, Gohan nearly fell out of his chair. Uncle Goku, Wait, you're using your emergency appearance. What's wrong? The universe is about to be erased unless we win a tournament in 2 days, Goku said bluntly. I need you fighting at your absolute peak. Can you access your mystic form still? Yes, but I'm rusty. I haven't seriously trained in years. Then we have 48 hours to unrust you. Get Videl and Pan somewhere safe. Gather the other Z fighters. We're meeting at the lookout in 1 hour. Goku's expression was grave. Gohan, I'm not asking. The entire universe depends on this. Gohan saw the fear beneath his uncle's determination. I'll be there. Who else are you recruiting? Vegeta, obviously. Piccolo, Android 17 and 18 if they're willing. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha if we're desperate. Goku paused. And I need to visit someone I haven't seen in years. Someone who should have been dead but isn't. Who? Frieza. 1 hour later, the lookout. The Z fighters assembled, confused and concerned. Vegeta arrived first, his power having grown substantially over the years. He'd achieved Super Saiyan Blue 5 years ago through Whis' training, and his current peak was around 2 quadrillion, still below Goku but respectably close. A universal survival tournament? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with competitive fire. Finally, a real challenge. I'm in. It's not about challenge, Goku said seriously. It's about survival. We lose, and everyone, literally everyone in Universe 7 gets erased from existence. Bulma, Trunks, Bra, Earth, everything. Gone. That sobered Vegeta immediately. Then we don't lose. Who else is on the team? Piccolo appeared via flight, his power steady at around 100 billion. He'd never stopped training, maintaining his role as Earth's backup guardian. I'm in. Whatever you need. Android 17 and 18 arrived together. After the Cell incident, they'd been fully reprogrammed by Bulma and had spent years as heroes. 17 was a nature preserve ranger, 18 had married Krillin, and both had maintained their strength through regular training with the Z fighters. Saving the universe? 18 said. Sounds like every other Tuesday for you guys. We're in. The pay better be good, 17 added with a smirk. The pay is continued existence, Goku said. That good enough? Fair. Krillin arrived with Yamcha and Tien. All 3 had continued training over the years, though They'd long since accepted they couldn't compete with Saiyans or gods. Their current power levels, 50 million for Krillin, 40 million for Tien, 30 million for Yamcha, were respectable by mortal standards, but laughably low for a cosmic tournament. "Are you sure you want us?" Krillin asked. "I mean, we're nowhere near Saiyan level. Wouldn't we just be liabilities?" "Your experience, tactically sound, and most importantly, I trust you," Goku said. "Plus, this isn't just about raw power. It's about teamwork, strategy, endurance. You three can handle yourselves." "Then count us in," Tien said firmly. Gohan arrived last, Pan trailing behind him. The 16-year-old had grown into a formidable fighter. She'd achieved Super Saiyan at 13 and could now access Super Saiyan 2, giving her a power level around 120 billion. "Dad said I should stay with Mom," Pan said, her voice frustrated. "But Uncle Goku, I'm strong. I can help." "I know you're strong," Goku said gently, "but you're also 16, and this tournament is going to be brutal. I need experienced fighters who faced death multiple times. You? I've trained my entire life for this," Pan's power flared, golden aura crackling. "Great-grandpa Reddit's trained me. Dad trained me. You trained me during your visits, and you're going to bench me because I'm young?" "Pan, no. You don't get to protect me from this. If the universe is ending, I'm fighting to save it. End of discussion." She crossed her arms, Super Saiyan 2 transformation stabilizing. She looked so much like Reddit's in that moment. Stubborn, proud, unwilling to back down. Goku looked at Gohan, who sighed. "She's right. She's been training since she could walk. And honestly, her power level is higher than most of the team except you, me, and Vegeta. Tactically, she's one of our best assets." "Fine," Goku relented. "But Pan, you listen to orders. No heroics, no charging in alone. This isn't a game. Understand?" "Yes, Uncle Goku." Pan's grin was pure Saiyan battle joy. "That's 9, Whis noted. You need one more. Who did you have in mind?" "Someone who will hate me for asking, but who can't refuse." Goku's expression hardened. "Whis, can you open a portal to Hell? I need to speak with Frieza." Hell was exactly as unpleasant as expected. Goku stood in a realm of fire and torment, his divine presence making the lesser demons scatter. Whis had opened a portal directly to the section where Frieza had been imprisoned for the past 30 years. A cocoon of spiritual energy, suspended in endless torment as punishment for his countless genocides. "Frieza," Goku called out. "I know you can hear me. We need to talk." The cocoon pulsed, then slowly it began to crack. Frieza's consciousness reached out, testing the boundaries. Well, Frieza's voice, smooth and venomous, echoed through Hell. "If it isn't Kakarot, or should I say Lord Goku, God of Destruction? Yes, even here, news reaches us. The Saiyan who was raised by gods. How delightfully ironic. I'm here with an offer," Goku said bluntly. 24 hours of resurrection in exchange for fighting in a tournament. You help Universe 7 win, and I'll arrange for a full pardon. You lose or betray us, and you're back in this cocoon forever. Deal?" Silence. "Then, what's the tournament?" "All 12 universes fighting for survival. Losing universes get erased from existence. Every planet, every being, every soul, gone, including Hell, including you." "Ah, so you're not offering me redemption out of kindness. You're desperate." Frieza's cocoon cracked further. How delicious, the mighty god of destruction begging the person he killed for help. "I'm not begging. I'm offering a trade. You get a day of freedom and a chance at full resurrection. We get your power and tactical genius. Take it or leave it." Tempting. But tell me, why should I help you save a universe that imprisoned me? Why shouldn't I simply refuse and enjoy watching you fail? "Because if Universe 7 is erased, you're erased too," Goku said. "No afterlife, no hell, no chance at revenge or resurrection. Just non-existence. Even your hatred will cease to exist. Is that really preferable to one day of freedom?" More silence. Then the cocoon shattered completely and Frieza's soul emerged, translucent, ghostly, but present. "You drive a hard bargain, monkey. Very well. I accept your offer. 24 hours of resurrection fighting in your tournament in exchange for full pardon if we win." His smile was predatory. "But understand, I will enjoy every moment of this. Watching you squirm, watching you rely on someone you despise, that alone is worth the price." "I don't despise you," Goku said, surprising himself with the truth. "I pity you. You had power, intelligence, everything you needed to be great, and you wasted it all on hatred and cruelty. That's not evil. It's just sad." Frieza's expression twisted. How dare you? Whis, Goku interrupted. Resurrect him. 24-hour temporary resurrection. Full power restoration. Whis tapped his staff, and reality bent. Frieza's ghostly form solidified, gaining substance, color, life. The tyrant drew in his first breath in 30 years, feeling his power return. Oh, this is magnificent, Frieza purred, clenching his fists. I'd forgotten what it felt like to have a body, to have power. His golden aura flared. He'd maintained his golden Frieza form even in death, achieving it through sheer force of will and imagination during his torment. His power level read at 1.5 quadrillion. One wrong move, Goku warned, and I erase you with Hakai, permanently. No hell, no afterlife, just gone. Clear? Crystal. Frieza's smile didn't reach his eyes. Lead the way, Lord Destroyer. Let's save this wretched universe together. 40 hours until the tournament. The team assembled at Beerus' old training dimension, Goku's now, technically, since he'd inherited it as God of Destruction. The White Void offered perfect conditions, adjustable gravity, time dilation capabilities, and complete isolation. All right, Goku addressed his team. We have less than 2 days to become strong enough to face 11 other universes. Here's what I know. Universe 11 is the strongest. Jiren is their god of destruction, and he's got warriors like Toppo and Dispo who are each around 500 trillion power level. Universe 6 has Caulifla as destroyer, plus her team of Saiyans who can all access Super Saiyan 2 minimum. He pulled up holographic displays showing the other universes. Universe 3 has Moscow and a team of tech-enhanced warriors who can fuse into stronger forms. Universe 4 has Quatilla and a bunch of assassins who fight dirty. The others are wildcards. I don't have detailed intel. So we're going in blind against overwhelming opposition, Vegeta summarized. Wonderful. Not blind. Prepared. Goku's expression was determined. We have advantages. We fight well together. We've got fighters across multiple power tiers, which means tactical flexibility. And most importantly, we're fighting for our home. That desperation will push us beyond our limits. Pretty speech, Frieza drawled. Now, what's the actual plan? Because raw determination won't overcome the power gap I'm sensing between us and these other universes. The plan is training. 40 hours of the most intense training you've ever experienced. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his aura crackling with divine energy. I'm activating the time dilation. 40 hours outside will be 40 days inside. That's 40 days to push your limits, break your ceilings, and achieve new levels of power. 40 days of training won't bridge a gap this large, Piccolo observed. But Saiyans have something other races don't. Zenkai boosts. We get stronger from near-death experiences. And I'm going to push every Saiyan here, Vegeta, Gohan, Pan, to the brink of death repeatedly. By the time we're done, you'll have multiplied your power several times over. You're insane, Yamcha muttered. I'm desperate, Goku corrected. There's a difference. Now, he looked at each team member. Pair off, Saiyans with Saiyans, so you can push each other safely. Everyone else with partners who can challenge you. Whis and I will circulate, providing Senzu beans for recovery and advice for technique refinement. Any questions? Just one, Gohan said. Uncle Goku, what's your power level? Your absolute maximum? Goku powered up fully. Super Saiyan Blue evolved into perfected Ultra Instinct Blue, his hair shifting to silver blue, his aura becoming calm yet overwhelming. The sheer pressure of his energy made several fighters stumble. 50 quadrillion, Goku said quietly. Maybe 60 if I push absolutely everything. It's not enough to beat Jiren, he's closer to 100 quadrillion, but it's what I have, which means we can't rely on me to win this alone. We need everyone at their peak. He powered down, so let's get started. Universe 7 survival starts now. Day 1 to 10, breaking points. Vegeta and Goku sparred at levels that would have destroyed planets. Each exchange pushed them further, forced them to adapt, to evolve. Vegeta had been chasing Goku for decades, always one step behind, and the frustration fueled his determination. You're holding back, Vegeta roared, his Super Saiyan Blue aura crackling with rage. I'm not, Goku said, dodging a punch that created shockwaves. You're just getting stronger. Keep pushing. They fought until both collapsed, exhausted and bleeding. Senzu beans restored them, and they went again, and again, and again. By day 10, Vegeta had broken through a barrier. His Super Saiyan Blue evolved, taking on the darker navy hue that Goku had achieved years ago. Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. His power jumped from 2 quadrillion to 3.5 quadrillion. Finally, Vegeta's grin was feral. Now we're even, Kakarot. Not even close, Goku said, but he was smiling. But you're getting there. Keep going. Day 11 to 20, Generational Power. Gohan trained with Pan, pushing his daughter the way Reddits had once pushed him. Both of them could access Super Saiyan 2, but Goku knew they had further to go. Beyond Super Saiyan 2 is Super Saiyan 3, Goku explained, demonstrating the form. His hair grew long, eyebrows disappeared, power tripled. It's exhausting, burns through energy like crazy, but for short bursts, it's devastating. Pan, you're going to achieve this form. How? Pan asked, her Super Saiyan 2 form flickering with fatigue. By being pushed past breaking. Gohan, I need you to fight her. Seriously. No holding back because she's your daughter. Fight like you're trying to kill her. I can't. You have to. This is how Saiyans grow. Through adversity, through desperate need, Pan needs to feel genuine danger, genuine rage. Give that to her. Gohan's expression hardened. All right, Pan, defend yourself. The fight was brutal. Gohan in mystic form, his power around 800 billion versus Pan's Super Saiyan 2 at 120 billion. The gap was enormous, and Gohan didn't hold back. Pan was beaten, broken, pushed to the absolute edge. And just when it seemed like she'd collapse, her power exploded. Hair grew, eyebrows vanished, aura intensified. Super Saiyan 3. Her power jumped from 120 billion to 480 billion. I did it! Pan's voice was different, deeper, more primal. Dad, I actually... Then she collapsed, the form too exhausting to maintain, but she'd done it. Achieved in 40 days what most Saiyans took years to unlock. Gohan caught her, pride and guilt warring on his face. Good job, sweetheart. Rest. We'll keep training when you wake up. Day 21 to 30. Unlikely partnerships. Android 17 and 18 trained with Piccolo, working on teamwork and strategy rather than raw power. As androids, they had infinite energy and couldn't increase their base power level, but they could refine techniques, develop better coordination. Your strength is consistency, Piccolo told them. While the Saiyans will burn bright and fast, you two can outlast anyone. Focus on evasion, on wearing opponents down, on supporting the heavy hitters. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien trained together under Whis' supervision, learning to fight above their weight class through technique and tactics. They'd never match God-level power, but they could be useful support. Think of yourselves as the shield, Whis advised. Protect the stronger fighters, create openings, survive long enough for the team to win. That's victory enough. And Frieza. Frieza trained alone, pushing his golden form further through sheer spite and determination. He refused help, refused guidance, maintaining his pride even in cooperation. But Goku watched him and noticed. Frieza's power was growing, from 1.5 quadrillion to 2 quadrillion to 2.5 quadrillion. The tyrant was tapping into reservoirs of strength born from 30 years of mental training in hell. He's going to betray us, Goku thought. The moment he sees an opportunity, he'll turn. But we need his power, so I have to watch him constantly. Be ready to put him down if necessary. Day 31 to 40. Final push. The last 10 days were about perfection, about taking everything they'd learned and refining it into something tournament-ready. Goku sparred with everyone, assessing their progress. Vegeta, 3.5 quadrillion in Super Saiyan Blue Evolution. Strong enough to challenge most destroyer candidates. Gohan, 1 quadrillion in mystic form, could briefly access a blue aura evolved state he called Mystic Blue that pushed him to 1.5 quadrillion for short bursts. Pan, 480 billion in Super Saiyan 3, incredible for her age and experience. Frieza, 3 quadrillion in golden form, having evolved it through pure determination. Piccolo, 150 billion, tactically brilliant even if power capped. Android 17 and 18, 100 billion each, unlimited stamina, excellent teamwork. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, 80 million, 60 million, 50 million respectively, support tier but experienced. It's not enough, Vegeta said flatly on day 39. Even with all our improvements, Universe 11 has Jiren plus a full team of powerhouses. We're going to be overwhelmed. Maybe, Goku admitted, but we have something they don't. Desperation, unity, and me at my absolute limit. He looked at his team, family, friends, allies, even a temporary resurrected tyrant. I'm not letting Universe 7 die, not while I have breath, so even if we're outmatched, we fight anyway, and we make them remember us. Inspiring, Frieza said with false sweetness. Though I notice you didn't mention what happens if we lose. Do we get to feel ourselves being erased, or is it instantaneous? I don't know, Goku said honestly, and I don't intend to find out. Now come on. One more day of training, then we face our fate. The Null Void Tournament Arena. The arena was massive, 50 miles of indestructible material floating in dimensional nothingness. Around it, viewing platforms for the Angels, Supreme Kais, and Zeno himself. 120 fighters, 12 universes times 10 fighters each, stood at the arena's edges, sizing up their competition. Goku stood at Universe 7's starting position, his team arrayed behind him. Across the arena, he could see Jiren leading Universe 11's team. Caulifla commanded Universe 6's fighters. Moscow's digital form coordinated Universe 3. 11 other universes, all desperate to survive. Fighters! The Grand Priest's voice echoed across the void. The Tournament of Power begins now. There are no rules except these. Stay in the arena, fight until only one universe remains. The last universe standing survives, all others are erased. He paused, letting the weight sink in. And begin. Chaos erupted immediately. 120 fighters launched themselves at each other in a massive free-for-all. Energy blasts lit up the arena like a light show. The sound was deafening. Shockwaves, explosions, screams of effort and pain. Stay together, Goku commanded his team. Formation Delta, Saiyan's front, support back, protect each other. Don't get separated. Universe 7 moved as one unit, a coordinated whole rather than individuals. It immediately set them apart. Most other universes had scattered, each fighter pursuing their own battles. Universe 9, approaching. Piccolo called out. 10 fighters, power levels ranging 50 to 100 billion. Leave them to me. Vegeta charged forward in Super Saiyan Blue evolution, blazing. Within seconds, he'd eliminated 3 Universe 9 fighters, knocking them off the arena with devastating efficiency. Goku scanned the battlefield, tactical mind working. Universe 9 is the weakest. They'll be eliminated first. Universe 4's assassins are hiding, waiting for openings. Universe 3's warriors are trying to fuse. And Universe 11, he found Jiren. The Universe 11 destroyer stood calmly at his team's center, not even fighting yet, just watching, waiting. Their eyes met across the battlefield. Jiren nodded slightly, acknowledging the inevitable. They would fight, but not yet, not until the weaker universes were eliminated. He's conserving energy, Goku realized. Being smart. I should do the same. Let the team handle the early fights while I— Lord Goku! Krillin's panicked shout. Universe 2 has a love-based attack. It's some kind of mind control. Goku's attention snapped back. Universe 2's fighters, magical girls with heart-themed attacks, were targeting his team with pink energy beams. Counter with killing intent. Goku's aura flared, his destroyer presence overwhelming. The sheer weight of his power, the aura of someone who'd erased planets and ended civilizations, crashed over Universe 2's fighters like a tidal wave. Their love magic shattered. Several fainted from the pressure alone. Pan! Gohan! Eliminate them while they're stunned. Father and daughter moved in perfect sync, quickly knocking out Universe 2's fighters one by one. Within minutes, Universe 2 had only 3 fighters left. Universe 9 has been eliminated, the Grand Priest announced. All fighters eliminated. Horror rippled through the arena as everyone watched. Universe 9's viewing platform began to glow. The Supreme Kai, the mortal spectators, everyone associated with Universe 9 started to fade, expressions of terror frozen on their faces. Then they were gone, completely, as if they'd never existed. Zeno clapped cheerfully. Yay, first universe erased, 11 to go. The arena went quiet for a moment, the reality sinking in. This wasn't a game, this was survival. Then the fighting resumed with even more desperate intensity. 20 minutes into the tournament, 4 more universes had been eliminated, 2, 4, 9, and 10. Erased completely, their fighters and worlds gone forever. Only 8 universes remained. Universe 7 had lost 2 fighters, Yamcha and Tien, both eliminated by Universe 11's speedster Dispo, who'd been too fast for them to counter. But the rest remained, battered but alive. Goku had been conserving energy, letting his team handle most fights while he protected them from sneak attacks. But he could feel it. The tournament was approaching its climax. The week had been cold. Now came the real battles. Gohan, Goku called out. Universe 6 incoming. Caulifla's leading a charge. Universe 6's Saiyan team, Caulifla, Kaba, Kale, and others, crashed into Universe 7's formation. Saiyans versus Saiyans, golden and blue auras clashing, the familiar joy of combat spreading across both teams despite the stakes. Goku, Caulifla grinned as their fists met, shockwave radiating outward. Finally, a real fight. This isn't friendly sparring, Goku countered, their power matched in Super Saiyan Blue. This is survival, I know, makes it more exciting. She launched a barrage of attacks, each one precise and powerful. But Goku, you're still holding back. Give me everything. She was right. He was holding back, trying to conserve energy for Jiren. But Caulifla deserved his respect. Deserved a real fight. Fine, Goku said, powering up further. His blue aura intensified, taking on that silver sheen that marked his perfected Ultra Instinct blue form. But don't say I didn't warn you. They fought across the arena, like two destroyers going all out, their battle creating a storm of energy that forced other fighters to give them wide berth. Caulifla was strong. Her power had grown to 40 quadrillion since becoming a full destroyer, but Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct gave him the edge. You're incredible, Goku laughed despite the situation, despite everything. You've gotten so much stronger. Right back at you. Caulifla's eyes sparkled with joy even as attacks pushed her back. This is what I trained for, fighting the best, being challenged. Even if we lose, even if Universe 6 gets erased this moment, she blocked a strike that would have ringed her out. This is what being alive means. Goku felt something twist in his chest. She was right. Despite the horror, despite the stakes, this was what Saiyans lived for. The test, the challenge, the pure joy of fighting someone strong. But he couldn't indulge it, not with Universe 7's survival on the line. I'm sorry, Goku said, and meant it, but I have to win. He accessed full Ultra Instinct for just 3 seconds. His hair went completely silver, his movements became utterly perfect, and in those 3 seconds he landed 17 devastating blows that Caulifla couldn't defend against. She crashed to the arena floor, unconscious. Caulifla is eliminated! Goku caught her before she could roll off the edge, gently setting her in Universe 6's section. You fought brilliantly. I'm proud to have you as a friend. Even unconscious, she smiled. 35 minutes into the tournament. 3 universes remained. 7, 11, and 3. Universe 3 had managed to last this long through their fusion technique. Their fighters had combined into a single massive entity called Aniraza, with a power level of 70 quadrillion. It was overwhelming Universe 7's remaining fighters. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Pan, Frieza, Piccolo, and Android 17. This thing is too strong, Vegeta shouted, his attacks bouncing off Aniraza's armor. We need to coordinate. Agreed. Goku transformed fully into perfected Ultra Instinct Blue. Everyone listen. Piccolo, create openings with strategic strikes. Androids, constant pressure from different angles. Saiyans, when I give the signal, we all hit the same spot simultaneously with everything we have. They moved as one. Piccolo's stretching arms found weak points in the armor. The androids harried Aniraza from multiple directions, their infinite energy allowing relentless assault, and the Saiyans gathered their power. Now! Goku roared. 5 beams of energy. Goku's Kamehameha, Vegeta's Final Flash, Gohan's Masenko, Pan's Super Kamehameha, and Frieza's Death Beam all converged on a single point that Piccolo had identified. The combined attack shattered Aniraza's core. The fusion being exploded, separating into its component fighters who all fell unconscious. Universe 3 has been eliminated. Xeno's erasure was immediate. Universe 3's gods, angels, all mortal worlds gone. Now only Universe 7 and Universe 11 remained. The arena went silent except for heavy breathing from both teams. Universe 7, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Pan, Frieza, Piccolo, Android 17, 7 fighters. Universe 11, Jiren, Toppo, Dispo, and 4 others, 7 fighters. It comes down to us, Jiren said, his voice carrying across the arena despite its softness. Just as it always would have. Universe 7 versus Universe 11. Your philosophy against mine. What philosophy? Goku asked, genuinely curious despite the tension. You believe destroyers should be compassionate, should care about what they destroy, form attachments, feel pain. Jiren's gray eyes were intense. I believe strength exists to protect justice. That power must be absolute, untainted by emotional weakness. We're opposites, Goku, and only one philosophy can survive this tournament. Then let's settle it, Goku said. But first, he looked at his team. Everyone else, handle Universe 11's other fighters. Jiren is mine. Like hell he is, Vegeta snarled. I'm not sitting on the sidelines while you get all the glory. Vegeta, Goku's tone was serious. Jiren is at least 100 quadrillion. Maybe more. You're 3.5 quadrillion. You can't beat him, but you can beat Toppo. So do that. Let me handle Jiren. Pride warred with pragmatism on Vegeta's face. Pragmatism won. Fine, but when you lose, I'm finishing what you started. Deal. The fighters separated into individual battles. Vegeta versus Toppo, two masters of destructive energy clashing. Gohan versus Dispo, strategy versus speed. Pan, Piccolo, and Android 17 versus Universe 11's remaining fighters, numbers, and teamwork. Frieza standing alone, watching, calculating, the wild card. And at the arena's center, Goku versus Jiren. They didn't move immediately, just stood, sizing each other up, power levels rising. Goku transformed directly into perfected Ultra Instinct Blue. Silver blue hair, calm aura, 60 quadrillion power level at maximum output. Jiren didn't transform. He didn't have forms like Saiyans. His power simply increased. Gray aura intensified, energy became visible heat distortion around him, and his presence became crushing. 100 quadrillion, possibly 120. I've been waiting for this, Jiren said. Our last encounter, the Tournament of Destroyers 15 years ago, you were too weak to give me a real fight. Now, as full gods of destruction, we're finally equals. Or close enough. I'm not your equal, Goku admitted. You're stronger, probably faster too, but I have something you don't. Oh, and what's that? People I'm fighting for. Goku glanced at his team, at Pan fighting desperately to protect Piccolo, at Gohan pushing himself beyond his limits. You fight for abstract justice. I fight for them. That difference? That's what makes me stronger. Sentiment. Jiren's expression didn't change. Let's see if sentiment can overcome raw power. He moved. The battle that followed was beyond comprehension for most beings watching. Two gods of destruction, each representing different philosophies, clashing at speeds that made them invisible even to other gods. Goku's Ultra Instinct let him dodge attacks he couldn't see coming. His body moved on pure instinct, responding to threats before his consciousness registered them. But Jiren was so strong that even glancing blows sent shockwaves through Goku's body. He's not just powerful, Goku realized, blocking a punch that cratered the arena beneath his feet. He's precise, every attack calculated, every movement optimal. He's fighting like Ultra Instinct without actually having the technique. They separated, both breathing hard. Impressive, Jiren acknowledged. Ultra Instinct is living up to its reputation, but it has weaknesses. You can't maintain it indefinitely. Your stamina is draining with every second. He was right. Goku could feel it. The form was exhausting, especially when pushed to this level. He had maybe 5 more minutes before it failed completely. Then, I need to make these 5 minutes count. Kaioken times 20! Goku's already overwhelming aura exploded, red energy layering over the silver blue. His power doubled, 60 quadrillion to 1200 quadrillion. The strain was immense, his body screaming in protest, but for just a few moments he matched Jiren. They clashed again, and this time, Goku was winning. Punch, counter, kick, dodge, blast, deflect. Their battle tore across the arena, forcing all other fights to pause as fighters from both universes scrambled to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yes! Goku's Saiyan battle joy surged. This is it! This is what I've been training for. So strong, Jiren's expression finally showed something. Respect. You've surpassed my expectations, Goku. With that power, that technique, you might actually. Then Goku's Kaioken failed. The strain was too much. Combined with Ultra Instinct's drain, his body simply couldn't handle it anymore. The red aura vanished, and he dropped back to regular, perfected Ultra Instinct Blue, his power halving instantly. Jiren's fist caught him in the gut. Goku's Ultra Instinct shattered. He reverted all the way to base form, falling to his knees, gasping for air. It was a valiant effort, Jiren said, standing over him. But insufficient. Your philosophy, compassionate destruction, emotional attachment, it's beautiful in theory. But beauty doesn't win battles, power does, and I have more power. He raised his hand to knock Goku out of the arena. Not yet! Goku grabbed Jiren's wrist, forcing himself to stand despite his body screaming. I'm not done, I can still... You can barely stand. Accept defeat with dignity. No, Goku's eyes blazed. I won't give up. Too much is riding on this. Everyone I love, everyone I've protected, they're all counting on me. So I don't care if I'm outmatched. I don't care if I'm exhausted. I'm going to keep fighting until you knock me out or kill me. Something flickered in Jiren's eyes. Why? Why push yourself beyond reason? What's the point of fighting when you've already lost? Because that's what it means to be alive. Goku roared, his power starting to rise again despite his exhaustion. Fighting even when you're outmatched, struggling even when it's hopeless. That's not weakness, that's the ultimate strength. The strength to keep trying even when you know you might fail. His aura returned. Not Ultra Instinct, not even Super Saiyan Blue. Something new. Something born from desperate need and absolute determination. His body began to heat up, his muscles expanded slightly, his hair remained black but took on a silver sheen, and his eyes became completely silver, but unlike Ultra Instinct, they weren't blank. They were aware, focused, burning with determination. What is that form? Jiren stepped back, genuinely surprised. I don't know, Goku admitted, looking at his hands, but it feels right. Like all my training, all my forms, everything I've learned, it's all come together into something new. Power readings appeared on the viewing screens, analyzed by angels. New form, true Ultra Instinct, 15 quadrillion. Impossible, the Grand Priest breathed. He's achieved mastered Ultra Instinct while maintaining consciousness. That's never been done before. Even we angels maintain it by surrendering conscious thought. But he's keeping both, instinct and will. Goku and Jiren's eyes met, and now they were truly equal. One more time, Goku said, dropping into a fighting stance. Let's settle this. Your absolute justice versus my compassionate destruction. Winner takes all. Agreed. Jiren's power rose to match 150 quadrillion, his absolute maximum. No more holding back, no more restraint, just pure strength against pure strength. They charged. The battle between Goku and Jiren shook reality itself. Around them, the other fights had concluded. Vegeta had defeated Toppo, barely. Both fighters collapsed at the arena's edge. Gohan had outlasted Dispo, using strategy to overcome the speedster. Pan, Piccolo, and Android 17 had eliminated Universe 11's remaining fighters through teamwork. Frieza had done nothing, just watched and waited. Only Jiren remained for Universe 11. If Goku could beat him, Universe 7 won, but it was even. Perfectly, frustratingly even. Every attack Goku landed, Jiren returned. Every technique Goku used, Jiren countered. They were matched in power, matched in skill, neither able to gain an advantage. We've been fighting for 10 minutes at maximum power, Goku thought, his stamina flagging. I can feel my new form starting to strain. But Jiren's the same, he's slowing down too. This comes down to who can outlast who. You're weakening, Jiren observed. Your new form is impressive, but unstable. You'll burn out soon. So will you, Goku countered. You've been at maximum power for too long. We're both running on fumes. Then let's end this. Jiren gathered energy for one final attack, a sphere of pure destructive power that dwarfed anything he'd used before. Everything I have, everything I am. This attack will decide everything. Same. Goku's hands came together, forming the Kamehameha position, but the energy gathering was different. Silver, dense, containing every bit of power he had left. One last clash, winner survives, loser's universe is erased. They stood 50 feet apart, pouring everything into their ultimate attacks. Final judgment, Jiren roared. Ultra Kamehameha! Goku screamed. The beams collided at the arena's center. Silver versus gray, will versus justice, two philosophies made manifest in pure destructive energy. The explosion was blinding. Everyone watching, gods, angels, even Zeno, had to shield their eyes from the intensity. The arena cracked. The void itself rippled. When the light cleared, both fighters were still standing. Barely. Both at their absolute limits, ready to collapse. It's a draw, Jiren gasped. Neither of us has anything left. Then we keep going, Goku said, forcing himself to take a step forward despite his body's protests, until one of us can't anymore. They stumbled toward each other, preparing for one final exchange. Goku, look out! Gohan's panicked shout. Goku's instincts screamed danger. He spun. Frieza stood behind him, golden aura blazing, a death beam charged and aimed not at Jiren, but at Goku. Did you really think, Frieza's smile was venomous, that I would let this opportunity pass? With both you and Jiren exhausted, it's the perfect moment for me to eliminate you both and win this tournament for myself. Time seemed to slow. Goku's new form had burned out. He couldn't dodge. Jiren was too far away to help. Frieza's beam was already launching. Android 17 appeared from nowhere, shoving Goku aside. The death beam meant for the god of destruction struck the android instead, blasting him off the arena. 17, Goku screamed. Don't waste it. 17's voice faded as he fell into the void, eliminated. Fury unlike anything Goku had ever felt erupted inside him. Not rage, not hatred, just pure, absolute determination that Frieza's betrayal would not cost them everything. His power surged one final time. Not a new form, not a transformation. Just raw Saiyan stubbornness refusing to quit. Frieza. Goku moved faster than he'd ever moved, faster than should be possible in his exhausted state. He appeared beside the tyrant and delivered a single punch, empowered by every bit of remaining strength, every ounce of determination, every person he was fighting for. Frieza was launched off the arena like a meteor, his golden form shattering, his body unconscious before he even left the platform. Frieza is eliminated. Then Goku collapsed, his power completely gone, his body at its absolute limit. Jiren walked over slowly, each step an effort. He looked down at Goku, who couldn't even lift his head. You can't fight anymore, Jiren observed. One push and you're eliminated. Universe 7 loses. I know, Goku managed. So do it. You won. Fair and square. Jiren raised his hand and stopped. No, he said quietly. I didn't win. Not really. What? You were right, Goku. About fighting for others, about compassion mattering. Jiren looked at Universe 7's viewing platform, where Gohan, Pan, Vegeta, and the others watched desperately. I've spent my entire life pursuing strength to protect justice, but I've never had anyone truly counting on me, never had family looking at me the way yours looks at you. You fought with their strength added to your own. I fought alone. He lowered his hand. That difference? That is what makes you stronger. Then, before anyone could process what was happening, Jiren stepped backward, off the arena. Jiren is eliminated. Universe 11 has no remaining fighters. Universe 7 wins the Tournament of Power. Shock rippled through the assembled gods. Jiren had forfeited, simply given up when he could have won. Why? Belmod, Universe 11's former destroyer, appeared on the arena. Jiren, why? You could have eliminated him, could have saved our universe. Because, Jiren said calmly as he began to fade, Xeno's erasure beginning, I've learned something today. Strength without purpose is empty. Power without connection is meaningless. Goku showed me that, so I chose to let his universe, a universe with connection, with love, with meaning, survive over mine. That's my final judgment. He looked at Goku one last time and smiled, the first genuine smile anyone had ever seen from him. Thank you for the fight, Goku, for showing me what I was missing. Grow stronger, become the destroyer the multiverse needs. And remember, you won because you fought for others, not just yourself. Never forget that. Then he was gone. Universe 11 erased completely, only Universe 7 remained. Goku sat in the arena's center, surrounded by his exhausted team. They'd won. Against all odds, despite being outmatched, Universe 7 had survived. But the cost? 11 universes. Erased. Trillions of lives gone because they weren't interesting enough or strong enough to survive a tournament. Lord Goku, the Grand Priest, appeared, floating down. Universe 7 is the victor. You have earned the right to make a wish upon the Super Dragon Balls. Any wish. What do you desire? Goku didn't hesitate. Bring back all the erased universes. Silence. What? Xeno tilted his head, confused. But you won. You can wish for anything. Ultimate power, immortality for your family, anything. I don't want any of that, Goku said firmly. I want the universes back. All of them. Universe 11, Universe 6, all of them. They don't deserve to be erased just because they lost a tournament. But that defeats the point, Xeno protested. I erased them because they were boring. They weren't boring. They were alive. And life, even boring life, is precious. Every being deserves a chance to grow, to improve, to become interesting. So please, bring them back. Xeno stared at him for a long moment. Then slowly he smiled. That's why Universe 7 is interesting, because their god of destruction cares. He clapped his hands. Okay, Super Dragon Balls. Grant his wish. The massive Dragon Balls glowed and reality restructured. Universes 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, all of them returned, restored as if they'd never been erased. On Universe 11's platform, Jiren reappeared, looking shocked. We're alive, but we were erased. Goku wished you back. Belmont said, tears streaming down his face. He used his wish to save everyone. Jiren's eyes found Goku across the void. The Universe 11 destroyer nodded slowly, deeply, showing respect and gratitude. Caulifla reappeared in Universe 6's section, immediately looking for Goku. When their eyes met, she grinned and gave him a thumbs up. "You're still the best, Goku." The Grand Priest floated beside Zeno. "Lord Zeno, it seems Universe 7's God of Destruction has passed your true test." "Test?" Goku blinked. "Yes," the Grand Priest smiled. This tournament wasn't really about strength. It was about character. Lord Zeno wanted to see if any destroyer would use their wish selflessly, to save others rather than benefit themselves. You're the first in 3 million years to do so. Congratulations, Lord Goku. You've proven that compassionate destruction is not just valid, it's superior. I just did what felt right, Goku said, embarrassed. That's precisely why it matters. The Grand Priest gestured, and Goku's body was instantly healed, his energy restored. You may all return to your universes. And Lord Goku, well done. You've set a new standard for what gods of destruction should aspire to. 1 week later, Earth. Goku stood in Reditz's backyard, now a memorial garden maintained by Gohan's family. The whole team had gathered for a celebration. They'd saved the universe, everyone had survived, except Android 17, who'd been revived by Earth's Dragon Balls, and life could continue. Speech, Pan called out. Uncle Goku, you have to give a speech. I'm not good at speeches, Goku protested. Try anyway, Gohan encouraged. Goku looked at his family. His team who'd fought beside him, risked everything, trusted him to lead them through the impossible. And he felt something warm in his chest. All right, he said. Here's my speech. Thank you, all of you, for trusting me, for fighting with me, for reminding me why I became a god of destruction in the first place. I didn't do this job to destroy. I do it to protect. To preserve moments like this, families gathering, celebrating life, being together. That's what's worth fighting for. That's what's worth protecting. He raised his glass to Universe 7, to survival, to family, and to never giving up even when the odds are impossible. To never giving up. Everyone cheered. As the celebration continued, Goku found himself standing apart, looking at the stars. Vegeta joined him, surprisingly. You did well, Kakarot, Vegeta said. Better than I ever could have. That wish, bringing back all the universes, I never would have thought of it. Too focused on our own survival. You would have, Goku said. Given time to think about it, you're not as hard as you pretend to be. Maybe. Vegeta was quiet for a moment. Jiren was right, you know. You fought with all of us backing you. That made you stronger. I've spent my life trying to surpass you alone. Maybe I've been doing it wrong. You could join my training sometimes, Goku offered. Not as a subordinate, as a partner. We push each other, make each other better. Vegeta considered this. Fine. But I'm still going to surpass you eventually. I'm counting on it. They stood together, two Saiyan warriors who'd walked very different paths but ended up in the same place, fighting to protect rather than conquer. Uncle Goku, Pan ran over. Come back! Mom made your favorite food. Coming! Goku let Pan drag him back to the celebration, back to his family, back to the life he'd sacrificed so much to protect. And for the first time in decades, he felt completely at peace. He was a god of destruction, powerful enough to erase galaxies, ancient enough to have watched civilizations rise and fall, burdened with responsibilities that would crush most beings. But he was also son of Bardock, brother to Raditz, uncle to Gohan, and great-uncle to Pan, friend to warriors across universes, and that identity, that connection to mortal life, was what made him strong. Not isolation, love, not destruction, protection. That was his philosophy, his truth, and he'd proven it could win. Thank you, Raditz, Goku thought, looking at his brother's memorial stone, for showing me that even warriors can choose peace, for teaching me that family matters more than power. I'll keep protecting them, all of them, for as long as I exist. The wind seemed to carry a response. I know you will, little brother. I've always known. Quick shout out to Xymox13. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly. You suggested Goku and Caulifla getting together, and honestly, I wasn't planning on adding romance, but your comment made me think. Why not? It actually fits perfectly with the story's themes, so I ran with it. Hope you all enjoy this direction. This is the end of the series. Thanks for sticking with me through all 8 parts. Let's finish this story right. Goku stood on the observation deck of his divine realm, a cup of tea cooling in his hands. Below, Earth spun peacefully, a blue marble that had been his constant for over a century, 71 years as god of destruction, 71 years of maintaining cosmic balance, of difficult choices, of watching everyone he loved age and disappear into memory. The list had grown long. Gohan dead 15 years at age 92. Vegeta, gone 23 years, finally brought down by injuries. And now Pan, 94 years old, bedridden, her once mighty warrior's body reduced to fragile flesh and failing organs. The doctors gave her days, maybe hours. Staring at it won't make it easier, a voice said behind him. Goku didn't turn. He recognized the energy signature immediately, had known it for decades now, could pick it out of a crowd of billions. Caulifla floated down beside him, her Universe 6 destroyer regalia rippling in the cosmic winds. At 108 years old chronologically, she still looked to be in her late 20s. Her spiky black hair was as untamable as ever, her eyes sharp but not unkind. "How'd you know I was here?" Goku asked. "I was passing through Universe 7 space and felt your energy spike. You only get like that when something's wrong." She leaned against the railing beside him. "It's Pan, right? Last of that generation," Goku said quietly. "After she's gone, there won't be anyone left who remembers Raditz, who knew Gohan as a person, not a legend, who trained with Vegeta before he mellowed out." He took a sip of cold tea, grimaced. "Just me and my memories." Caulifla was quiet for a moment. "You know, when I first met you, at that exhibition match, 85 years ago, I thought you were crazy. A Saiyan raised by gods who actually gave a damn about mortals, who cried at funerals and visited family. I figured you'd burn out within a decade, get too attached, get too hurt, shut down like every other god who tried to care." "Some days I think I should have," Goku admitted, "but you didn't. And you know what that makes you? Either the strongest person I've ever met or the most stubborn." She grinned. "Probably both." Despite himself, Goku smiled. "You came all the way from Universe 6 just to call me stubborn?" "No, I came because I sensed you were hurting and I wanted to check on you." The grin faded into something more serious. "We've known each other a long time now, Goku. Fought beside each other, saved each other's universes, attended each other's funerals when mortals we cared about died, and every single time we meet, I think the same thing." "What's that?" "That we shouldn't be doing this alone." Goku finally turned to look at her. "What are you saying?" Caulifla met his gaze steadily. "I'm saying that every time there's a council meeting, we end up talking to each other. Every crisis, we fight back to back without discussing it. Every time one of us is grieving, and let's be honest, we're always grieving something, the other one shows up. You think that's coincidence?" "I hadn't really thought about it." "Well, I have. I've thought about it a lot." She pushed off the railing, facing him fully. "Look, I'm not good at this emotional stuff. I'm a fighter, not a poet. But here's the truth. I'm tired of being alone. Tired of watching everyone I care about die while I stay the same. Tired of pretending that duty is enough to fill the void. And I look at you, and I see someone who understands that, who feels it too." "Caulifla, let me finish." She took a breath. 70 years we've been doing this dance. Being friends, but not quite. Being close, but maintaining distance. And I'm done with it. I want more. I want. She struggled with the words. "I want someone who will still be here in 1,000 years. Someone who gets what it means to be a destroyer. Someone who can handle my bad moods and my battle lust and my tendency to blow things up when I'm frustrated." Goku stared at her, his mind racing. "You're talking about us, together, properly." Caulifla's usual confidence wavered slightly. "I love you, Goku. Pretty sure I have for years, but was too stubborn to admit it. And I hope you feel something similar. So what do you say? Want to stop being alone?" The words hung in the air between them. Goku's first instinct was to list all the reasons why it wouldn't work. Different universes, divine protocols, the complications of... Then he thought about the alternative. Another century of solitary grief. Another millennium of watching mortals die while he endured. Eternity stretched before him, and the idea of facing it alone suddenly felt unbearable. "The Grand Priest would have opinions," he said weakly. "Already checked, there's no rule against it. Gods from different universes can form partnerships. It's just never been done because most destroyers are too proud or too scared of vulnerability." She stepped closer. But we're not most destroyers, are we? No, Goku admitted. We're really not. He set down his teacup. I'm terrified, not of you, of opening myself up to more loss. Every time I care about someone, they die or leave or... I'm not going anywhere, Caulifla interrupted firmly. I'm immortal, same as you. We're in this for the long haul, whether we like it or not. So we can spend eternity alone and miserable, or we can spend it together. Your choice. Goku looked at her, really looked. Saw the vulnerability beneath her confident exterior. Saw someone just as scared, just as tired, just as desperate for connection. Saw someone who understood what he was, what he'd been through, what he'd continue to face. Saw a future that didn't look quite so crushing. Together sounds better, he said. Caulifla's face lit up, a genuine smile that transformed her entire expression. Yeah? Yeah. Goku stepped forward, closing the distance between them. I'm probably going to be difficult. I brood, I get attached to mortals, I make emotional decisions that technically aren't optimal for cosmic balance, and I'm impatient, aggressive, and I solve too many problems by hitting them really hard. Caulifla interrupted. We're both disasters. That's probably why this works. She pulled him into a kiss. It started tentative, two people terrified of messing this up, but quickly became something more. Desperate, relieved, like finally coming home after an impossibly long journey. When they separated, both were grinning like idiots. So, Caulifla said, what now? Now we tell Pan, Goku decided. Let her know I won't be alone. Then, he looked out at the multiverse. Then we figure out what a divine partnership actually looks like. Together. Together, Caulifla agreed, taking his hand. I like the sound of that. They materialized in Pan's room side by side. The elderly woman was propped up in bed, staring out the window at the sunset. At their arrival, she turned, and her eyes widened, then filled with tears that had nothing to do with her condition. Uncle Goku brought a girlfriend? Pan's voice was weak but delighted. Pan, this is Caulifla, Goku said, pulling up chairs for both of them. She's the god of destruction for Universe 6. And we're together. Finally. Pan tried to sit up straighter, winced, settled back. I've been telling you for years to find someone who'd stick around, someone immortal who gets what you do. And you actually listened. Your letter helped, Goku admitted. The one you left me. About stopping forming connections with mortals who die. I'm a genius even on my deathbed, Pan said smugly. Then to Caulifla. So, you, what are your intentions toward my uncle? Caulifla blinked, clearly not expecting interrogation. To make sure he doesn't spend eternity alone and miserable, to be a partner who understands the burden because I carry it too, to maybe make him smile more because his brooding gets old. Good answers. Pan reached out with trembling hands. Both gods took one. Thank you, both of you, for finding each other, for proving gods can be more than lonely weapons, for... Her grip tightened weakly, for giving me something I've worried about for years. Uncle Goku, you won't be alone now. That's everything I wanted. You're not dying yet, Goku protested. The doctors said days. The doctors are optimistic, Pan interrupted gently. I know my body, Uncle Goku. This is it, and I'm okay with that. I've lived 94 years in a universe you kept safe, trained warriors, raised a family, passed on everything Great-Grandpa Reddit's taught me. That's a good life, a complete one. She looked at Caulifla. Take care of him. He'll try to be stoic and strong, but inside he's actually a giant softie who cries at weddings and can't watch sad movies. He needs someone who sees that. I think I can handle it, Caulifla said, her voice surprisingly gentle. Good. Pan's eyes were starting to drift closed. One more thing. Promise me you'll be happy, both of you. Promise you won't let duty consume everything. Even gods deserve joy. We promise, they said together. Pan smiled, peaceful and content. Then I can rest. Thank you, Uncle Goku, for everything, for watching over us, for never giving up, for proving gods can love. She fell asleep, still smiling. 3 days later, she died without waking. Peaceful, pain-free, surrounded by family. At the funeral, Goku and Caulifla stood together openly. No hiding, no distance. Two gods grieving a mortal they'd both cared about. Afterward, as the family dispersed, a young woman approached, maybe 30, with Saiyan hair and Pan's fierce eyes. I'm Kale, she said, Pan's great-granddaughter. She talked about you all the time. Both of you, actually. The last few weeks, all she could talk about was how happy she was that Uncle Goku found someone. The woman smiled through tears. Just wanted to say thank you. for making her last days happy, for being the kind of gods who actually care. Thank you for sharing her with me, Goku said. Your family has been my anchor for over a century. I won't forget that. As they left Earth, Caulifla squeezed his hand. You okay? Getting there, Goku said. It still hurts, but having you here helps a lot. Good, because you're stuck with me now. Best thing I've ever been stuck with. 1 week later, the Grand Priest's palace, all 12 gods of destruction stood assembled along with their angels. Goku and Caulifla stood hand in hand before the Grand Priest, who looked more amused than surprised. You wish to formalize a partnership, the Grand Priest said, a romantic relationship between two gods of destruction from different universes, unprecedented but not prohibited. We checked the rules thoroughly, Caulifla said. There's nothing against it. That's because no one's ever tried, Quetilla interjected, his rat-like face twisted in disapproval. Gods are supposed to be solitary. How can you maintain objectivity if you're emotionally compromised? The same way I've maintained it for 71 years, Goku said calmly. By understanding that emotional connection doesn't compromise judgment, it refines it. I make better decisions because I care about consequences, not in spite of it. He has a point, Jiren said unexpectedly. The Universe 11 destroyer stepped forward. Lord Goku's compassionate destruction has improved mortal levels across all universes. His connections have made him better at his job, not worse. Why would a connection to another deity be different? Thank you, Jiren, Goku said, surprised. I speak truth, not flattery. But Jiren's expression was approving. If this partnership makes both of you more effective destroyers, the multiverse benefits. What about conflicts of interest? Quetla persisted. If Universe 6 and 7 have a dispute, then we'll handle it professionally, Caulifla said. Same as any other gods. Our personal relationship doesn't change our duties. If anything, it gives us more reason to be fair. We won't risk the other's universe over personal bias. The Grand Priest nodded slowly. Your records support this claim. Both of you have been exemplary in your roles. Lord Goku has redefined destroyer philosophy. Lady Caulifla has implemented similar compassion in Universe 6. Your partnership would not compromise your duties. If anything, it may enhance them by providing emotional stability. He smiled, rare and genuine. Therefore, I approve. You'll be the first divine partnership in multiverse history. Congratulations. 2 rings materialized, simple bands of condensed divine energy. The Grand Priest continued. These rings will link your life forces. Not completely, you'll remain individuals, but enough that you'll always sense each other's location and emotional state across any distance. Physical separation becomes meaningless. Goku and Caulifla took the rings, sliding them on. Immediately, warmth flooded through both, connection, comfort, belonging. Goku could feel Caulifla's presence like a second heartbeat, steady and strong. It's official, Caulifla said, grinning. You're stuck with me forever now, no takebacks. Wouldn't dream of it, Goku said. Universe 6's former destroyer and Caulifla's mentor approached with tears in his eyes. I'm so happy for you, my student, finding love. This calls for a feast. Everything calls for a feast with you. Caulifla teased, but she hugged him tightly. Even Quetella eventually offered grudging congratulations. And as the other gods came forward with their well wishes, Goku felt something shift in the cosmic order. They weren't just making personal history, they were changing what it meant to be divine. 6 months later, they'd created a shared divine realm, a space existing simultaneously in both Universe 6 and 7's divine dimensions. The architecture was chaotic. Half resembled Goku's simple, Earth-influenced aesthetic. Half was Caulifla's bold, warrior-sharp Saiyan design. It shouldn't have worked. It was perfect. I still can't believe we pulled this off, Caulifla said, lying on their observation deck. Stars from both universes glittered above, creating patterns impossible in normal space. A realm that exists in 2 universes at once. Whis said it was theoretically impossible. Whis says a lot of things are impossible right before I do them, Goku pointed out, lying beside her. It's practically tradition at this point. Your relationship with tradition is complicated, says the woman who became a destroyer by punching Champa in the face until he agreed to train her. That's different. That's called determination. She rolled onto her side, propping her head up. Seriously though, are you happy? No regrets about the whole divine marriage thing? Goku thought about it. About the 71 years of loneliness that had preceded this, about watching everyone he loved die while he endured, unchanging and isolated, about the crushing weight of immortality faced alone. Then he thought about the past 6 months. Having someone to talk to who understood destroyer duties. Training together, pushing each other to new heights. The simple comfort of not being alone in his divine realm. The warmth of the bond linking them, proof that someone else existed who cared. No regrets, he said firmly. Best decision I've made in over a century. You? Are you kidding? I get to spar with someone at my level whenever I want. I have a partner who doesn't die after 80 years, and I woke up this morning to find you'd made breakfast. She grinned. I'm living the dream. A violent, destructive, God-level dream, but still, I can't cook that well. You made pancakes with perfect symmetry. That's some freaky ultra instinct bullshit right there. They laughed, the sound echoing across dimensional barriers. What do you think the other gods are saying about us? Goku asked after a moment. Probably that we're disgustingly cute and setting a dangerous precedent. Caulifla stretched. I heard Jiren's been asking Whis about partnership protocols, and Universe 2's destroyer has been making eyes at Universe 10's god for decades. Apparently, our relationship gave them courage to actually talk. So we're inspiring other gods to find happiness? Looks like it. Your whole destroyers can care philosophy is spreading. She poked his shoulder. How's it feel to revolutionize divine culture twice in one lifetime? Weird. Good weird, but weird. Goku caught her hand, interlacing their fingers. Thank you, by the way. For what? For taking a chance on a broken, grieving destroyer. For seeing something worth loving beneath all the baggage. For proving I didn't have to face eternity alone. Right back at you, Caulifla said softly. I was turning cold before you, isolated, heading toward the distant, uncaring destroyer that everyone expects. But you showed me another way, showed me strength could include vulnerability, that caring wasn't weakness. She squeezed his hand. We saved each other, really. That's what partners do. Yeah, Goku agreed. I guess it is. They lay there in comfortable silence, watching stars from 2 universes dance above them. 2 gods who'd found something cosmic law said was impossible, eternal companionship, infinite understanding, love that transcended death because neither would die. For the first time in 71 years, the future didn't feel crushing, it felt manageable, even hopeful. Because whatever came, cosmic threats, divine politics, the endless march of time, they'd face it together. And that made all the difference. 50 years after the partnership, Goku and Caulifla stood before the assembled gods of destruction, but there were more than 12 now. 19 destroyers total, and most were in partnerships. You two started something, Jiren said quietly. He stood beside Universe 2's destroyer, his own partner of 20 years. Changed how gods view relationships, made it acceptable to admit we need connection. We just got lucky, Caulifla demurred. No, the Grand Priest interjected. You were brave. There's a difference. Lord Goku, Lady Caulifla, you've been formally recognized as Master Destroyers, gods whose influence extends beyond your own universes. Your partnership has improved cosmic stability across all 12 realities. Divine-mortal relations are at historic highs. Mortal levels have increased. War between universes has nearly ceased, he smiled. That's your legacy. Not just your individual actions, but proving that gods can be strong and connected, powerful and loving. Thank you. The assembled gods, divine beings capable of erasing galaxies, applauded. For 2 Saiyans who'd taken a chance on love. Afterward, at the celebration, Goku and Caulifla found themselves surrounded by younger gods asking for advice. How do you balance duty and partnership? One asked. You don't, Caulifla said bluntly. You integrate them. Your partner becomes part of your duty. Protecting them, supporting them, being there for them, that's just as important as maintaining cosmic balance. What if you disagree on destroyer decisions? Another asked. Then you talk it out like adults, Goku said. Caulifla and I have disagreed plenty, but we respect each other enough to listen, to consider the other's perspective. Usually we find middle ground. When we can't, we trust each other's judgment in their own universe. Do you ever fight? A young destroyer asked nervously. All the time, they said simultaneously, then laughed. But we fight fair, Caulifla added. No hitting below the belt, metaphorically or literally, and we always make up before bed, that's the rule. The secret, Goku said seriously, is that there's no secret. We work because we want to work, because we choose each other every day, even when it's hard, even when we're annoying each other. That choice, that daily commitment, that's what makes it last. Later, floating in their shared realm, Caulifla nudged him. Look at us, giving relationship advice to gods. We're like a divine self-help book. A really violent self-help book, Goku amended, with more explosions, the best kind. She leaned against him. Do you ever think about what would have happened if we hadn't gotten together? If we'd stayed solitary? Sometimes, Goku admitted. I'd probably be a shell of myself by now. Cold, distant, everything I never wanted to become. What about you? Same. I was headed there fast before you. She was quiet for a moment. We saved each other, literally, from becoming monsters of isolation. Then I'm glad we were both brave enough to try. Me too. They stayed there, two gods who defied cosmic tradition, watching the multiverse spin beneath them. Empires rose and fell, civilizations flourished and faded, mortals lived their brief, brilliant lives, and through it all, Goku and Caulifla endured together, unchanging, eternal. Not because they had to, because they wanted to, and that made all the difference. 650 years after the partnership, the observation deck had become their ritual. Every evening, as much as evening meant anything in divine realms, they'd sit together, watching their universes, talking about everything and nothing. 6.5 centuries together. Enough time for empires to rise and crumble to dust, but not enough time for them to grow bored of each other. Remember when we first met? Caulifla asked, her head on Goku's shoulder. At that exhibition match, you were so serious, all business. I was terrified, Goku admitted. First real fight in years. Thought I'd embarrass myself. You nearly did. I had you on the ropes before you pulled out that trick. That trick saved my dignity. Your dignity's always needed saving. But she was smiling. I loved that fight. First time in years I'd felt genuinely challenged. Should have known then I'd end up falling for you. Took you long enough to admit it, Goku teased. Only 80-something years of denial. I'm stubborn. You knew that going in. They laughed, the same easy laughter that had marked their entire partnership. 6 centuries, and they still made each other smile. Goku? Caulifla said after a while. Yeah? Thank you for choosing me. For every day of the past 650 years, for choosing me. For making eternity feel less like a burden and more like an adventure. Thank you for the same, Goku replied. For saving me from becoming what I feared, for proving gods could be more than duty, for being my partner in everything. Forever? Forever. They kissed. Soft, familiar, eternal. 6 centuries of partnership in a single gesture. And somewhere across all 12 universes, other gods looked at Goku and Caulifla and felt hope. Hope that immortality didn't mean isolation, that duty didn't require loneliness, that even destroyers could find their happy ending. Because 2 Saiyans had proven it. One raised by gods, carrying the weight of compassionate destruction. One trained as a warrior, learning that strength included vulnerability. Together, changing what it meant to be divine. Their story would echo through eternity, not because of their power, but because of their choice. The choice to connect despite risk, to love despite fear, to face forever together instead of alone. And that, more than any transformation or technique, was their true legacy. The destroyer and his partner, the gods who loved, the proof that even eternity is better with company. And that's it. That's the end of Goku's journey, from an infant intercepted by gods to an eternal master destroyer who proved that even immortals deserve love. I hope this story resonated with you. If it did, drop a like, leave a comment telling me your favorite moment from the series, and subscribe if you want to see more content like this. Seriously, your support is what makes these projects possible. Special thanks again to xSimox13 for the Caulifla suggestion. You genuinely made this ending better. What should I write next? Let me know in the comments. Until then, take care, and remember, even gods need someone to share the journey with. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.